All we gotta do is just not go to Dairy Queen this year. You haven't been DQ'd already, have you?
No, I've just gone through 2 transmissions.
That's fine. What do we say they were in Canadian? 17 grand a pop?
16.
16 grand a pop.
Am I wearing a cowboy hat? You mean my driver or me? Can you see me right now? Oh. Still in 3rd.
The Nico Robin cowboy hat.
Oh, yes.
And Miata's a rental, my 6.3 frame unfolding out of it was comical.
It's like there are smaller cars, like whatever the P50. Like real small.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Jack.
I mean, like, I'm from the UK, I know small cars. But, 3-doors, like, 3-doors at least usually feel like they understand that they're small cars, so they try and compensate for it in some way.
You mean like a little hatchback kind of thing?
Yeah. Where, like, most cars in the UK, at least the ones that I was driven around in or drove, were 3-doors.
Mm.
Because we count the trunk as a door, even though you don't really get in it.
Definitely had a station wagon for a while with the backward seats.
Oh yeah. So the kids can see the oncoming rear end.
Yep. And it only had like
Hell yeah.
one really long belt for the
Yeah.
lap.
Man, the 90s were a great time.
90s were real, everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I rode facing backwards in one of those, like on the way to go see Toy Story.
Yeah.
Land Rover Discovery, hell yeah.
Oh,
Back when the Land Rover Discovery wasn't a $1 billion brand.
right.
If you get a new race, we get to drive the sushi. No, we might end up isekai'd into the jackfruit. If you free the genie, you must take its place.
I didn't know that was how jackfruit work.
Yeah, if you rub a jackfruit, a genie comes out. The only wish it will grant you is a wish for a jackfruit.
Yeah. Too goofy. No, sorry. Don't look. Don't look.
I heard some chunks fall out of the engine.
Oh, that was just my lungs. Sorry. Apologies, chat.
I'm not sure where I'm sat in this. I assume I'm sat in like the passenger seat, just straddling the fire extinguisher.
Could just be like in my headset instead of in the uncomfortable seat. Although one year
the baby you're using as a helmet.
there was a cat in the passenger seat, so if I don't know how to turn the head.
Maxwell. Wheelwell Maxwell, we call him. In the mother's trunk, yeah. Full-size van in the front seat, a bench seat there, old couch cushions on the floor in the back, hell yeah. Jackfruit, the only fruit named after Jack. It's also John Fruit if you're being formal.
It's short for Jackson.
Jackson fruit?
Mm-hmm.
Something something ABC.
Easy ass.
1, 2, 3. Anzi's just a race engineer in the pit bay. I got my feet up on the wrench the wrench box. Got a cold one in one hand.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
What'd you do that for, dude?
See, that's what I expected.
Yeah. Oh god, the whatever vehicle is in front of you is having a bad time.
I think it was a sushi.
Is that sushi still?
It could be a different sushi. Some of them look very similar to each other.
And that sushi is rolling down the road with pure hate and spite coming out of its engine bay. You know, no one tells you this, but you could just leave the track. You can go off on an adventure.
Yeah, I mean, I have
Forge your
been
own path.
known from time to time, but I feel like it's Coriander wept for there was pretty much no undiscovered country here.
There were no further lands to conquer, yeah.
Yeah, man, I've been everywhere, man.
I was about the Itama won't go soon. Engine is Tama gone.
Tamagoyaki is continuing to yaki.
It's having a yaki time of it. Oh my god, we're in the yaki races! We did it!
Oh no.
We got there!
No. I don't want any shenanigans from any of these people.
It's Jack and I Khan in the lead. That joke is for 3 people, and I'm 2 of them.
Wow, you get to be 2 people?
Yeah, gee, Billy. Your mom lets you eat 2 references?
Man, chat. Look what you made me do again.
Absolutely chat's fault and not mine for,
Oh, it probably wasn't you.
Ian's gonna be so mad at me. Because he's gonna come back and be like, how many times you disqualify? You're like, he did it.
It hasn't happened once. And I've done 2 barrel rolls.
Nice. That's 2 more barrel rolls than the car's designed to do, and it's still going, so...
Oh, we got lots of these.
It's like a Pez dispenser of Mazdas.
Yeah, when I go back to pit, it's not that they're dragging my car back to the pit. They're just taking me to my new car.
They're like idly just picking you up and putting you on their shoulders.
I thought you meant picking me up like a Sim Zoo scenario. Just little tweezers come from the sky. Oh, we're going straight. We're going.
Put their hand fully over your head and just lift you like a teddy bear into the next car.
My body just dangles.
You can absolutely do a Mario Kart clone, call it Wacky Races, yeah. Take a risk, Warner Brothers. You have the money.
I mean, I don't want to assume anything about their finances.
What? On my stream the other day, I absolutely went off on Disney for going back to the Kingdom Hearts well, and that's way off topic for this stream, so I'm not going there again. But
sounds like Norter talk. That's right.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just. We're getting back to the race because I'm not activating chat like that. I'm already on thin ice for the one time where I made them all cringe.
No, I heard of something as getting Norded the other day, and it was so good. Now, that's the only thing that I would want to bring here. I guess it's having like a heel turn.
Give us the Kingdom Hearts lore dump. There was, Disney needed to make some money. And that's how Kingdom Hearts happened.
That's everything.
Who would win the fight, Keyblade or Batleth? Look, I haven't been hit over the head with a Batleth every time I've gone to Comic-Con.
And we don't want to see what a Keyblade would do to a Tribble.
Just punt it. Corey, tell us what you think being Norton is like.
Like being flipped, turned upside down.
Just take a minute, just sit right there.
Yep.
Show you how I became the prince of this car got sick air. I didn't know where I was
You
going
know,
to the end.
Sometimes it just matters that you tried.
Everybody always talks about being Norton, no one ever tells you about the terrible case of people getting Soared, yeah.
Oh, God, yeah, that's yeah, poor Roxas.
Roxas ever real to begin with?
No! That's the problem.
But you like ice cream.
I don't even... That ice cream is not that good.
Yeah.
That sea salt ice cream. There are better ice creams.
If he is a simulation within a simulation, then that simulation is as real to him as he is to it. There, I said it.
Look, just because we're all quantum projections does not mean we are on the same footing as Roxas. He may have been slightly robbed of an existence.
Yeah. He lived, he laughed, he loved.
He was subverted under the Sora
Yeah.
umbrella.
He was another SMH, another victim of the mouse. Also, I think this is the first time I've seen a race in about 5 or 6 years where I've not seen a single Crypto.com ad.
But what if I told you there was a way for you to make money by just leaving your computer on?
Dear, if only that were true.
I make $4,000 a week as a stay-at-home human people. Believe
Well,
me.
since leaving my job to do like the comics and the stream as a full-on business, I've been getting a lot more ads like that.
For crypto, or the ones that are like quit your job, work part-time for us?
Yeah, or the ones that are like, did you know that drop shipping on a Shopify store is a way to ruin your business? Or like, contact me and I'll set up a Shopify store for you with like 6 products.
Drop ships. We got so many drop ships.
Yeah. And like, I don't use a VPN or anything like that, so but I have found a way to play with the ad algorithm by watching certain things. And like, I have a lot of special interests that I'll occasionally just dip into, like motorsport, and or rather engine design. And
Okay.
I've managed
Series
to get
of
it to
circles.
Yes. Just drawing circles over and over again. Push, squeeze, bang, blow. Push, squeeze, bang, blow.
Lewd.
And that's the process of an internal combustion engine. And it's gotten to the point where it started giving me ads for custom production line equipment. Yeah, I can. I now have a bunch of discount codes if I ever want to build a production line for widgets.
Like in your factory that you own?
Yeah, in the factory that I apparently own.
Huh. Yeah, just retool your Oh my god.
I thought that was a hedge.
Right?
Jackfruit.
Wait, Jackfruit's back?
Jackfruit, he's in your
back!
rear view. He did it. He's coming home. Those prevent
There he
sprockets
goes.
over widgets. Yeah, messing with that George Jetson bullshit. Sprockets are dead. Widgets are the future. Wait until I tell you about Waldos.
I like turtles.
Someone's in the pocket a big widget. Yeah, you know what? They pay me more than Big Sprocket. I got 1 foot on the market. I can switch to Waldos anytime. And boy, the Gizmo market is looking fantastic right about now. Samba flanges? Oh.
Now we're getting esoteric.
Yeah. The version of Waldo who's a wizard that can shapeshift? Hold on, what? Space Lee can go F himself. Yeah. We're all Waldo deep down. I've read the turbo encabulator thing. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
when I was working tech support and I wanted to spice a report up, I would add reticulated marsal veins into the
Say nozzle veins?
marsal veins.
Mazel veins.
Yeah,
Mazel.
they affect the addition of sideways funging reticulated marsal veins absolutely reduces the risk of transverse fumbling.
No
So you
one's gonna
definitely wanna
fumble
make sure you add
transversely
this.
on my watch. What is this, rugby?
Yeah. What is the Silmarillion of Waldo? Oh, Wally's Big Adventure. In the UK, they're called Where's Wally books. I can't not think about it. Oh, Wizard Whitebeard, yeah.
Huh.
But he was always in the books. He was ostensibly the reason why Waldo was going places. And then you had the evil Waldo, who was like yellow and black.
Yeah.
Again, I know all of these people as like Wally.
Just all of them.
'Cause- Wow, Oddlaw. Oddlaw, that was it. Yeah. Yeah, Where's Waldo has law? Absolutely. Yeah, and like, he was called Oddlaw, which makes sense in, like, if you knew the books as Where's Waldo, but in the English version, he wasn't called Elaw. He was called Oddlaw there as well. Yeah, Auntie Wally is still Oddlaw.
In kind of a Waluigi sense, what sport did he show up to play?
Waluigi? Always tennis, racing.
Well, no, I mean Oddlaw.
Oddlaw?
Yeah. The anti-Waldo.
Cricket. Oddlaw seems like a guy who would enjoy cricket.
That's canon, folks.
Sweet crack of willow on leather? Oh yeah, he's all about that.
No! No. That's really not how I think of the great game of cricket. In fact, I don't think of it at all.
You try to interact with cricket as little as possible. Woman after my own heart.
Though I like the little white outfits. Those are fun.
They are quite nice.
Give me shin pads. Thank you.
Cricket guard like pads are like
Yeah.
the coolest equipment. Growing up as a child. I'm sure great game and cricket belong in the same sentence. Full Soka, I don't have the power to time out or ban you. But if you have a problem with cricket, you have a problem with Britain, and I'm sure
Who? Wow.
and
Wow.
I sure hope you have nothing that'll look good in a museum in your collection.
Wait, Oddlaw has a mother?
Oddlaw's mom is canon? Hold on.
Wait a
Hold
minute,
on.
wait a
Pause.
minute.
F cricket, I need to talk about this.
Oh, no, not again.
As an American, how's that T20 World Cup going? Terrific. It isn't even the best cricket team on its own continent. Look, you can rag on Britain all you want. I'm not there anymore. What if I don't have a problem with cricket, but I want to have a problem with Britain? Good news.
Start slagging cricket today.
Yeah. How many players of the world's Independence Day? Yeah, like, someone asked me what British Independence Day was, and I was just like, bro, we would never stop drinking.
The ashes.
So really nothing
you know.
would change, but... The only reason the pyramids are still in Egypt is they couldn't be readily disassembled before Napoleon got there.
Yeah. That's the thing.
That's barely a joke.
I don't even. It's just kind of how it do.
Hmm. Is that a... Hold on, is that a spam Masubi?
Probably.
Where would they even put the pyramids? Probably in Hyde Park. Yeah, spam musubi as sushi, and I'll fight anyone who says otherwise.
Well, sushi's the rice, so it doesn't really matter what you put on top.
Ah, sweet. You got a license for that pyramid?
I went to a kite sushi place with Ian and had a caprese sushi. It had
Go on.
well, I think it was salmon, but then also basil and mozzarella, and then like a balsamic drizzle. It was really good.
That's the kind of fusion food I'm here for.
Yeah.
They did steal the cap of one of the pyramids, yeah. Yeah, you can't believe you need a license to watch TV in Britain? Buddy, wait until I tell you about gun ownership. I imagine if they'd nicked one of the pyramids and put it in Britain, it would be infested with badgers by this point.
How strong are they?
Imagine if a raccoon had flak vest. Like, like imagine if a raccoon had body armor and you're pretty much there.
And you're there?
Yeah,
Yep.
you're there. Although, like, badgers are like super docile until they're in a place where they feel like trapped and afraid.
Yeah.
That raccoon was hardly pistols. They're pretty mellow actually, badgers. But the reason.
It should be fifth.
Corey!
No, it was supposed to be fifth.
It went to neutral.
It not my fault.
Everything spin. Everything
You're-
spin.
We're fine.
That's fine. Okay.
Nothing happened.
Let's go back to the badgers. Yeah, which is because people would see badgers hit by cars on the side of the road, and pick them up and put them in the trunk, and then try and put them in the boot and try and take them to a vet.
That happens with
Only
porcupines.
for the badger to wake up,
Yep.
docile until cornered. Yeah, like a lot of like
Me.
um.
Scrappy.
Go for the nose and eyes. But it just shakes off a car strike. Yeah, they're pretty hardy creatures. Like, you think of like a lot of medieval Britain settings, and Britain just isn't like that. Like, you don't actually have a lot of random encounters from place to place. Like, we don't have wolves. We used to have boars a lot, but like they're being introduced, but they kind of just like do nothing.
Hmm.
Yeah, like we already have to deal with 30 to 60 feral hogs, and we're not allowed a shotgun.
Nope. We're fine.
It's fine.
Actually, I think I might just go to pit to get a quick break. Oh, 'cause I need to stretch.
Feels
I'll
good.
be right back.
Go pit, girl.
Yeah, I'm gonna pit myself. All right, I am back. And where is my button? There we go.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. We are doing the 24-hour MANS. I'm Corey, and joining me is Adsy from Adsy and Jane Comics, friend of this
Hello.
show. And by this show, I mean she's a friend of Horse Club. It's different.
I'm a friend of many shows.
What other shows you've been watching?
Can't Draw Horses Club. I hang out for a lot of other shows, but I don't like. I try not to bother people.
Yeah. Horse Club Best Club. Ooh.
Horse Club, best club.
A lot of horse fans in chat.
Did you say horse manes?
I said horse fans.
Oh, okay. Oh man, I was gonna congratulate you on a real good piece of wordplay. Let's just pretend you said horse manes.
Yeah, they mane horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, digital seahorse. Those are good.
Aww.
We got a little worm and then some emoting horses.
Worm is clean. Time for sin. Love that video.
How did you know?
Worm. You showed it to me.
Did I?
Yeah.
Aw, so not same brain, just that's my brain from the past. Coming back to give me a little treat.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why you should show people videos you like, so that they bring
Yeah.
Yeah. Theater has 15 laps to go, and then we get bananas back. Jackfruit.
Jackfruit is still sat over there.
I was so emotionally overwhelmed that I botched that corner.
Nearly hit Jack.
Nearly hit Jack.
Can you imagine the scandal that chat would have erupted in if you'd hit Jack?
There would have been like
That would have been blood in the streets, dude.
photos with paint, .net, circles, and arrows. All
how
of the
the smoke
receipts
should
would
not
come out.
Sorry, the circle's got me. Samurai jackfruit.
Mmm.
The
That's where
crossover
you get to
we
go
all
next. Maybe this Jack will be the Jack home.
wanted. Okay, slow into that corner. God, it's so threatening seeing some of the vehicles in the rear view, like the bus especially, but also the Vandura.
But also,
What's the
like, I mean, the Vanduras, the headlights just, like, they're there. They fill the whole space.
Yeah.
But again, the battleship,
Yeah.
that it looks like a hedge. It looks like the greenery of the stage is after you. And you can't do anything about it.
The rich, wet scent of ham approaching.
No, that's the Zeta bus.
No, the Zeta bus is
Oh, that was not.
coriander.
That was not. It was in the hole.
Listen, a-hole. It's happening less and less, I will say that. So it's just, which makes it funnier whenever it does happen now. Because it wouldn't be as funny if I was just constantly bragging on you. In this can, I'm the pit crew inside who's just like having to rebuild the transmissions.
I told you, I just have a lot of Miatas.
Yeah. There are 12 Miatas and 4 transmissions, and I have to rebuild them every time.
That's why we let you drink on the job.
I take a bottle from the fridge, I drain the bottle, I fill the bottle, I put it back in the fridge.
Wait a minute. Oh. Why is there only one bottle in the fridge?
It's a different shelf.
Cycling the same bottle.
Look, how do you think the radiator keeps us cooling? We've
Yeah,
got
yeah,
Four
I
Loko,
guess,
5-hour
yeah,
energy and Starbucks cold brew back here, and that's it.
Crack up a cold one.
Yeah.
And we're back to just drawing circles again. It's just
Yeah. Or squeeze back below.
That's what you say when you quaff your fresh beverage. Cheers.
Just like crush a Coors Heavy. A Coors Extra Thick.
Look, Coors is meant to be very thin.
Uh,
Only thin. Not to body shame a beer, but
it's Keystone Triple XL. It's basically just like a pound of barley and a hammer.
oh man. Okay, so I do have to mention that in Japan I had the first IPA I had. The IBU is 40, and it was
Ooh.
the biggest number.
That's quite a number. I mean, I routinely drink Guinness, which is a beer you almost have to chew anyway.
But it's not an IPA.
It's not an IPA because I don't drink beer that we send to other places.
No exports. Okay, yeah. Only imports.
Yeah, exactly. Wow.
40% alcohol. No,
Yeah.
the IBU.
No, IBU is 40%.
The International Bitterness Units,
Yeah.
which should be like a 60.
Yeah. I mean, I grew up drinking things like Otter and Abbott
is-
Ale, which you won't know about unless you're from like a specific part of Devon.
I'm not. I'm really not from Devon.
It's like thick, fresh, real ale. It's got
All right.
bits in it, makes you fall over. Like it's good.
Mm-hmm.
International Bickiness Units, yeah. Your mother's a real one.
Yeah.
If your mother likes
Yeah.
to say
Nope. Good. Bicky.
that. Mm.
Oh, I wonder how Bicky my new one is. It doesn't say. It just says it's
Corey!
assertive bitterness with layers of citrus,
Corey.
pine, stone fruit, and resin.
Corey, please, I beg you.
It's this way, right?
Yeah. It's fine. You had the can in one hand and you were just bouncing off the walls. Please, somebody clip
I didn't, I didn't ruin the transmission.
that.
So,
No, you didn't, that's true.
yeah. I've got lots of fuel left.
Oh, good. We'll get the largest fireball.
Oh, Jack! Okay,
Jack.
alright, let's watch Jack for a sec.
Please don't put Jack under your wheel.
No!
No,
Jack, why did you pull over? Jack, why? Jack! Let's see how our stats are. How do I...
There's a yellow
Yeah.
flag on the field. I think you killed Jack. Jack?
Jack is in
Jack?
32nd and stalled? Is that what ST means? I don't know what words
Stomped.
or numbers mean. Stomped? Let's just focus on this truck. This bedless truck. Whoop.
Oop.
Or the wall. Let's just fall into the wall while we try to shift.
God, I can see people already beginning to draw you as the soy Wojak. There's the crayons are coming out.
Oh no.
The circles are being drawn, the receipts are being gathered.
No. Even Lord Hosk has called me a monster.
No.
Oh no.
I mean, Lord Hosk has no moral high ground.
Whoop. Hello.
Oh good, it's a ghost. Imagine you're on the highway, you see a car approaching, and you go through it, you're like, oh good, it's a ghost. This is like a normal thing that happens.
Yeah. It's okay. All of this is under Ian's name.
It's the hobby store open yet, I need some red string. Racetrack's haunted. What?
How many
Well,
laps
it's
does
Jack
the leader need to go? 2? Is that it? that what those
seems like
boxes
it.
mean?
I don't know.
What does that arrow mean?
I've been watching this race for quite a few hours, and all I can tell you is that you're in 28th. The gearbox is doing terrific.
This is like holding your Glock sideways, right? Like, yeah, Miata.
Yeah. If the car is going straight when you have that much torque on the wheel, I think the suspension might be hosed.
Do I hear sirens?
The gearbox that contains only 5th gear. Look, I'm building them as fast as I can.
Call that van.
Yeah.
And the sushi.
Happy's gonna get you.
No. No. No, Hammerman.
I've played too much Cyberpunk, because every time it passes you, I expect to hit and see the rear doors open and a bunch of scabbers just lean out the back. You mag dump at the front of your car.
I feel like I should restart and do like a speed build or something.
You'd be
So
right.
I haven't played for a long time, and there were certain bugs, like my gun wouldn't render, but I think those are patched now.
I haven't played it since What's of Liberty.
Okay.
So
I mean, not that I don't have any video games to play.
yeah. Also, like, I tend only to play games on stream recently.
Okay.
Like, when I get off stream, I'm just playing, like, the games that are just for me, like Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy which?
14.
Okay.
Currently helping the dwarves build an armored fighting vehicle. Well, technically it's an armored car. It's not a tank. It doesn't have tracks, it's no coaxial machine gun, but they call it a tank.
Does it hover?
No. But it does run on ethanol.
Corn?
Yep. The dwarf tank man is amazing, yeah. Luffy the Straw Hat. Now this is 5th gear.
He explodes. Like.
Yeah. So, without giving any spoilers, he has gotten to 5th gear.
I get it.
Yeah.
But
But I won't talk about anything but yeah, like...
I just need that declaration. Now this is 5th gear to be followed by an explosion, okay?
And over the headset, you just hear, "Company!" How did you know? Well, aside from all the sensors on the car, I heard the hunkity-crunkity-gunk from here.
Whoop, yep, yep, yep.
Torque rod's connected to the...
Torque rod.
The torque rod's connected to the torque rod. The torque rod's connected to the torque rod. I built a bundle of torque rods. Just slowly going insane in the pit.
It's okay, I'll be there soon.
Now this is fit. So we talk about the Heavenswood expansion.
For Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah. I thought so, guys. We talk about Heavenswood.
Mm-hmm.
Heavenswood is good. Dawn Trail is. I'm excited for Dawn Trail, but that's not this game. Doing my best to stay on topic.
Yeah. Only drive time.
Only drive time.
Woo! 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 Nope. Come on. Thank
Welcome
you.
to Adzi and Corey in the mid-afternoon drive time radio.
It's almost 9 p.m. here in the afternoon. We are hot and fresh out the kitchen, and we keep making R. Kelly references, even though we know we hate him.
It is the remix to Ignition.
It still counts.
Hot and fresh out the kitchen.
It's because I'm driving in a car and it goes beep
I didn't
beep.
know that was an R. Kelly song until right now.
Oh.
It was just in the nebulous 90s blob songs.
The blob songs.
Yeah. There's just a blob of songs that, like, I was too young to really, like...
I getcha. I getcha. Yeah. Yeah. Oops. Skirt.
Just like, what produced this? Ah, the record industry, I guess.
Right?
Like, listen to S Club 7 and A1. Which are two bands most of the children today don't know about, and for good reason.
I thought S Club was back.
S Club's back?
I thought.
In POG form?
Every time
Never
Pogs
saw-
comes back, my mom's like, when I was a kid, we used to use milk bottle caps. And I'm like, why are you talking like that, mother? I had a big tube of Pogs.
Nice.
Big tube.
God, Lady Linsington knows A1. You can't even find their songs on, You can't even find their songs on YouTube, all of them.
Really? That seems weird.
Yeah, Like a Rose, Same Old Brand New You. There's like two people in the chat who are just orbiting the room right now, like, being like, nostalgia!
Nostalgia! I found it!
Nostalgia!
Oh no! Nostalgia! We have fallen under its spell, and now we can't stop thinking about the PlayStation boot up noise. Which is what I thought you were going to say way earlier when you said you thought about the Lego.
No, but now I am thinking about the PlayStation boot up noise. Do I cast remember PlayStation noise.
It's super effective.
All the wizards over 30 clutch their heads.
Ah, it's like, well, it's not even damage. It's just like, falling asleep.
We're back onto the road.
Yeah, and we're increasing our gears in number until we reach the prime gear.
The hidden sixth gear.
I still haven't hit it, so I don't know that it exists.
I'm not convinced this car has a sixth gear.
Neither am I, but
Ian would know, but I assume he's resting right now.
I would hope so.
Better be. Better be. All your gears except first and fourth are prime. Listen.
I don't think first's a prime.
Divisible by itself in one, it's prime, right?
Is it though? Sorry. That's good. That might rile chat up.
It's just like having a full like freak out, just like grabbing someone's arm.
It's too late.
Zero isn't prime. Just tell me zero isn't prime.
No.
Let's get sixth gears warp 10. Oh my god, no. I don't have time to be a lizard today.
I'm very busy. Doing
I
non-lizard
got too
things.
much on. I can't salamander myself today. We're going to warp 10. All these gears are yours except sixth. Attempt no landings there. Use them together. Use them in peace.
Aww. Man. I've only read like the later books. I haven't read 2001 or 2010. Or no, maybe I read 2010. Maybe it's just been a while.
We're approaching theoretical max gear. shift was possible there for a second.
See,
but
it
if
flashes, but I don't
Yeah,
know if that just means my revs are really high.
you shift to 6th gear by running 5th as far as you can into the red. The tachometer just goes like under the red zone, and you just hear like a scream from the pit.
That's the sound of going fast.
No good speeds are commemorated. I don't think the real 6th gear was the friends you made along the way.
Well, not yet. Hey, 6th gear, if you're out there.
I don't think this track has the runway for 6th gear.
No, again, I think I will hit a wall if I try it.
Yeah. Because like you're immediately going to have to downshift, and if you if you go from 6 to 3, the gearbox will simply leave. Its spirit will depart.
That's a really accurate way of describing what I do. I'm like an exorcist for transmissions.
Since I apparently made it my thing here that the only part of the car I care about is the gearbox, despite the fact that the suspension is technically more important.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean...
I don't know if it matters very much if you can't go.
Yeah. High pressure magic smoke.
Oh, I'm doing it.
It's real. The promised land.
It's real and it won't hurt me, right? Right?
The tachometer is... Ooh, there's going to be some mechanical resistance if you keep that up, but it's going. It's going.
I'm walking it down. I'm walking Beautiful. Here.
Hawk tongue, baby. They were all of them deceived for another gear was made.
No, the wall!
No! Okay, we're fine. Yeah, most cars can't go past 200 because the wheels will fly off the rims. What is Good lord, what is happening over there?
I think it landed on all fours.
Okay, well, what we've learned is that if you go into 6th gear, you break the space-time continuum, and nearby racers have trouble remaining on the track.
It's because my mass has increased logarithmically, you know, or it's on a geometric function.
You formed a gravity well in the track.
What kind of gravity well? It's just where you go, well, that's gravity.
And then crash into a planet.
No! No!
Coriander.
My hand was up here. 10 and 2.
10 and 2. Buckets. So I saw somebody say doubles, and for some reason my brain was like, just say buckets.
Just say buckets.
Why? You got it. And all I can think of is that one time the McElroys were trying to play basketball in VR, and Griffin was just like invoking the names of different basketball stars.
Kobe. Yeah.
Scottie Pippen.
Mm-hmm.
You got to 6 before Luffy. Hell yeah. A Wii Sports basketball minigame.
Maybe you're getting it confused with the Second Life thing where Justin was called Hoops.
Hoops McElroy.
Mm-hmm.
Hoops McElroy sounds like a jazz player.
He should learn jazz.
Mm.
That way we can
McElroy
differentiate.
Minnesota fans.
People will be able to tell him apart from Canadian Justin. There won't be that confusion anymore.
The McElroy interview on CBC a month or so ago. Was that really?
Yeah. Although, so Justin McElroy's on a trip around the world. He's taking a year off, so they couldn't actually meet, even though Justin was in town.
As I imagine as I imagine, as I am given to understand. Oh, that was a bad.
Whatever that was. What did they just
Like, I just
hit an up arrow? Like
it just
went
completely
up.
ate shit there.
Glad I
As is
didn't
my
hit that.
understanding, you're. Sorry, go on.
No. I'm just glad I didn't also hit the same obstacle.
Yeah.
As things stand.
As is my understanding, every racer in this is running their own race, right? You're just trying to like go to the end.
Yeah. Or I thought we were all together, and if the leader finished, then I would have to reset, thus returning the bananas to the field.
The bananas have been returned.
Yeah,
Pray
I was
I do
promised
not return
bananas,
further.
and so far nothing.
Luffy hitting sixth and Vegapunk finally finishing his monologue, yeah. Although it is nice that, like, they're confirming all the stuff I put together in, like, the 5th arc.
Ha!
That's the mark of a good story, by the way. Like I'm not even like being ironic or sarcastic there. Like, it is the mark of a good story if you leave breadcrumbs down for your readers to figure out the mystery before you spell it out. Normal race doctrine would suggest once the leader finishes, everyone else completes the only the lap they're on. All right.
Oh.
Yeah, if Waldo gets to have law, Vegapunk gets to have little law as a treat. You just write insanity and pretend there are no corners, yeah. It's kind of how I run D&D, is I have an idea, and then I wait for my players to suggest, like, oh man, what if, and if that idea is cooler, that's the one I go with. And then I spackle the plot holes on the way.
Yep.
RAC is on 178 at 185.
Okay. I get it.
This hasn't been 24 hours, it's just over 13.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with the game, is it doesn't do what we want.
I demand 12 more hours.
Like I said, I just have to restart and get the bananas back. Get the bananas back together. Oh, it didn't like that.
Nah, I should be right.
Yeah, it'll buff
You gotta
out.
come in.
We can
Yeah,
walk
you
it
gotta
off.
come in for a, excuse me, 12 more hours and banana. We get banana first, then work?
I mean, you gotta have some sort of breakfast, right? Am I right, gamers?
Banana and egg.
Two best friends!
You receive this one banana, this bottle of water, and a hard-boiled egg.
I'm set.
That's too much breakfast for me.
Oh, I just drink coffee.
Yeah, same. I need the cup of coffee and, yeah, I have the European breakfast of coffee and a cigarette. Hold the cigarette.
Hmm. Who's holding the cigarette?
Probably anyone who wants it. Banana and egg are my favorite vaudeville double act. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, omelette du banana. Where did banana and egg meet? Where did their friendship start? Middle school.
And they fell in love with comedy, you know? And it's nice to just have someone already there in your life that shares your interests. So they
Andrew
quickly
Polycule
formed a
with comedy.
collaboration. And thus have become a household name.
Banana and egg, two best friends, part of a balanced breakfast. If you're a psychopath, just have a bowl of cereal, man. It's fine.
No, I was told I had to balance my breakfast.
Banana weighs more than egg. For given states of banana and egg.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty small bananas.
Depends on the egg. I'm actually like interested now whether egg is actually heavier than banana.
What egg? What banana?
Egg.
Right? What are their names? What are their stories?
Chicken, I would hope.
Oh. Egg. Banana's bigger.
A bowl of sugar isn't great to have for breakfast. Listen, I don't judge your life. Apparently ostrich egg is kind of gross.
I've heard people say that, but
Right.
I haven't experienced. So
I've
like,
heard
I would
them
find it
describe-
intimidating for sure.
Yeah. I've heard a boiled like ostrich egg is very rubbery on the outside, but I think that might just be because there's so much of it that
Right.
the heat doesn't penetrate to the center.
Yeah, I think you would want to make like a scramble,
Yeah.
right?
Ostrich scramble, yeah. On a very big flat skillet. You've had ostrich egg? It's weird. Carefully trims banana to achieve balanced breakfast.
Okay. As a scramble, and it was still weird. All right.
Yeah. So that large is gonna cook evenly enough? Yeah.
Yep. I don't know what's the difference between an ostrich egg and like a 12-egg omelet.
Well, one's got one egg, the other's got a dozen.
Checks out.
Yeah, oh, yeah, okay, well there you go. Wild chicken eggs probably aren't great. We've been breeding chickens for egg quality and not ostriches. That's smart. You know, a chicken is a product of 1,000 generations of human tampering, whereas an ostrich is still basically just the same animal.
Or was it 1,000 eggs worth of tampering? We'll never know.
Banana and egg lived in breakfast harmony. Everything changed when the emu nation attacked.
I think
Nobody tell
Australia is the only country that's gone to war with the emu.
Again. Duck egg, yeah, duck egg is good. Duck egg, amazing for mayonnaise.
Duck egg.
Woohoo!
Every day we're out there laying duck egg.
Ah!
Ah!
I mean, if you're laying duck egg, I mean, I'm not gonna yuck your yum out here, but if I'm laying duck egg, something's got
Every
terribly
day.
wrong. Every day.
Every day.
just one.
The same egg.
Every day, the same egg.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I need to cycle the beer in this fridge. I'm forgetting which shelf is the pee bottle. How to switch fridges.
That
How's
was
the
supposed to be a
transmission
fiction? Just to goof them up for the stream? Adsy?
Look, I live my bits. oh no! Yes, they did it! I'm gonna do piss jokes here. Does that... Is that like the whole team uses just one? It's
Like a
the communal
century
sun-
bottle.
The communal sun tea bucket, yeah.
Like one of those Gatorade things, and at the end, if you win, they dump it on you.
If you come in last.
No! You're wasting value if you do that. All right, fair.
It's
It's
plural, okay.
Yeah, fine, we'll step off.
Fine. Gotta keep them in the fridge, otherwise they'll smell. That makes less. Okay, well, okay, you've solved one problem. Girardi fight at the end of the month down at the old quarry. It's a happening place for it. Come on down to the old quarry Girardi gym, open on Thursdays 8 to 5. Trying to recreate the Philosopher's Stone. Look, if you just need saltpeter, there are easier ways to get it.
No, we gotta age our own ammonia from scratch.
If you want to make a bullet from scratch, you must first piss in a jug.
For 2 years.
Just
I
like
don't actually know how long it takes. We've all watched Dr. Stone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Same thing.
So this is James made it to make a documentary about it. Not my joke, that was Merc in the chat.
What are you? The ghost sushi. Like a white
I
fin?
can't tell if that's like Ika or is it like some sort of
Like a white
fatty
fish.
something? Yeah.
Yeah. It's fish shaped.
The kidney stone's going to turn lead into gold. I'm an alchemist or philosopher, so exactly. Stay in your lane. I need these fragrant rocks to ascend to the divine realm.
Squid. I think if it was squid, it would be more triangular and have like the slices in the top. Like I feel like they would go through the effort for that texture.
Yeah. Five laps left.
Good. Then I'm free, right? Then I've won Le Mans?
One must imagine Sisyphus happy.
Yeah.
What a sushi chef would say is the most aerodynamic kind. Who's recursion sushi? Corey, you've turned off your targeting computer. Is something wrong?
Slightly distracted with thoughts in my brain.
Oh,
Possibly
mood.
planted there by exterior actors.
Who would do that? So the sushi guys are Toro, Ikura, Hamburg steak, Tamago, Sake, and Ika. Maybe that's Ika then.
Maybe it is.
Ika being squid.
Yes.
That's like one of the few Japanese words I know.
Oh. It's good to know the food ones.
I know enough Japanese to ask where the bathroom is, but not enough to understand the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah,
I'll buff right out.
Oop. That made a noise. It'll buff right out. Yeah, it's fine. And our wheel is pointing the correct way.
Are you
Cruise
thinking
control
about how many...
for cool.
This is a Miata, there's no cruise control on this car. That's that salmon roll. Driving off into the sunset. Some beautiful golden hour light here.
Mm-hmm.
Really shines off that salmon just right.
Right?
It's like staring into the eyes of God.
Who knew salmon could be so beautiful?
Should have set a poet. Cruise control racing seems incredibly dangerous and like cheating. No, it's super dangerous.
Like, your brakes still work. Oh god. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like, if you're, I don't know how cruise control works. It's not a mechanical component of the engine, so I don't understand it. It's an electrical component.
It's a magical component.
Yeah. Like, as far as I'm, like, this is where I'm at, like, I know about a lot of the mechanics of, like the simple parts of the engine, but as soon as you get into, like, electronics or, like, the modern systems that are put into engines, it might as well be space magic. That's for, like, real mechanics and engineers to understand, not me. I don't work on my own car. It's a little gremlin holding down a little accelerator. Checks out. Sushi rarely comes with cruise control.
It's a very expensive add-on. You don't want to, like,
was...
tell the chef too late that you want that.
I just imagine, like, being like Le Mans brained and like heading to a sushi restaurant, being like, yeah, what's the acceleration on the sushi? And like you both look at each other like neither of you can believe what just came out of your mouth. Wasabi, ginger, soy, and cruise.
Driving into the sun.
Every time I see that bus in the rearview mirror.
I still don't want to touch it, even though I know it's not real.
Dawn Guard bus can't hurt you, it's not real. Meanwhile, Dawn Guard bus. The Tamago knows where it is going because it knows where it is not.
Yes to all three, please. Maybe I don't need fuel? Oops. Trying to drive and use a keyboard. Oh no! That happened after I stopped using the keyboard.
Yeah, it's fine. You like mashing on the keys, adds it's time to go. I mean, I'm just here. I'm here at your pleasure here. You can tell me to bugger off at just about any time.
I don't know.
One of the buses has collision. That's a game of what? That's a game of Russian roulette. I'm not here for. I think your steering might be buggered, because if you're having to put that much input to go straight.
I mean, it's fine. I can probably let go of it and it'll go fine. Oh, we're going into the pit, right?
Yeah.
I asked them to give me all three. The man at the pit said they would fix it for me.
It'd be amazing if you finish the race and you get presented with a bill.
How many euros have I had, Chad?
I haven't been keeping track, but I'm sure someone has, because loading ready run chat scares me with the data they collect. Oh, take a break, get those activate those shoulder muscles that you've been clenching the entire time.
I've been kind of hunchy, like shrimping, so.
Yeah, looks like you are wearing a cowboy hat, doesn't it? The protective Stetson. I think that's just the design on top of the helmet.
We also don't see
The third most British person on low with that expression. We don't compare Britishness, no one deserves that. Imagine finding out you're winning. Is our car still mint? Are we going with lightly played? Well, the last one is in the technical terms completely buggered. This one, however, we've just picked.
The wheels came off. Come on, look at it.
Look at it.
Yellow flag, not my flag.
Yep.
Wasn't me.
Probably Jack again.
Probably Jack. Oh, he jacked it.
All right, now listen.
Yes.
The transmission in there is fine.
Great. So it goes fast, right?
Yes. It is, however, in the yellow. We're going with barely tournament league. The front fell off.
Woo! Crunchy.
I have introduced a mystical 7th gear.
It does say 7 on my stick. It do go up there.
And then the wheels come off.
Why are these vans just always hanging out? Don't they have other friends?
I actually knew a pilot who had on the airspeed indicator, he'd taken a piece of red Sharpie and marked about halfway down it with an abbreviation next to it of ATTWCO. And I was like, what's that? He's like, that's where the wings come off.
Yep.
This is I should talk about, this was a jump plane pilot, so this is a guy who whose entire thing was taking an aircraft to 15,000 feet as fast as possible and then putting the wing over and bringing it down before the skydivers landed.
Huh.
There were a lot of flight hours on
No!
that
No!
airframe.
No! Stupid 6th gear. You betrayed me yet again. Sorry, you said this transmission was fresh? It appears to have some...
Yeah, gee, I wonder how that happened, Coriander.
some slight kinks to work out.
Those kinks weren't there when I put it in.
Weren't they, though?
God, I hope not. Oh, sweet, the tachometer is on the steering wheel. I didn't notice that.
Oh, yeah.
You just hear from under the hood the transmission. I like to see. Damn it!
No! No! As a streamer, I'm not comfortable with this relationship with this car.
The mental filter is clanging shut. We're not getting those jokes today.
That's okay. That's probably safe.
Like I said, I am on my best behavior.
And we appreciate that here at LRR.
We're towing the line with the mystical recycling fridge.
Yeah, a bit.
A bit. It's fine. I'm just not going to mention it again.
Until.
No.
Oh.
That joke's done. I think we've got all the mileage we can out of that one. This is your best behavior? Look. Once cars get involved, the tiny little gremlin shaped like my dad takes over my brain.
Like one of them Inside Out Pixars.
It's the car's turn to say how it feels about you, or every time we downshift wrong, we hear it.
The sound of opinions. Definitely nothing physically happening in the car. Whoop. Yeah, let's drift it.
It's just like hammering away on its Reddit post.
Man, car, what kind of switches you got on that keyboard? You hear them from out here. Like, whoa.
Yes.
Yes.
R. Lopez. Used term mileage in metric countries? That's a really good question. I don't know.
Kind of.
How about we spice it up 10% and see what that takes us? Also can't know. You see, I want to be invited back.
Well.
And that means I have to behave. Otherwise, I'm going to have to sit in a meeting with no donuts.
They wouldn't even give you donuts?
Not in that kind of meeting.
No.
Every time someone has
Donutless
thoughts
behavior. Anyways, what?
Just before damage, every time someone has thoughts about Corey, they express it through metallic grinding. That's the kind of life I want to live in.
Grrr.
Hear the grunk of the haters as you pass down the street.
Oh man. It's grunking out there today.
The haters do be grunking.
They send you donuts for lure meetings? No! Sometimes people bring donuts into stuff that's in person. But that could be anybody. That could just be someone who doesn't even work here. They just show up and there's donuts. I don't know how it works.
The saying earlier, yeah, I want to be invited back as if I was invited here. And didn't just crash in.
I did say out loud somewhat that people that had access to the Discord could.
Yeah, and no one ever removed that access for me, and I don't know if that was by luck or by judgment, but here we are.
Yeah, I did that.
Oh, thank you.
It's just for Horse Club. For the Jackboxes.
Wait, you forgot to remove me?
No.
Okay, good.
It's for
I was
it's
like,
future-proofing.
Okay.
Then I have to do less work in the future. See? If I don't do anything now, then I will continue not to have to do anything.
I promise you
Yes?
that I promise that, like, I will not behave poorly. I appreciate, like, real talk, I appreciate the immense honor I'm being granted here. And the non-zero amount of trust.
Oh, Bitecaster doesn't make it this promise, so Bitecaster's not allowed.
It's right, Bycast's in the chat. Chat's not real, they can't hurt you.
Nope. Yeah.
Isn't there supposed to be a naughty Jackbox? I mean, any Jackbox is naughty if you play it right. I think that would be kind of redundant, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know that we're going to play Naughty Jackbox just because where's the room for us to make jokes?
Yeah, exactly. It's like the funniest kind of naughty comedy is when you tame it completely. right? Like,
Right. Just
you
gotta
know,
make
like,
people think of the thing without saying the thing.
yeah. The humor is supposed to be unexpected. If you expect it, it's not. Yeah, it's not like very good comedy. Anyone can get up on stage and be crude for half an hour, but it takes art to be crude accidentally, or through entendre. Yeah, Graham's okay. Yeah, Graham already beat me to it. Apparently, this is for people who aren't creative. Clearly.
Yeah, I don't know. It's for people who socialize in a different way than I do.
It's for people who enjoy like Cards Against Humanity.
It did make me think of that, which is like some of the cards are like just so well written that it's like you didn't do anything. Played that at work, played that with my mom. Everybody loved it.
If you can play it with your grandma, it's not really naughty, is it? It's just a little transgressive.
Well, my grandma's transgressive, so.
I'm not gonna cast aspersions at your grandma. Have you stopped my cantrips for the day?
Oh, she's dead. You're safe. She can't get you.
You don't know that. Yeah, it depends on the grandma.
Yep.
My granny's been dead for almost a decade, and I still wouldn't put it past her to just knock on my door one day. This is the lady who rolled her car, sat in there for a minute and just went, huh, looked at her broken arm and went, huh, and just walked home.
How far was home?
About 2 miles.
Huh.
Like, she was in her, like, 70s at that point.
Alright, yeah.
And this, like, she had a cell phone. She was just like, oh, I'm not gonna bother, like, David, my son. I'm just gonna walk home and give him a call in the morning after I've set my arm here.
Yeah, no one's gonna worry about that whatsoever.
She was built different, built distinctly. That's a slingshot there, just Blair Witching in the corner.
That's me in the corner. Blair Witching. That's work. Yeah.
Jaguars depends heavily on the group playing the audience. Too many times people vote for lol penis over something actually clever.
Like Beej. Beej is a winner. Penis is no. Beej, yes.
Yeah, Beej, yes. Beej is so funny though.
Beej is pretty funny.
I mean, like, yeah, Kel Surprise, Loading Ready Run is really funny. The group who've been practicing doing comedy for long enough that if it was a child, it would be drinking age.
Yes.
No matter your municipality.
Well, here at the moon base. No. No, Penelope's a real child. The company is not a real child. And we don't want the company to vote. It's bad.
I think one of the funniest moments was during that anniversary. It was either Graham or Beach just goes, "Are we bad parents?"
Sometimes. You know, we're just making it up as we go. We're people too.
I mean, that's a business, eh?
Yeah.
That was a crab shot? Fantastic. We're looking, the leader is on their final lap, so
Good.
you got one more to complete. How you feeling?
Tired.
Yeah. Once again, like, to everyone watching in the chat, this game is harder than it looks.
Gotta keep pointing in a way, and then number go up, number go down. So wheels within wheels.
Bartleby vote instead. Bartleby strikes me as the kind of person who wouldn't vote on purpose and be really vocal about not voting.
Yes. Definitely the type that chooses not to pay their taxes. I don't even think he pays rent.
I don't care who the IRS sends. Whereas Bartleby, like... Bartleby doesn't.
Pistachio does for him.
Pistachio votes twice. And Gib turns up to the election, gets confused, has a little bit of a panic attack, and walks away having not voted. That's my headcanon.
Okay.
Gib is running for mayor? Ah.
Or like city council, something.
Yeah.
Pistachio will go to jail, yes, as soon as the voter's fraud is discovered.
Pistachio, they can't put Pistachio away, he knows too much.
No.
No. You're just gonna hard no that one. Yeah. That's fair. Pistachio writes his own name in.
That doesn't seem accurate.
Gib is holding the debate but calls the candidates amusing but incorrect names.
Yep.
You're on your final lap.
Do.
Can't commit white collar crime if you don't have a collar, that is true. Always wear t-shirts and they can never catch you.
T-shirts have collars.
What?
What?
I need to do my taxes. Red collar crime, whatever the Zeta bus is up to in this race. Oh, Jack's in the pit.
Oh!
Coming in a brisk 28th, which is, not last. Red collar's vampire crime.
Yes, I could only be slower if I had died.
It's not true, you're beating jackfruit.
We saw some incidents involving jackfruit.
We saw, yeah.
It's a very, sort of tortoise in the hare situation where jackfruit got ahead and got cocky and had a nap instead of continuing the race. So
we're in the first third of the jackfruit's arc right now.
Oh yeah.
It's got to have its come to Jesus meeting with its friends so it can win in the final episode.
Yeah. It's got to learn to try its hardest in addition to counting on its friends. We're a team jackfruit.
I mean, the problem with jackfruit is that it's doomed not to be able to do that shonen protagonist thing where it looks at its hands.
Up in the sky?
Yeah.
Well, it's on its back, disappointed.
Balls them into fists. And then puts their foot down for the red line because of a lack of limbs. Does the jackfruit know you're on its team? The jackfruit is a lone wolf. But it's also a fruit. A lone fruit, if you will.
I think lone fruit usually refers to something different.
It's me. Um,
Do you have a little mask? Like, do you solve crimes? Like, what is the
well,
loan?
I mean, it does say be gay and do crime, so yes, the mask is implied.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Confirmed
Oh.
bachelor.
Ignore that sound. Ignore that sound. Ignore that sound. It's in third. I swear to you.
Yeah, it's that engine is in the car now. It's in the cabin with you. Look at the gearbox,
I
Corey.
can make it.
You're in neutral. There are no gears left. The teeth have been stripped.
They ate them all.
What sound? Make the sound again. Oh, hugga crunka bunker gunk. Yeah.
Rum, rum. Sushi coming. Oh,
Sushi's pushing you along.
got ditched by the sushi.
Yeah.
Wow.
A
On my
jackfruit passed
final
you.
lap too. All right, let's go back to the pit so that the game can be over.
The one that none of those gears are still good, unfortunately. Well, session over. You finished in the pit. The flag's up. I guess you're more than halfway round, so they just towed you out.
Correct.
But you know what? Not disqualified.
And that's a real win for us.
That is. We didn't end up in Dairy Queen today.
But what if I want to?
Get that Frosty. Wait, that's Wendy's. What does Dairy Queen do? Like
Blizzards.
Blizzards, that's it. I want it to be
Hot
like
eating some
Vicky's.
cool treats.
Yeah. And chicken that is better than it has any right to be. Oh wait, no, I think they're making you go.
No.
Put
Says
your foot
session
down, what
over.
happens?
No, neutral. I have control back, but I have to post about stuff.
Daily bar exam. God, that would be a weird episode of Knight Rider, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Hasselhoff money shifts and kid just screams and explodes.
That's really horrifying.
That's terrifying.
Oh no, we've created sentient life just to harm it. Great.
Why was I programmed to feel pain?
Let me check the manual kit. Somebody we turn that off. No, it's getting worse.
It's like one of my favorite bits from Portal is that even though they are programmed to feel pain, they're not programmed to express it.
What if I turn around and go backwards over the finish line? Will that
I
be
don't think
enough?
that'll count.
I
No,
think
they
I have to
dragged
do
your
a
ass back
whole
the
lap.
whole way. Yeah,
No.
you can do it.
Oh no, but I don't. No.
One
This
must
was supposed to be
imagine.
the time that I could rest finally.
One must imagine Sisyphus happy.
I feel like you've said that before.
I have said that before. That's part of the joke.
Yes.
Lowest commitment to green energy. We believe in recycling everything, even jokes.
Don't put that on us.
I can feel the banhammer approaching.
The shadow looms.
The shadow looks like, oh well. I could feel. No, Wedge Eggs, don't.
Daisy.
That hurts.
Daisy.
No.
which bus this?
I think that's
Alpha?
Alpha.
Yeah. I caught a shot of color. Oh, right. Ah,
Just hear the car coming right out the windows.
it's one of them crow escape rooms in the bus.
Hold on, a crow escape room?
Yeah, you escape the crows. They put you in a room with some crows and you escape.
Alright, this escape room is called the Birds. You've got an hour to solve it.
If not, you'll get Hitchcocked.
You will be Hitchcocked. Alright, if you need a hint, the screen's over there. Just wave at it, or you can pick up the walkie-talkie and say, "Can I have a hint, please?" And make sure you protect your eyes. Was that something a Kiwi? Look.
I did that too. Yeah. It does sound like a bit potentially of the pirates, the gay pirate show.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could hear any like of those cast members saying that.
The New Zealand accent always sounds like it has to come up to speed first. Oh, I've been internalizing this complicated situation in my head.
Yeah, and then you just clip it.
Yeah.
Real clippy.
Everyone in New Zealand is a trained tour guide. That country is beautiful. Last time I went there was bugger all to do but go and see how beautiful it was. That's part of its charm. Honestly, like, so... for once I'm steering away from the bits, like, you want a chip, bro? Nah, bro, can't eat chips, only eat plankton. Like, going to New Zealand made me appreciate so much more, the beauty of the countryside I grew up in.
Oh.
So,
Around
yeah.
Devon?
Yeah.
Mm.
You want to learn Maori? Good luck.
Yeah.
It's a surprisingly difficult language to learn, but like once you get the base pronunciations down, it's very easy. But yeah, Maori is an interesting language. Nice, smooth, clean. The Blair Witching continues in that corner.
And here we see the Blair Witch on our right.
Give her a little wave as you pass.
Don't look too closely at what she's doing. Oh no.
Corey.
It's in
Okay, there's
fifth.
still teeth left on fifth gear. Let's just roll it in. Signature fruit, Austria. Does New Zealand have a signature fruit? Yes, New Zealand has pavlova, which they invented.
A beautiful ballerina makes me think of meringue and cream and random fruit.
Yeah, don't forget that New Zealand invented the pavlova, and
Oh,
there's
yeah.
nothing controversial about that statement at all. And I certainly didn't say that just to see a fight break out in chat.
It is the time, and it is late enough here that we could be getting.
Yes! Fight, 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 fight. Swear words, no Adzi, they did not.
I think Wikipedia says.
Aussie as Farlap and Russell Crowe. New Zealand invented scones with cream. Hey! You want to pull me into the late night brick fight? Let's go.
Watcha.
Oi.
Oi.
Pavlova doesn't ring a bell. Pavlova's dog. Ah, jeez. There's like, you want like the controversy between Devon and Cornwall is when you put the jam or the cream on the scone first. Hey! The ordeal is over.
Ugh. Ooh. Ah. Yep, I did it. I did it.
Excellent
I
work.
beat the game. Roll credits. Come on.
The credits start rolling and then immediately start going backwards.
Ha.
Crash to a black screen, white text.
One must imagine Sisyphus happy.
I'm sure someone in chat's capable of making that happen.
Yeah.
Oh.
Freeze frame. Well, the world don't move. It's like we're in an 80s feel-good movie now.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna take another break because I think at this point I can just start stuff over without issue. So I can like go to menu, and I think restart session is what I'm supposed to do. Maybe chat can
Yeah.
confirm that while I'm gone. But I will just step away for a few minutes again.
Smash out to a bleach white Sisyphus.
All right.
Alright.
Daytona, let's go away. Hello.
Hi.
So I'm back. I don't know if Twitch is done running an ad because the dashboard doesn't update when it's not the focus tab.
Let me have a look. Looks like you're back, yeah.
Yeah, but I've got other people supposedly coming around in about 10 minutes, so I might kick you off at this point. Even
No,
though it's
absolutely.
been fantastic to have you, Adsy.
Yeah, it's been real fun to come hang out. Thank you very much once again for inviting me in.
Mhm.
Or leaving the door cracked open so I could sneak my way in, as it were.
Yeah, no, that door's getting shut. we're gonna fix that. No.
Gonna lock me out.
Yeah.
Put a magnetic lock on the door. All right. Have a wonderful evening.
Mhm.
And drive safe out there. I'm gonna be watching from the sidelines until it's beddy bye time for me.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. Don't blow any more transmissions up.
Watch me. So, I believe now we can restart the session. I didn't see anything about that being wrong, so maybe I should not be in fifth. Oh, we're actually starting a race. Oh no. Yes. Here we go! This all looks correct, right? Those are me. Got some little three-wheelers. Oh, my transmission. That was fast. What? I'm consistent. And that's what we want out of our drivers here. Oh, some of them are real. Oh no. Oh no. Here I was just casually bebopping along. Like I couldn't kill a man. Oh, still slippy. Get your head back in the game, Corey. Oh, we've already had a wipeout. Oh no. Well, thank you for showing up. Oh, am I in last? Well. That number goes higher than I thought it did. What is sus driving? Do we know? Sushi, most likely. Row is probably row. Oh, it's the minis. They're physical. Yeah, physical minis. Oh, little go-karts too. They're bumpy. There's jackfruit. Just hiding out in the crowd. I want to see a banana. Ha! Going the wrong way. Oh no! Oh no! Kirby! No! Why is Kirby real? This game just got a lot more difficult. Woo! What do you mean, Driver 40 Terror 2? What does that mean? What does terror mean? Terror 2 is the driver? And they died? They went to Dairy Queen? I also thought collision had to do with the model, which is why I'm surprised that the minis and the Kirby car are interactable now that I've reset the game. But maybe some are and some aren't. Maybe they're different models even though they look the same. I don't know. Maybe there was a bug and reloading it fixed it. I've been winning at Ghost Roulette. That's good, right? Oh no. Maybe I should just fix this. This transmission of mine. And maybe the body too. It buffs some of the crinkles out. Lap one, you know? Oh, pit crew, fetch me another. We're good. We obeyed the speed limit and everything. Now no one will have any issues with our behavior in the pit. Especially compared to that. It's still on the lathe? Zuo, go faster. Chop chop. I need transmissions like yesterday. Transmission is set to receive. I'm in 30th now, and that's not just by elimination. I drove so good that I advanced like 20 spots while bashing you off the walls and into the pit. Night Watch went to Dairy Queen? That was so fast. I wish I was in that balloon. Not the Kirby, the balloon. Please don't be real. Like, even if I'm far enough away that they're not going to touch me, I don't want them touching me later. All the way around. Yes. Good. Be nice to the transmission. I hear crinkles. turn your microphone.
What have you done?
It's okay.
No,
It's
I
fine.
made you crash.
No, chat did that.
Yeah, it's all their fault.
Yeah. You can wear the headphones if you want to hear what noise just occurred.
I mean,
oh no.
Oh! Wait, Kirby just went right through you.
Yeah, that one's not real, turns out. What am I doing? Why is it still going? Alright, we're good.
Momentum.
Nothing bad happened. I didn't see any damage indicators or anything, so it's probably fine.
No, it did pop up.
So yeah, welcome to LRMANS, friend of the horse. One of the horse
Yeah,
mains.
no, sorry, we're taking this over and switching to Mahjong.
Not yet. That's tomorrow.
Yeah. Eventually that will happen.
I think there's like a 2-hour gap unless something really wrong happens. Are you planning to make something happen? Are you planning to make this? No?
No, but sometimes things don't go according to plan.
That's true. Like, what's happening between that bus and that sushi?
Is
I
the
thought
bus real this year?
I thought Night Watch got disqualified. The bus might be real. I haven't touched the bus yet. I just reset the session, and so a bunch of the vehicles that I thought weren't real are in fact real.
You cracked the windshield.
I can fix it.
You can?
I can, yeah, with my own 2 hands. Yep, there we go.
It's still cracked.
Yeah.
Nope,
Well-
still cracked.
Okay. Wow, you wanted it to happen right away. All right. I just have to make it all the way to the pit. See? Anything could happen. Whoop. So you want to drive, right?
I mean, I'll take a stab at it, but I've never done a manual transmission, so you have to teach me some things.
Well, you hit the clutch, and then you don't hit the gas, and then you don't make the numbers too far apart.
Which numbers?
The numbers on the shift. Because if they're too far apart,
Right, you only go up and down by 1 each time, right?
hopefully. And hopefully you don't, I guess, depress the clutch too soon so that it treats it as neutral.
So, left is clutch.
The left pedal?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'll do another lap or 2. This is
When's
where the
Ian
pit
coming
is.
back?
I don't know.
You're just stuck here until he decides to come back?
That's usual, yeah.
Oh, they clipped me appearing.
Oh, you brought snacks, yeah?
I did. I have Cheez-Its and Doritos, which sounds redundant, but
Is it?
I wanted to get Cheez-Its. The grocery store was closing in like 5 minutes, and I couldn't find the Cheez-Its, so I grabbed a bag of Doritos, and then I saw the Cheez-Its on the way out, so I just got both. Now, are they gonna fix the windshield?
I think so.
Why are these are the slowest tire changers ever? What are they doing?
They're redoing the body and the engine.
They just don't show animations for that? They just make the tire changing extra slow?
Yep. Did I not? Is the transmission part of suspension? Why is it still yellow? Is it because I'm in reverse? Oh well.
I'm
They're
sure
union.
it'll be fine.
Yeah. This is great.
We're only in 37th place. Out of
Yeah.
out of how many?
50 something?
Transmission
Okay.
is not repairable.
Yes. I remember Ian saying that, but I hope. You have to go back to pit if you blow up the transmission. Which I have done.
How? How do you get to the pit if you have a transmission that's been exploded?
Menus, and then I think a giant hand reaches down and grabs and then picks me up and takes me to a new Miata.
So like Mario Kart.
Just like Mario Mario Park.
They haven't made a Mario Kart. Well, there's
Nintendo
the-
Land.
Yeah, Nintendo Land.
Yeah. No, there's like a Lakitu, and coins do get extracted.
Right, it costs money.
Yeah, I've been told 16,000 Canadian every time I happen to be a little aggressive in my shifting.
Every time?
Yeah. Every time.
And do you have a budget?
No. I just have a time. I just gotta keep going until
So
it's over.
It doesn't matter how much money it costs.
It's the thought that counts.
Right, the bathtubs.
Yeah.
They're really fast.
This isn't the same bathtub as like last year. I think these are like shoebox.
No, I watched this morning though.
You watched this morning and he announced what they were all were because
Yeah.
I didn't know.
There was bathtubs and bananas and.
I haven't
jackfruit
seen a
and
banana.
curry. I made all the bananas might be dead.
I restarted,
Oh.
so they all got put fresh on the
Reincarnated.
track, but I think they might all be dead as well. Just looking at the
What? This is not
45,
the track.
46.
You just took a shortcut?
Yep. We're forging our own path,
Is that
our own
allowed?
destiny. Yes, absolutely. That flag up on the top left is blue. That means go, and don't get run over by a van.
I thought green meant go. What is
No,
blue
it's like
mean?
Japanese. It's blue.
Oh. Owl versus the
Yeah. And there is a sixth gear, and you might be tempted to use it.
Uh-huh. Should I not?
It's up to you. Depends on how coordinated you're feeling.
Oh, that would be very low. I'm very
So-
clumsy.
Probably don't use sixth. We stand fifth gear here.
Now, the last time I used one of these sort of wheels, it
Yeah.
felt like the angle of turning was exaggerated. So, like, you turn a tiny bit and the car swerves way more than, like, the equivalent on a real steering wheel.
Hmm.
Is this one like that? Or
It's
is
kind of
it-
one to one.
It's
And if I
one-to-one?
blow up the suspension, then it'll go off. Like this blue strip is the top.
Mm-hmm. Does it have force feedback?
Yes. It's a little rumbly.
And does it, like, it fights you when
Yeah.
you turn it? Yeah.
Also, the chair's weighted, so I'll have to swivel to get out, and then we have to move the whole platform for your
So
legs.
You do that. Oh, yeah, because I'm very short.
Yeah, well, we had to move it back for me, so I made sure to figure out how to do it.
So how many laps have you completed?
I don't know. Chat, how many laps have I completed? We can count the ones I didn't complete, too.
How does that work?
Sometimes when you go to the pit, it makes you go backwards.
You lose laps by going into the
But
pit?
you have to finish the lap. You have to do the whole lap. I'm on lap 3. Great, thank you.
3 since you restarted?
Yes.
Is restarting, like, okay in 24 hours of Le Mans? Doesn't
Well,
that set you
this version doesn't have 24 hours,
back? Oh.
so I have to. Yeah, we finished that race. So I did enough laps out of 185 laps. The leader is on their 5th lap. I'm on my 3rd. I spent some pit time.
Yeah, but your windshield isn't cracked anymore, so.
It was worth it.
Yeah.
And there's fewer obstacles on the track now.
Because cars have crashed?
Yep.
Or you've murdered them?
No.
You didn't run over a single banana.
I didn't run over a single banana.
You know they're so small you might not even have noticed.
How small are the... I didn't see them.
They're very small. They're like life-size banana versus your car.
Chat, did I crush a banana? Did I crush any banana dreams? No bananas.
Yeah, like banana for scale.
The jackfruit's pretty noticeable.
Yeah, the jackfruits are bigger.
Plural? There's more than one?
I believe so.
That would explain how we saw one that was like retired off the side of the road and then another one racing later.
You know, the
It's fine
road
if
is
you it's
curving
fine if you don't.
while you're going straight.
Yeah, it's you get a higher speed if you just go straight. I'm trying.
It didn't look like you were trying. You're like, the road is curving. You're just going straight ahead.
It's like if you're pulling up to an intersection and there's ice and the light's yellow and you can't stop.
Yeah,
Yeah, you just gotta go through.
that happened to me once.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was an icy bridge, and I ended up going through the intersection, and the car spun around, and the back of it hit the side of the bridge, and
Great.
the bumper fell off on the side of the bridge. But I wound up exactly pointing straight where I needed to be.
Great.
And I was like a block away from the train station, so I just drove to the train station.
And abandoned that car forever.
No, the car still worked. I abandoned the bumper though. I was just in shock. I just needed to get out of the car and go to work.
Uh-huh.
I didn't hit anybody else, so it was fine.
Just a bridge.
Just the bridge was fine. Oh, you got a yellow flag. What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't. I think it means someone got disqualified, but I didn't see if there was a notice at the top of the screen.
Are there any other real cars in this, or is it only silly things?
There's a bunch of Miatas, there's some Minis, there's some trucks, there's some big vans.
Why are we only seeing the silly ones then?
Because, that's my people. We like to hang out. Just me and the Kirby's.
The ones that aren't real?
Meow. Meow.
What is that?
Sushi.
I did not see those earlier.
They're terrifying.
They are.
When they come up in your rear view. Oh. Alright, how do I get rid of the stats on the side? Do I just keep jamming F9? Ah, yes. Turns out. I'm learning a lot today. Like how to drive.
Is that true?
Not entirely. I don't drive manual, and I don't drive stick. On the
Me-
other side.
Manual and stick are the same thing.
On this side.
Oh, because it's usually on the
Yeah.
right.
I did mean to say that thing and not also manual and stick. I prefer my like driving video games to be more video gamey and just to like,
Less
You-
simulation.
yeah. I might go to 6. All right.
What? The forbidden sixth gear?
Yeah, I risk it. And I'm not gonna hit the wall. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just not gonna.
What about a fan?
I could hit a van, you're right. Alright. Up. down. Move it all around. Oh, a little aggressive. It's fine. It's fine.
You're gonna lose
No.
the side mirror.
No, it's fine. I missed. It's a healthy side mirror. It's just hanging out.
It seems kind of low.
It's really not helping with my, I guess, harness straps. I don't know what's strapped to the front.
Not you?
I don't know.
Is that keeping the door closed, maybe?
Maybe.
Don't they usually weld the doors shut?
Yeah, they usually only go in through the window. I say that like I know anything.
Well, I watched the Gran Turismo movie, so I know all the things.
I haven't, so yeah. Maybe you should be the one showing me how to play the video game. Strap's keeping me in the car. What about the strap on the right? Okay, I need more fuel. And that might be a good time to swap over if you want to.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. All right.
Where's the fuel gauge?
It's right above the speedometer.
Oh, I see.
Whee! So there's like a little
That's
windy...
not the road.
There's like a little windy offshoot that you can go down, but the pit's over here. You just have to get there. It didn't ruin my suspension or anything. I'm gonna drive through these people. It's fine.
What?
Here's my dude. All right, we're swapping out.
All right.
Scoot.
I'm scooting.
Yeah.
Where's that? All right. Oh no, where are you going?
Oh, I'm just leaving now.
But I can't reach the pedals. My legs are far too short.
Is that enough?
No.
No?
I'm so. I have to like scoot down like this.
Let me see if I can.
Alright, well, here we go.
You're just gonna drive like that?
I guess so.
Do we need like little blocks for your feet?
Oh, I did something already. Okay, how do we. Oh, I went to
the
third.
transmission.
Because I went to third instead of second.
Yep.
Okay, hold on. Let's get back on the road.
We might need to get you a different chair.
I'm so short, Corey.
Yeah, we need to get the child's chair.
I'm like the same height as Kathleen. Oh no.
Yeah, do you see Kathleen here?
No. I haven't got that.
The
Shifting
pedal's
yet.
way further, yeah.
I have to look down to see the pedals and then I go off the road. No? Okay, I'll go back down to first. Oh, I broke everything. Come on. Oh, did I what? The car won't move.
I leave for 2 seconds.
I went back down to first because I thought I needed to because I
Take the
went
headphones
to
off.
the crash. Oh.
We're swapping the chair.
Okay.
So you can get someone closer. Yep. that's the arms that hold the bezel.
Oh, okay.
Alright, can we reach?
No. Maybe this is a bad plan. How do we get a new car?
So we
Alright.
wait for 40 seconds-ish,
Okay.
and then
Let's
you're
see
allowed
if
to
we
drive
can
again.
Scoot it any closer. That's a little better.
Sorry.
I'm so short. I didn't really think this through. I forgot that you and Ian were so much taller than me.
Yeah, none of us did.
Alright. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I need to be able to shift to the next number without looking down at the numbers, because that makes me go off the road.
Yeah. Oh, now you're really far away from the microphone, too.
Yeah.
Did that hit you? I'm sorry.
Yes? What just fell?
It's the table cover for the trough.
Well, I'm going. Okay, hands on the wheel. Nope, second gear.
You can look down.
No, I go off the road when I look down.
Then just go slow.
Ooh, that. Okay, so what am I supposed to do now? Because I'm in fourth gear, but I shouldn't be.
So stop, like hit the brake. Yeah, and then shift down to like first. Yeah. And gas it. Yep. Nah, you're doing way
No.
better. Way better than I did.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, I had like hours before you showed up.
Okay, brake. Back down to first. Go. Nope, second.
Need like a chair with spider legs so it can get up on the platform.
Is there a reverse?
Yes, it's way to the right.
Ah, okay. This is fine.
Yeah, even the computer's having problems. Look. Or it was solidarity.
Yeah.
I am gonna go look for a different chair. Just to see what my options are.
No, I went back to first instead of going down to third. No, not to fifth. Stop! No. Oh, I'm still going. I'm still going. Okay.
You're winning. It's good. It's great.
I don't know about that. I'm in third right now. Okay, fourth is down. Am I gonna make it to fifth gear for the first time? Alright, we're just gonna stay in fifth. Wait, where does the road go? These are not good markings on this road. Oh. Oh, I broke it again. Nope, that's neutral. Oh god. Why is it? Ugh.
Did you break it yet?
Oh yeah, it's broken.
All right, let's try this chair, and we can scooch the wheel forward, because now we can move the chair.
Why does it say neutral? Neutral
Because
isn't even
none of
on
the-
this.
It's the big horizontal. Is neutral.
Oh, this is neutral?
Yeah,
I see.
and that's what happens when your gears don't have anything in.
Yeah, when they're all broken.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Alright, come on.
Surely the Trident can't get any worse than Curry. Well, well, you've been proven wrong.
Alright, headphones.
Alright, my headphones are off.
Out of the chair.
Out of the chair. Okay. A different, even shorter chair.
It's just, well, okay. The last chair that we could have, if this folding one doesn't at least have the range.
I was doing alright in that chair.
Doing all right.
Well, I mean, I could reach the pedals in that chair. My driving was still very bad.
Hoping. Aha!
I'm not gonna be able to fit there.
It's beautiful. It's gonna work.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna eat all your Doritos.
Oh, I can't. My belly is too big for this. Okay. What
Can you reach?
I can reach the pedals,
Alright.
and the steering wheel is very, very close to me. Alright, headphones back on?
Yeah.
Yeah, see? I'm making you look good by being so bad.
Thank you. That's what we want here at LRR. Whoa. The shift apparently did something.
It did? I was just trying to
Interesting.
get it back into ready to go. Alright. I
Yep.
need to remember 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
And no further. Oh, there's a 7.
There. Yeah, I think you can hit 6, but I don't think 7's within the abilities of this car.
It just doesn't have a 7th gear?
I didn't know it had a 6 until I tried.
What do we do for the next 23 seconds?
I brought some wet ones. We can wipe down some stuff.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
What are we gonna wipe down?
Things that people touch.
Alright, here we go.
Well, good thing we don't have time for that right now.
Good thing.
Oh, it's so smooth.
Huh? The thing came up on the screen. That's usually bad, right?
Yeah. It didn't like whatever you did.
No, not back to 1.
It really didn't like that.
Oh, I broke it already.
No, it's still yellow.
It's-
You can still get some juice
Okay.
out.
Go back to
It's not fully.
I can't get the move to 3 down without looking down.
Just crash into some walls. Yeah, it's great to take a lot of the corners real slow.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
No, not. Oh! I went too far
No,
over.
it still exists. You still have gears.
I haven't even gotten 1 lap.
Uh-huh. Took me years to get a lap. Oh, jackfruit would just play. Yeah. That's nice. Nice to see.
Okay. Slow down.
Well, if you're this... Okay, so you don't have to stop to go back down. It's just, if your revs are really high, then it'll be a bad idea to downshift.
What the? I did the thing!
Yeah. See? I've been telling people this whole time that it's not me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Nope, I still have some momentum, so we're good.
Do you know how long this track is?
You can do it. Come on, take this turn.
Get a little downhill.
Oh yeah, we're still moving.
Pressing the gas definitely makes
It's
you
helping.
go faster.
Well, it's making the noise.
That does help.
Nope, this is fine. This is like real driving.
Yeah.
And my car has a continuously variable transmission, so I don't have to do any of this shifting nonsense. It doesn't even have gears. Are you eating my Doritos?
Thought they were for everyone.
They are. Ooh, the bus passed me up. Look at it go. Alright, I think I am losing momentum. Somebody push me. Okay. Give me a Dorito. Try not to get my fingers cheesy.
We have wet ones.
Mm-hmm.
Only 47 seconds? That's beating my record.
Of how quickly to break a transmission? I could probably do better than that. Oh yeah, I'm sure my pit crew loves me. Alright, 3 and not 5, please. Okay, we did it.
Mm-hmm.
On the road. Oh, I hit the microphone!
The perils of streaming.
I'm sure if I was streaming,
Mm-hmm.
or if I was not streaming.
You're doing great. If you were streaming for real.
No, if I was not streaming, I would be doing much better, I'm sure. Or at least nobody could see that I wasn't.
We do watchmakers.
Bye. Nope. Nope. Ugh. I'm just gonna stay in third gear. This will be fine. It is a Kirby. I believe there's multiple Kirbys, except that they don't actually exist. They're imaginary Kirby friends. I sort of stayed on the road for that curve.
Yay!
What does it mean when the steering wheel just starts shaking?
Is it only shaking?
Uh-huh.
Misalignment.
What? I broke something already?
Did you happen to crash into any walls?
No, I went through the sand a little bit though.
Oh, yeah. Might have just worn your tires a little weird.
The transmission is fine because I'm not going past third gear.
Yeah, that's great.
No, I will not be shifting to the next gear. That way madness lies. Oh, I'm gonna take this turn. I'm gonna stay on the road. Look at that. Right, I took a turn and stayed on the road. Aren't you proud of me?
Yep. You're doing excellent, Angel. Keep it up.
How long does a lap take?
Depends on how fast you go.
In third gear.
It's like 4 minutes.
See, look, I'm driving at normal highway speeds.
123 kilometers an hour is normal highway speeds for you?
I don't know. I don't use kilometers.
It shows. Chat's all proud of you.
Good. I honestly I have no idea how fast that is.
It's like probably 90. I don't know.
Well, 90 is a little high.
It is a little high.
There are some places like
78, 85. No, people, come on.
there's some places like in Montana where it's completely flat and there's nothing around and the speed limit is 90.
Yeah. Because 60's 100. So you were 120, so it's probably, yeah, mid 70s.
I've driven mid 70s.
I've also driven 120, so.
Oh, that's a sharp turn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought I was gonna make it.
You got around and you're back on the road.
That's kind of like making it.
Yeah.
But I went into the sand.
Well, don't do it next time. Remember, there's a sharp corner there.
Have I done a lap?
No,
Why is there a blue flag?
that just means keep going.
But why isn't there always a blue flag?
Because sometimes they have to clear the dead.
Hello, Marvin. Hello, jackfruit.
I'm told if you run over jackfruit, it dies.
That's bananas.
It might be all fruit.
Maybe so. Oh, I should shift actually.
Ooh! Yeah, I go in the sand all the time.
But you're not supposed to. Oh, this is turn.
Ooh!
No! Oh!
Too greedy. 4th gear. Ooh.
It was too greedy.
Just coasting along.
Alright. I haven't broken the transmission again yet.
Just the front bumper
Just the front
and the
bumper.
windshield. But you'll never break our spirits.
I might do that though.
Where are our spirits on the damage diagram? I think, yeah, if you roll 10d10, and it's just straight zeros.
Nope, 3.
Oh, I saw that 5 flash, and I was like,
Right. 3 was the sweet spot. I'm sticking with 3.
mm-hmm. You can only go up from there.
Oh, I don't think that's true.
This is a corner.
I see.
And then there's another corner.
Okay. We made it. Unless there's another one. There's another one.
I didn't see that one coming.
So many turns.
Oh, that truck had a bed. Oh, I feel bad for talking about it before.
You talk smack about the truck?
Yeah. It's like, what's this bedless truck doing out here? Turns out it was battle damage. All right, we're good on gas. We've only got bumper damage. You're about to complete a lap.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's one more S curve.
What is that?
It's an S curve.
Arbitrary extra curves in the road?
You know, when I was driving,
You didn't even try to go around the curves.
I said there's no point at a certain speed.
Yeah, so you should go slower.
The whole time. Yeah, maybe. Ugh.
Oh.
Oh!
What is this bus doing in my space?
I feel that way every November.
Oh,
Hit the steering wheel again?
No,
Or rather, the
it's
microphone,
just-
sorry.
Yeah, I hit the microphone again, but that's not.
Ooh. No, stay up, please. Don't fall. No.
Did I make a lap? Did I do it? Is
Yeah,
that what
you
this
did.
thing?
You did a lap. Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
It only took 4 transmissions, or was it 5?
I lost. Ooh, sorry. Hit the wheel. All right, Ian's on his way back in.
Yep, he'll be pleasantly surprised, right?
Absolutely. It's gonna have a fresh transmission. Maybe some old friends will be alive again.
He's asking why it's still daytime.
No, we finished because we completed the race. That's why it's daytime. Here comes jackfruit.
All right, I'm gonna risk going up to 4th.
Oh. Yeah. It worked. You did it.
Now, the next time I go around a curve, I'm going to crash.
So these signs on both sides
Yeah,
are
that indicates there's a curve coming up.
meters.
I have no
You know the number's
concept
going down.
of how long a meter is.
You
when
just have to
driving a
remember
car.
that there's signs, and then that tells you the corner is coming. The numbers don't matter. They don't mean anything.
Why did the thing come up?
What thing? Oh, the engine stuff?
The
Maybe
battle
it-
damage indicator.
What? Maybe it was just to show you what a good job you're doing.
I don't think it ever means that.
Might mean that.
I don't know. Saying how many feet it is also is not helpful. Because when, like, my, the Google Maps lady is like, turn right in 800 feet. I have no concept of how long that is either.
Damn. Tatsushi is just trying to get by.
Go a little faster. Down the straightaway. Curve coming up. Slowing down. Oh, it's a bigger curve than I thought it was. No, we're fine. We're
It's
fine.
only the second one of these, and then the next curve is the really sharp one.
Yes, I know what a yard is and I know what a meter is, but I can't fathom 800 of them in my brain.
Fathoms is different.
Yes, they are.
All right. Now that you're all relaxed and into the swing of things, you should just tell me what you're doing to my team on D&D tomorrow.
Well, I mean, technically it's Mass Effect. Do you remember where you left off?
We were being shot at in the cargo hold of our battle school.
Well, I mean, they disintegrated the box you were hiding behind.
Was that me hiding? I think that's
No.
somebody else hiding behind that
No,
box.
it was your
I'm
Turian.
fine.
It was your Turian team leader.
Yeah, our Turian team leader's not long for this world.
Well, you called them for help, so I'm sure that they're there to help you. You're like, help, help.
Yeah.
The bugs are attacking us. And they're like, yeah, sure, we'll come help you.
Yep. And then they started blasting and disintegrated the box that our Tyrion team
Well,
leaders
they didn't know
stand-
what was hiding behind the box.
That
You told them there were bugs, and they arrived at the bugs, and there's noises, so they shot the thing the noise was behind. I'm sure that they'll be your friends and everything will be fine.
we just wanted Metagel.
Shouldn't have been so greedy. If you wanted Metagel, you should have done better at your classes, Corey.
So my character, who is very loosely based on Murderbot from the Murderbot series, was given the task of making a classmate cry.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
You succeeded in that, I believe.
there was a lot of help from my friends.
Mm-hmm.
They had to use AI image generation to make it look like we killed her pet hamster.
Mm-hmm.
And now, like a normal D&D game, one of my cohort has the skill to craft hamsters out of NutriPaste. And has been acknowledged as a sculptor by a Hanar.
Well, the Hanar is very crafty, yeah?
Yeah. So you're saying the Turian firefight we're in it's gonna be fine, right? We just talk it out.
Uh-huh. I mean, you called the Turian military for help, right?
Yeah.
And your message was intercepted by somebody who clearly was not the Turian military.
Uh-huh.
But they came to help anyway.
They sure did. I thought you were gonna drop us down a haunted mine shaft, and now this is happening, so...
Well, you didn't go that way. That's not my fault.
You mean the haunted mine shaft's real?
What happened? Yeah, the haunted mine shaft's real. Where do you think the bugs came from?
Space!
No,
They travel through space!
they came from the mine shaft. That's what was haunting the mine shaft.
Bugs?
Well, I mean, there might be something else. You didn't go there.
There were too many bugs!
Well, I'm sure that the Asari Demon of Misfortune was
It's just her name.
just there
It's just her
for
name.
no reason at all.
It's like a cool gang name. You're out here getting passed by sushi.
Yes, I am.
Speaking in foreboding riddles. I was hoping, you would be distracted enough and I would get some good hard intel for my teammates.
Uh-huh. Is that working?
No.
Jacob has the good hard intel, so you can ask him. If
He
you want.
quit.
I know.
I'm not asking Jacob. Yeah, it's 2 laps in a row.
Oh, this turn always gets me.
Mm-hmm.
Laps. I feel like I'm gonna run out of gas soon.
No. You're halfway. You've got like several more laps.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Captain Spam, the low speed will be great on our fuel usage.
I thought fuel economy was actually better at higher speeds. Or it's better when you just stay the same speed.
I think,
right?
yeah, as long as you don't shift and if it's like the comfortable speed for the road you're on, I guess would be the way to say that. So that you're not changing your speed up a lot.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is the straightaway, so I can go. No, it's not. There's a curve up there.
Yeah. It's a gentle curve, though, so you can actually just put your foot down and go up to 5th.
5th?
Not straight from 3rd.
I know. All right, here we go.
Yeah. Next corner's not even in sight. Days and days.
Okay. Good thing that car wasn't real.
It's okay, it scares me too. Alright, 3, 2, 1. There's a corner. Slower, slower. Yes, good. You did great.
But aren't I supposed to downshift down when I
Probably.
do that?
Yeah. That's like an advanced maneuver, though.
We'll just stay in 5th.
Yeah. Get your speed back up.
Why do I feel like I keep being passed by the same white van? Look, there's 2 of them. Just ominous looking unmarked white vans. What are you
just
laughing at?
the same normal van, says Captain Spam. Just go about your business, citizen. Don't ask questions. Don't perceive anything.
I saw one of those on the road for real once, and it was so creepy I took a picture of it. Like, if somebody gets murdered, this is going to be evidence.
There was just a white van and you took a picture?
Yeah. It was like a white van with no markings and black windows. Like, no license plate at all, either.
I think that's how you get arrested.
What? How I get arrested?
Yeah.
For taking a
anybody.
picture?
Yeah.
We were both on the highway, like, stopped in traffic.
So this wasn't just like a hijack route. A vehicle parked somewhere that you were like, that's sketchy.
It wasn't parked. No, it was on the highway.
All right.
Are you saying it was like a police surveillance van?
Yeah, like a ghost car.
Could be. I don't think you get arrested for taking a picture of one, though.
It depends.
What does it depend on?
Whose van it is. And why you're not supposed to know about it. Like where it is and what it looks like.
Well, it's just a plain white van.
Yeah, could be anyone's van.
I saw the movie Hitman today, and the guy, the main character, talked about how he owned a Honda Civic, and that so that he was nondescript and boring. And I was like, hey, I own a Honda Civic. No. Oh,
It was just like that.
just like that. Yep. Ugh.
Yeah, no, the The whole driving and shifting thing, you're already better than me, and you've barely been at it. Take my gamer license away. It's not Mech Warrior, but you know.
I've never played Mech Warrior.
Neither have I.
Nope. 4? There we go. I assume Ian's better than this, right?
I think so. He tends to take it pretty seriously, though.
He takes it pretty seriously, but also puts bananas in sushi as other drivers.
They're irrelevant. It's his own time that matters.
Hello, Zeta. Isn't that the wrong song?
Nope.
Isn't it supposed to be the Jack Jams? Y'all ready for this? Right?
We've got canon established for that bus.
I
That
see.
it plays like a haunting Venga bus cover.
The one that just does the intro on loop?
Yeah.
Oh, it's making my butt hurt.
You can quit as soon as Ian gets here. I can check where he is.
Get out of my way, sushi!
I look away for 2 seconds and you're road raging.
Yep, I'm very angry.
Now, Ian's still drinking his tea.
Wait, yellow flag, what does that mean?
It could be anything.
Chat, what does the yellow flag mean?
Is Discord still connected? No.
Oh, come on. Okay, this is a lap, right? Have we done like 4
Oh,
laps?
the finish line is behind you. This isn't the finish
Oh,
line.
I thought it was the Dunlop thing.
No. It's the stands on either side where the pit is.
Yellow flag means someone has driven badly. Well, then I assume that was me.
No, you were doing fine.
I was off the road!
All
Is it
right.
nighttime?
Yeah, night for people that are in nighttime. It is 11 p.m.
It's like 3 hours to my bedtime.
Yep. Good night, Adsy. Thanks for joining us. Oh, are you going? You going up?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to 5th. Straight away.
Nailed it.
Yep. I just needed some practice. I've never done this before.
Uh huh.
Oh, wait. I was looking at chat. Okay.
They're just here to make you drive badly.
Yes, I can see that. Has chat ever done anything good?
According to some, no.
According to others?
Yes.
What do you think? What's the best thing you have observed from chat?
It's usually the jokes. The jokes can be good. Don't tell them I said that.
My lips are sealed.
Thank you.
Oh, I braked a little bit too much. Okay. I think I got the hang of this. This is fun. Should I try to go up to 6?
Do you wanna? Do you think you can?
I mean, I can, but
You think you got time?
before the next curve?
Yep.
No. I don't think I do.
Alright, you'll have one more chance
Mm-hmm.
before it even wider wall. No, this is the wide wall. Never mind. I'm wrong. You have no more chances.
Ooh. Nope, we're not hitting the wall this time. Improvement. Oh, I need to go back down.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Chat's defeated us at Jackbox. That's pretty good.
They almost always win the coal mines. It's kind of an
I don't know
unfair
how.
game.
Yeah. It's wild. Like, I don't know my own coworkers.
Well, because they also get to vote in the polls.
Mm-hmm.
No, I went down the 5th. No! Oh, I messed it up.
It's okay. Nothing's flashing. Nothing's angry.
It was for a second. I saw it. No, don't hit the wall. Ooh, we didn't hit the wall. All right, starting over.
Yeah, I don't know. Still thinking about chat. I'd say, you know, the 316 viewers that are currently watching are my favorite and always have been.
Back down to first.
Mm. Yay!
I can make some of the curves.
Alright, that's smooth.
You know, I was very good at the Knight Rider NES game.
We were talking about Knight Rider earlier.
Oh yeah?
Uh-huh. What kind of sounds Kit would make if you blew out the transmission?
Alright, no pay yet?
You get those two S curves. Just squiggly, squiggly.
Right.
Yeah, and then next time we can pit.
Ugh.
Unless you want to swap right now.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I thought we were waiting for Ian to come back.
We are. But doesn't mean you have to be the driver
Oh
the
wait,
whole
I
time.
must. I forget I can't drop all the way back down to 1 when I mess up. Staying fourth for this curve.
Yeah, this one's tricksy. Oh, so much slower. Way slower.
No.
It's deceptively round.
Yeah, why? I was looking to follow the curve of the wall, but that is not where the
That's
road
not
goes.
where the road goes. Iris of Ether, are you cross-stitching? You're supposed to be making mini mist.
I mean, she can do more than one craft at a time. That's kind of the crafter's thing to do.
What?
We have projects, like 5 projects in process at all times. Some of them might even get finished. I'm definitely gonna go in on trying to win the mini mist thing, though.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Is mist meaningful?
Yeah. It was my favorite games for now. No!
Oh.
What? I messed it up!
It didn't penalize you. You're
No,
safe.
I'm good. No,
You're safe.
Get on the road, get on the road!
Corner's coming.
No, when I got Riven, my mom bought it with the, like, strategy guide.
Right.
And there was a chapter in the back of that book that was all about, like, Schrodinger's cat and the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and, like, how maybe all these worlds do exist. Haha.
Ah, fun.
And that
Juicy
was, like,
concepts.
blew my childhood mind.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Your child brain got cracked open by Riven. Okay.
Yeah. There was no way I would have finished that game without the strategy guide. Like, the map puzzle, I couldn't have done. Yellow flag. Oh, hello, Vino. I hope you're enjoying your cat painting.
Yes. Angel does pet paintings. On Thursdays.
Oh,
At 7.
I don't need to plug my stream.
Sometimes. AVJ Amethyst, if you can spell that.
Yeah, you can. You can check out my YouTube channel.
You can see time lapses of pet paintings.
Mm-hmm. Very occasionally do I do other things on my Twitch stream. I have played Magic before.
What? You played Magic?
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
I do, like, Gladiator in the Timeless queue or the Historic queue. There's no Gladiator queue.
I mean, I like having opponents.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
don't.
but you
I
have to,
don't know
like, talk to people in Discord to get opponents.
Yeah, no,
not
that's why I
for
mean I
me.
like the timeless queue,
Yeah.
because then I just play.
Stab things. When do they stab things?
Depends. Like, could be like needle felting.
I've never
Could just
done-
be sewing or cross stitching.
Never done needle felting.
Neither have I. And I just don't want the final project or the final product. Like, I don't want to hit the end. I'm okay stabbing felt and binding it together, but I don't want things.
I know, you're very hard to buy gifts for. 'Cause you don't want anything.
Yeah. I forgot to give my parents my birthday wish list, which doesn't exist, so I'd have to make one. And I've been forgetting for several weeks.
Oh, that one's got
Well,
me.
good thing your non-existent bumper was there.
Starting over. Well, if the
Ooh.
bumper isn't there, then nothing will be damaged because it's already gone.
Yeah, right? You can't... What?
What is happening? Why are things floating? What was that?
I think it was debris.
But why was it floating into the air?
I think it was going up your windshield. Or it was because we violated some law of physics with our invisible bumper.
Sounds reasonable. Not going to 5 yet.
Here comes truck.
What if I don't want the truck to pass me?
You'll have to be faster than truck. Forever.
Or I could crash the truck
Why would you crash the truck?
so it doesn't pass me.
How could... you might not be able to touch it, so I don't know how you could crash it.
It's...
Unless...
Oh no, come back!
No!
No, I won't get out of the grass.
Oh, truck's slowing down. Maybe truck's pitting.
I passed somebody. Is that the first time?
Yes! It's okay, you'll see them again.
Don't get back on the road.
Maybe they're not pitting. Nope, they're just right behind you.
No, no.
Nope.
Come on,
That and the gamer.
go faster.
Let's crack the whip. Whatcha? Just gonna Jonathan Livingston Seagull right into that wall. Wow. The Tamago's glowing.
Get on the road. Oh, this curve.
That curve and then the other ones.
And all of them. Some of them aren't so bad. Okay, I have 3 dots of fuel left. Should I pit?
I believe so.
Alright. Where do I do that?
I twiddle
Wait, I
stuff
should've just,
and
Okay.
when you go around again you pit instead of
Okay.
going through the
I didn't asked where it was.
just back there. I showed you first thing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna remember that. I don't even need a new transmission.
Yeah, no, you're great. Flawless.
Well,
Moisturized in your lane. Vibing.
I don't know. Some of those words, maybe. Not all of them. Should I try to go to 6?
If you can. You get very little time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a curve coming up.
Yep. It's the problem, because you have to go faster to get to 6, and then you have to go real slow.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, if you gun it, you might be able to make it.
Alright, pedal to the metal. Or 6 down, okay.
Straight down. It's a straight throw. I mess it up half the time.
What happens the other half?
I get to 6 and I hit a wall.
Good.
Honestly, you can probably go to 6 now. It's probably okay.
You think so?
I think it's probably okay. You did it.
Yep, now I'm gonna take this
Now
curve.
where do you go? Where do you go from here?
The mythical 7th?
How will you get there?
No! No!
That was very gentle. Didn't hit nothing.
No walls.
We're just not going forward very fast because we're in 6th.
Well, I was in 6th for a minute. Well, a few seconds at
It was
least.
glorious.
Oh, I gotta switch just a second. I forgot how to play this game already. Okay.
You were wow, you got one taste of 6th.
I'm in 4th right now.
Yeah. You definitely don't have enough time.
No, I don't. I wasn't trying to go to 6th. I was just gonna go to 5th. I didn't have time for that. Because of this ridiculous turn. Who puts this kind of turn in a race? They're trying to get people killed.
The driver's just supposed to know it's there. It's not a secret.
Oh, they want to know what our current ranking is.
Oh. 39th.
Not last.
Woo! Just no comment, just cool. Just like,
cool?
just
Going to
casual.
6th?
Just casual going to 6.
Uh-huh. Nope. No. Stay on the road. No. Oh, this wall always gets me. Oh, okay.
It's a good thing we don't have a bumper.
Where?
Yes.
Which way is forward?
Not this way. Yes, that way.
Okay. Missed them all?
That's really what racing's all about. It's just not hitting the wall.
Yeah.
Evening, everybody. There's
Hello.
all those chairs in here now.
We had to try several chairs.
Because I'm so short, I couldn't reach the pedals.
And yet she's better than me. Rude.
I don't think Ian agrees.
I can reach the pedals. Mostly.
All right, so I need to pit.
Yeah.
You're
not
gonna
there
have
yet.
to warn me
You're
when
almost
it's
there.
coming up, because I'm gonna miss it
I
if
will.
you don't.
I will point at it. I'll put my finger upon it on the screen. I will touch the monitor.
I don't know that that's necessary.
That's just psychopath behavior.
Yeah. Who touches the monitor?
Me, just to make sure, you know.
Ooh, I brought Schneider pepperettes too.
for it.
There's also Doritos and Cheez-Its if you want
Yeah.
any of those.
Angel brought snacks.
Cold carbonated water.
Not your hot carbonated water?
Oh, look, chat's telling on me.
So
But he's not in here to see it, so ha.
This is basically the
No, the
turn off
pit.
for the pit, but
No,
you can just go
that's-
straight.
What? What was that? That was not in time to tell me to go to
That
the
is
pit.
not the corner.
That's-
The next one is the exit. Right. I think. Maybe that was. Anyways. Just go to the right. Go that way.
What?
You're aiming for that blue little sign thing.
So I was supposed to go over there.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. Alright. And you have to go all the way down to the end on the right. Actually, let's get the body updated too. And just in case your suspension's
Yeah.
off. Yeah,
it might be.
Swap it all. It'll take
It
some
might be
Yeah.
off.
So just all the way down to the end. There's a little box
Oh, I'm,
and a man
I'm
with
in
a
first
seat.
gear.
A sign that's down. You have to go through the bus.
What? What bus? What?
That bus.
Just right through it.
Just through it.
Just right through it. Through these people.
Yep.
Just like you did.
Just like I did.
Through the
Oh,
bus.
there's your stop spot.
Stop.
So you're just trying to
Sure.
stop before the sign that's down. Yes. You did it!
I did it.
Now
I'm
you
free.
can escape.
Good tips. Thank you.
Oh, no, I'm stuck on the chair.
Headphones.
Ah,
Thank you.
it's all done. No time to remove. You can remove all the chairs from the room now.
Extraneous stuff. All right. Let's get this over here. Get me in position.
You gonna lift the chair up to
yeah.
get the stuff under?
Sure are. You. One. You side.
Got it.
Thank you. Ah.
Take this chair back.
Stationary stuff.
I only went through 4 transmissions.
Oh, that's the perfect amount, I think. I think. All right. Something has happened here with the microphones. I like it.
Oh, yeah. I did it when I was trying to take.
Yeah, no, that was pretty much constant for me. No, you're doing quite well. Those were some very good turns. A few of the ones that I noticed. Very smooth, so.
Thanks. I was
Doing-
going very slow.
That's nothing wrong with that. It just means you're not you're not going fast. I'm still tired.
I imagine so.
Yeah. Went back home to sleep. I guess this is more for the people at home as well as yourself. And that was the time that the people in the hotel across the street from us decided to have a party. I thought it might be a wedding to start with, but then the first song they started playing with the bass, which was loud enough that I could hear through the earplugs that I was wearing at the time. It sounded like, I believe, Ain't No Sunshine When She's Gone, which seems like a really weird song to play as your first song at a wedding dance party. So it probably wasn't that. But then they played Cisco, the Yeah song. And I was able to tell what that song was through earplugs. No, I did not get up for that. And I should probably put on the headphones now so that I can listen to the gearbox. Ooh, these are moist. But I guess there's no choice now. All moist all the time. No, don't touch the wall. Walls not for touching. Walls not for touching. Walls for avoiding. Also, read the discussion of whatchamacallit, the difference between yards and feet and not knowing those things. I'm beginning to wonder if American football was created solely so that Americans could find a way of internalizing distances in their strange lengths. All the furniture's going away. Except for the co-pilot's seat. Maybe we should, I don't know. We should put a bottle of, find the fire extinguisher and put it there, just for, verisimilitude with our real life. And by our real life, I mean our life inside the video game. Hello.
Is everything good?
I think so.
Happening?
Yeah, we were talking about American football.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure it exists only so that Americans can internalize their distance measurements.
The yards and
Yeah.
tries and
Feet-
downs and
feets.
throws and kicks and whatever other units there
Conversions.
Conversions.
Why are they? Yeah, and yet they still need to do conversion even within their own educational distance system.
Educational distance system?
Yes, not distance education. That's a different thing entirely. Did you hear about my time at home?
No!
Okay, so as I got there and lay myself down to sleep, that's when the hotel across the way decided it was going to hold a party.
Oh, I saw them with the bellhops up there earlier.
Yeah, very bassy party too. I'm not sure. I think it might have been a wedding, but the first song they played was "Ain't No Sunshine When She's Gone," which I think, as I said,
Total wedding song.
is a very odd
That's
choice.
That's the father-daughter dance.
Yep. Jesus. Ew. No, and then they played the Cisco "Yeah song. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
Cisco Usher.
Is it Usher? I thought it was Cisco.
Usher with Lil Jon, Lil Wayne.
I mean, Little John is
Little John
absolutely
Wayne.
there. You can tell because he's also in agreement with the main lyricist over the Yaz. Though he does occasionally need clarification.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Cisco's thong song.
Huh. I thought it was the same, them both. I thought he did both of them. I thought he had a second song.
Well, I'm here to say goodnight to everybody. 'Cause
Oh.
I'm finished my shift.
Well, thank you. Thank you for helping out and doing the driving for this time of frame.
Yeah.
Stream time is still accurate. That's good. Except I've now hidden it, so that's
it's
less
great.
good.
No one knows.
No one can know.
Mm.
I mean, it's not like there's a command that I can't use for that. Whoops. Well, that's no good.
Jackfruit, no!
Did I? Oh no! Did I jack a fruit?
I don't think it was you.
Okay, good.
Jackfruit 3.
Just Jackfruit 3 retired.
Maybe. I don't know what the text at the top means.
Probably said retired. They don't generally bring them up saying Jackfruit 3, having a great time.
All right, good night.
Good night. See you in 8-ish hours. The Cheez-Its are going away too. Alright, chat. You're stuck with me now. Have we seen many of these tri-wheelers sending them off to space recently? I noticed earlier that there was one that did not go to space today, or not even attempt, which honestly disappoints me. These guys are just such good little capsules. They look like they're built to go to space, so when they don't, it's always a disappointment. Snap, fixin'. Nope, not fixing anything. Cool. Damage to things like suspension. Let me give me a second here. I want to put my OBS window back where I can see how long we've been going for and how much longer we have. 15 hours, just under 10 hours. Yes, yes, that's how it works. You go under to get to 24. Tastus, I wouldn't know, actually, whether or not we have the large cheeses. We don't have a Taco Bell here in Victoria, and I don't believe we even have one on the island. We also don't have a Lego Rod in the race anymore because they've just retired as well. So that's no good. Lego Rod. Do we have Lego Todd? Who can say? Lucky Sip. If I do it that way, I can look at the road while I'm drinking. Which is important. Break at 100. Could probably even break later. It looks like that's where Kirby's breaking. Or whomstever is. Did I just see a driver inside that Kirby? We shall not investigate. We will cease our investigations. Google says that there is still a Taco Bell in Nanaimo. Well, that's too far. And I could ask Johnny, but that would mean he would have to go to Taco Bell as a favor. And I only want people to go to Taco Bell willingly of their own accord. It's, you need that live consent MAS. Consently live Moss? I don't know. I would check someone who speaks Spanish, but Taco Bell doesn't, so. I guess it's just up to their marketing team. Continuous, enthusiastic guac. The guac does not need to be enthusiastic. The guac just needs to be there. Ah, mine engine. I made it have an owie from getting too fast. Spinny go too fast. It hurt Engie. You know what I haven't had in a hot moon is horsey sauce. Not like, again, not that I feel the desire or need to go to Arby's. In the meantime, I did have a nice Sichuan noodle dish from a local noodlatory Ox King, which is named after a Dragon Ball character, despite being a Hong Kong noodle joint. So I'm reasonably still full of noodles. We got the pipettes. should we need more protein to push us through the evening. Speaking of advertising departments that really need to get their copy checked, while I was out buying the Pepettes, saw an ad for pistachios. Again, you know, like one of those, this ad paid by the California Growers of Pistachios Association cartel. But the text, the copy of the ad, was simply just the headline, highest protein nut. And I don't believe them, but that's also not the sort of investigation that can be done in a family-friendly environment like a grocery store. No. Dang it. Spun right out. Nut versus legume. I mean, there's also the issue of the vernacular being used at that time. When you come from the internet like I do, you place things in a context. I think it also, you know, featured a woman in sport clothing leaping over the word highest in protein nut. I don't know. I like me a good pistachio, but they are far too expensive for me to consider keeping around as a casual snack. Pistachios are sometimes food, or maybe a treat for when I'm trying to learn new words like rock or metal. Rock. Cashew's good too. Do love me a good cashew berry. But they grow in a very obscene way. If you're not sure, if you're not sure how a cashew is made, ask your parents or the internet while you still can. They might show you a picture of what a cashew actually still looks like for now. Is chat still aware of the extent of a new no pizza left beef? I wanted to get that right. I think I got it wrong anyway. They created a new half pepperoni pizza. All right, none pizza left beef. Thank you. Yeah, this was a half and half cheese and cheese and pepperoni pizza, and then it just the other side no. The other side was no. That's good. That's good tasting water right now. I don't know what I did to that, but maybe it was go without drinking any water for several hours. Maybe that's what makes it taste so good. Whoa. My friend Toro, that is not a place to stop your not a place to stop your rice. Shoot, I forgot what the rice portion is called. It's not gari. That's the ginger. Edible? Yes. Now, a quick reminder that I am drinking water with a slight sprinkling of baking soda in it, again for acidity reasons. I still want to put together the Evian or the Perrier clone water that I've still got the spreadsheet set aside for. A group of people who did mineral analyses on various forms of fancy bottled sparkling water and created a spreadsheet that allows you to enter in the mineral content of your own water, which is something you can apparently request from your municipal water treatment facilities administrators. And then it calculates out the trace minerals and less trace minerals that you need to add to your water to replicate the taste of these other famous ones. That's a very clever pizza puzzle, Iris. I thought it was just going to be like you needed to order the right thing, speakeasy style, just to get entrance into something. But no, if it's an item that also creates a new step to the puzzle, that's even better. I don't think normally cut pizzas have enough segments to break up hexadecimally, do they? I mean, that's 8, right? So if you cut it in 4s and you cut it again, so you can totally use a pizza to encode hexadecimal messages based upon which slice contains certain bits, or as they're called in the industry, toppings. Nine, nine. Oh, so this isn't even part of the Gishwish's hunt. This is MIT and Microsoft. It took me a while to remember the word Gishwishes too. It was Skronkdonklers? Crumple-dumples. I knew it was alliterative because most of the good things are in life. At least if you're speaking newspeak, I guess. Oh, boy, we're about to get introspective for the next 8 hours. Yes, we're up to hour 16 right now. No. Go straight. Let me keep that big bar of time. I want it for me. Make it grow again, please. Get bigger. Tastus, yeah, you did in fact miss the. It wasn't an hour long, but we did have a good short discussion about Babylon 5, including the most recent animated film. Right, I keep forgetting I'm not supposed to go inside the sushi. Spent a little time thinking about Zathras, not to mention Zathras. There we go. It's alright, there's always more time. Or less time. Time is running out. Zathras complain, but no one listens to Zathras. Fly like an eagle to the sea, fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. I want to fly like an eagle till I'm free. Fly right into the ocean. Want to eat some babies. Living in the sea, ocean babies. Flavorful to me. I'm still an eagle. But now I'm swimming in the sea. Swim right up to the shore now. Do 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 do. Love it when eagles do swimming, because they shouldn't. It's so ridiculous. Oh, no, Tristan, not like a seagull. Seagulls know how to, like, float on top of the water and, keep their wings tucked in. Whenever you see an eagle in the ocean and it looks directly at you, it feels like it's giving you the question, how did I get into this mess? Why are you not helping me? More pictures of eagles in that state, please. How did you get all the way out here? Well. Okay, so again, too hard on the brake there. But we're learning how to take these a little bit better. Ah, good. The Ikara is smoking this time. That's always important. Ooh, Goombox, I did not see the video of an eagle carrying a whole ass deer off. Could have been back on the gas there a little bit faster, but still shaving time off here. Click this picture of a bald eagle swimming. No, it's a YouTube video. I can't look at those right now. Too busy. Around the truck. Go through the truck sideways. Sure. is a corner. Oh, hey! Welcome, brave new favors. Kathleen, I hope this evening's stream treat y'all well. You got to hear some new and exciting tunes. Ah, we were told to say hi and bring chaos. Well, that sounds like a request from Kathleen to bring to me here. So, welcome, Chaos Raiders. I'm in the middle of the Porsche curves, and they require attention. Urgh! I'm trying to get another second shaved off my... Oh, racially insensitive cartoons. Well, that's... What were the cartoons today? I know that she, in previous, had been showing some older Japanese animation, but... I mean, those... I was gonna say... I know those aren't very racially insensitive, but no, they are. They can be. Oh, early Disney. Absolutely. '30s Warner Brother. Yeah, those would be two. Not a good time for racial relations in general. Let's say the period of now to the beginning of recorded history, shall we say. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, now we can have a quick sip. Good old straightaways. Switch to Buster Keaton. Those are pretty good. Man was a real hell of a filmmaker. Whoop. That was a much better take of that chicane. Yeah, I am also running into the term the censored 11 for the first time tonight, and I like it. I think I'm going to have to look up a bit more of the history of that term and those particular cartoons. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I don't actually need to. Oh, okay, let's bring the car closer to Ian. There we go. A little bit more comfortable now. At this point in my life, I'm unfortunately used to driving my own car too much, which means getting right up close to the wheel and big bends in the foot positions. So, you know, the most ergonomic position. Mad Dog, the AI vehicles tend to assume that my vehicle is fully physical, which is good. And they seem to respect each other's bounding boxes as well, in a way that I am much more cavalier about. Ooh, that was a good Gant. Okay, and then at the 50, just jam on the brakes. Second around the corner, and don't miss the shifts. And that seemed to be pretty good. Rod, sir, why is there a bus on the racetrack? Well, because that is a drift bus. And it represents one of the 4 shifts of Desert Bus for Hope. So I guess it's kind of like an advertisement. You know what, we're just gonna go through. Whoa. No time to go around. Okay, hold on to these turns. Just like my dreams. Round the carby. Take 5th gear. Push for that full second worth of time. Jam on the brakes. Shift to 3rd. Keep it greasy. Don't jump up. Back on the gas. Oh, what a lap. New personal best, 5:23, which I do believe is, in fact, a full personal best on that. Well, for this car. Good line there. Nope. No, no, no. Oh! Load of back bumper damage, but that's it. Just sad. Yeah, get that personal best and then 5 seconds over the line with a spin out. Good consistency. Right, this car doesn't... No, it does have a 6th gear. I just don't like it. Oh, okay. Let's air up them cheeks. I'm happy that nothing we've done to our car so far has warranted the constant reminder of damaged car in the corner. And crush it. Pretend there's a little bunny underneath the brakes. Brake firmly but gently. Bonjour, Mitomonax. That is the extent of my French right now. It's late, which means it's gonna get mixed up with Japanese real quick. Kind of miss the night driving, though. Oh well. This must remind me of last year, and years previous when we did drive during the day at night. I don't know, maybe if the whole thing just crashes and burns, we'll send ourselves to the nighttime, but might as well hold on to the race while we've got it. We're gonna need to make sure to repair all of our body and add another 4 laps. 20 liters, 4 laps. Yes. Good. I said the right things in the right order. Oh, I do miss the automatic pits of Project Cars, though, too. There we go. Hop. Okay, a little bit of self-stretching now on the desk. Let's get those legs up. Oh, there we go. Right up there. Straightened out. Not a straight out on screen, though. There's only so much we can do. Oh boy, that was a deep bend. Send ourselves to the nighttime. I don't know. I'm still enamored by the title of Lord of the Night given to young Goro Majima in Yakuza 0. That anytime people speak of the night and its ownership thereof or transfer of property rights, generally I'm thinking about Yakuza. But then, it's a pretty good chance that I'm thinking about that anyway. So could go either way. Okay, here we go. Yes, Hakurika does live in my mind rent-free at all times. However, it does still have to pay protection money to the local Gumi, so. Although I have been watching Tokyo Vice recently, and they do refer to Gumis quite often. And I, just because I'm reading the subtitles, I'm often misreading that as gummy. I'm just thinking about all these various Yakuza factions out on the streets of Tokyo, taking out bags of gummies and... Uh-oh. Oh, good. Jackfruit's okay. I'm not, though. Right, and they don't replace the transmission. I keep forgetting that, too. Testis, you know what? I'm... Part of my, ambivalence towards the Assassin's Assassin's Creed games up to this point, just has been like a lack of interest in the setting, or an active disinterest in the setting. So, I mean, having it set now in feudal Japan does have my attentions peaked for the upcoming game. Though, for the way I treat most media properties I'm interested in, I'm trying to learn as little about it as possible as I can to just have it all front loaded in me going in at once. There we go. Oh yeah, the Ed Roach, the Shinsengumi in Kyoto are still having a moment at the moment. Yo. Iris has a Sakamoto Ryoma button from a gacha machine. Cool historical figures. Volastude, I have not played Alan Wake yet, but I have seen substantial portions of Alan Wake 2 as Corey played them for me. And it is, I won't say it hasn't piqued some interest, but it's not been huge. Yo. And there we go, just like that. A clean Gantt. And a relatively clean exit there, too. Yeah, I was a little disappointed on my trip with the selection of what was in the gacha machines while I was there. Thankfully, at least the company Toys Cabin, one of the gacha toy distributors, I think from Tomy, they post up what they've actually they post up a good history of, I think, the last few years of their various gacha lines. And so I also got to find out what's coming up after I left the country. And one of the things that was coming up is one of the a series of gacha toys that I absolutely wanted, which are reproductions of the buttons you use on buses to push to signal that you wish to get off, but as like a electronic keychain. But yeah, just not a lot that I was particularly into gachaing while I was there. A lot of definitely still a lot of food going around. And by food, I mean reproductions of miniature versions of, sauces and spice powders, spice powder mixes. Did see a gacha for a Brothers sewing machines, I think, too, which was a bit of a surprise. But again, I didn't particularly feel the need to have a miniature sewing machine. I barely use my regular-sized one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, somebody forgot how to drive for a second. Someone was me, and I think the air conditioning here may have powered itself off. Tastus, no, the sewing machine would have been appropriately sized for, I think, either the Figma series of tiny dolls, or maybe even the 1 to 100, or the 1 to 144 scale Gundam. No, I think the air conditioning just shut off because it's been on for close to 24 hours, and I think it thinks that that was a mistake. Why would anyone be in here continuously for this amount of time without turning off the air conditioning? What sort of monster are they? What's their metabolism like? And so on. Yeah, go off, Cold King. By go off, I mean turn back on. Computer, engage air conditioning. Yo, that was cutting it close. Oh man, Alchemist Merlin. So those mobile suit heads, the Zaku's and the RX-78 heads those are great gacha toys. So they're just a huge mech head. I know that Dell by Deckel, one of the premier third-party Deckel services, makes decals for those model kits as well, or those gacha model kits. If you ever want to detail it up, my intention is to not only detail it up, but then also place it in a pot with one of my jade plants, so I can maybe maneuver the roots around the head a bit as well, and just make a nice little diorama of a. I was going to say a feral Gundam head, but I don't think that's the appropriate use of the word feral there. Maybe abandon is the word I'm looking for? Derelict, there we go. Ed Roach, I did, and I guess I do still have some home automation. I use Home Assistant for my stuff. With a bridge to home kit for the Apple stuff. I got started on the IKEA trad-free, and I think those are currently the only lights and such that still currently work with the system. Because, unfortunately, when we moved to our new place in Victoria back in 2020, yes, 2020. I discovered that we had aluminum wiring and not copper wiring, which, unfortunately, means that a lot of my favorite devices, which were light switches that ran off of Wi-Fi, the smarts were in the light switch itself, such that you could continue to just use the light switch as a normal light switch, and it would remain stateful, with the Wi-Fi version and vice versa. Unfortunately, yeah, aluminum wiring does not play nicely with copper expectant switches and whatnot, and can cause fires. So I need to still get things pigtailed, I think, at some point, if I want to upgrade my switches and whatnot, and I probably should. But Cass is okay. I understand Lutron. Lutron is really good at stuff. If I intend to buy more Home Assistant devices, to once I've got the wiring situation figured out, I think I'm just going to double down on raw Zigbee stuff 'cause that seems to be the protocol that plays nicely in terms of remaining connected always and not at the whim of Wi-Fi. Ooh. Roadster had a bit of an accident there. Sir, the Maricat says my entire apartment complex is Al wired, and my mind was immediately like, no, it's Weird Al in a spelled differently and in a different order. Oh yeah, would love Matter to get better too, but we'll see. I think what I want to wire up automation the most right now is just a motion sensor in my galley kitchen, so that I don't always have to be turning the light off and on when I enter and leave the kitchen. And unfortunately, because of the way the place is laid out, the light that shines out of the kitchen illuminates a bit of my wall that is directly but most of the apartment's depth away from my television, and of course, being a big fan of the OLED, I want as little bright reflective areas as possible directly parallel or perpendicular to my TV screen so that I can see the black stuff. But and that's why I need to remember to turn off that kitchen light, or better yet, we'll have to have it turn off automatically when there is no motion in the kitchen. But yeah, Home Assistant's real good software. If you have any interest in playing around with any sort of home automation, worth just going to the site actually and seeing all of the devices it works with out of the box. And real upsetting when corporations decide, no, you're playing outside of our sandbox and we're not going to let you access your Mazda via Home Assistant anymore. And there was another garage door that recently has been trying to lock Home Assistant out as well, because the because the features provided by the third-party client are too good and expose the weak security that the official client has, which is to say, phone home to a server in China that then pings back to your garage door in North America to raise and lower it instead of, you know, communicating directly with the hardware. So the GPS sensing options for Home Assistant are not necessary. You can run it based on simply whether or not devices are on your local Wi-Fi network or Bluetooth proximity. You have options. Because I can understand the desire not to have GPS on all the time, not even just for a power drain reason. Whoop, that was too much of a cut. Well, no one was paying attention. 3 laps remain on this tank of gas. I'm trying to think what other software I'm really into these days. It's on par with the coolness of Home Assistant. Haha! Good launch. Good launch. Good smoke on that one. Okay, so we really want to be on the gas coming out of that corner. And even more so here, too. Wow. That just goes. Oh yeah, no, Proxmox is some interesting stuff that I've had my eye on for a while, ever since I was thinking about trying to run my Hackintosh via a Proxmox VM. Unfortunately, it never got to the state where I felt it was good enough to for graphics card pass through was the issue. Yeah, virtualization is it's a fun technology. It's worth playing around with. Illustreams, we are in a Mazda MX-5 NB Cup, I want to say? Pretty sure it's the NB. Don't think it's the NA. And 2.5 laps left in this tank. Oh, Illis, no, this what's under the hood is stock. The engine is just standard stock, and the only customization is stripping for weight, I believe. So it is the ND. Thank you, Melody. I thought that seemed right. Yup. I personally have been through 3 transmissions over the course of this stream. I cannot speak for what happened while I was away. Just keep accelerating. Then jam hard. Jam hard! Corey found a way. Good. Yes, we did just pass Kirby. Be on the lookout for some of our other drivers, because we like to have fun here. No overtakesies. I mean, you are a very fast car, so I guess it's allowed. You got a really fast car. I got a feeling that you're overtaking me, but the race director says no. You got a yellow flag out, that means I gotta get out of the way of you. This song goes on like this for a really long time. Don't know how it really ends, so I'll just keep singing like this. And, fast, but not officially fast. There we go. Sorted that out. Lost some speed off it though, but we'll live. Okay, down to third here. Because we want to be all up on speed for that turn, which is where we lose a lot of speed, it seems. Okay. Turn in here. Be back on the gas for fourth. And into fifth for the straight ahead. Yeah, no, Angel was. I was watching some of her later laps when I was finishing up my green tea, and yeah, she's finding the line and was getting smooth, and I think that's how you learn. Then you just got to start adding a bit more speed. But some really good chicanes before I started walking in. Oh, there we go. We probably want new. I mean, we not new everything. Why would we not? It's free. It's like a buffet of car parts. LTCX2, she can't tell us why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Wait, or was that Trix? I can't remember. And I think the reason that the Trix rabbit can't tell you why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch or Trix cereal is because he has a restraining order and has to stay away from playgrounds. And North America really loves its cereal, doesn't it? And we always say it's part of a complete breakfast, but we all know it's a bowl of cereal with the milk. That's it. Because who's drinking orange juice with milk? That's just a one-way trip to Curdle Town. Lawrence likes to call milk cereal juice. I like the idea of that, relating it to the cereal, but I feel like I feel like in that sense it's more like a cereal tea because you're infusing the cereal in the milk, like a cold brew infusion, really. Oh, I just had a fantastic idea that thankfully can never be wrought upon society. Does remember the Juicero? That piece of shit technology company that was making these $10,000 machines that would you would place juice packs into, and they'd read the QR code to tell you whether or not the fresh fruit inside the pack was still fresh, and then you could just end up juicing those packs with your bare hands because, you know, that's the best way for one to juice. Oh, you know what? If that's... God, I'm going for it. I think we can do we can do one more lap here. I'm going for the time. We're going for speed. Here's my idea. Instead of juice or fruit in those packs, we keep cereal with in milk in pack, and then that way. Nope, damn it. Well, could have been much better. Then you can juice your cereal in the morning. And you don't have to worry about eating any of that nasty cereal. You can just add your own different cereal. If you like the flavor of Apple Jacks milk, and you want that with Cinnamon Toast Crunch, you can do you. If you need to cease your onanism, but you want to feel the flavor of Cocoa Puffs, hell, put some Cocoa Puffs milk in and put some cornflakes on top. It's the best way to wake up and feel nothing. Hi, jackfruit. I'm on the road to Wellville. No, Brownie, I like what you said first. I'm in the kitsch, straight up juicing it. By it, I mean, let's just say, my cereal. Yeah, we are now officially going to make kitsch happen, chat. Seafood emulsion. I would like to think that that's just chawanmushi, but you know what I kind of would like is a New England chowder is the white one, right? Yes, because Boston is the red clam chowder. Man, the Three Stooges game for the NES really fucked me up as a kid for making me unable to remember which clam chowder I liked and which I didn't. But anyway, New England clam chowder. I want that, but maybe... So, you know, like Fudge Pops, Fudgesicles? That, but with clam chowder, but I also want it warm because I don't like the idea of iced clam chowder. So I guess it's kind of like a taiyaki, but without the breading. Just a warm slab of congealed clam chowder. Or maybe if I'm just, you know, feeling fancy, like a taiyaki filled with a thicker clam chowder, rather than say an anko or a cream. Hot aspic. Heck yeah. Hot aspic in a mug. Travel mug. Actually, to be honest, I'm surprised we don't do more in the realm of spicy aspic. I get some real good habanero powder in the mix while you're congealing it. I might actually do that. And then drizzle some vodka over top it for a light Caesar-based dessert. Never forget the gelatines. Lawrence, I'm actually speaking of TTSFs and April Fools. I'm very happy with the one TTSF I was able to actually do on an April Fools during the pandemic, where I unfixed a printer completely. Got some interesting components out of that. Nice rods and cams. Uh-oh. Oh no. It happened. Oh no. Oh no. Can I roll it in? No more brakes. No more transmission. Chat, I don't know if we're gonna make it or not. Oh no! Come on! I guess we're technically in the pits. We'll see how long the penalty is. Just open the door and push my leg along. I mean, if we get into a pit, it counts, right? Anyone will do? Maybe two? No? Okay, well. Damn it! We tried so hard. And so close! But in this end, 127 seconds. And again, thank you, Thirsty Kitty, for reminding me of back to the pit, back to the bit, Samurai Git. That's true. Fresh transmission, I guess. I hope. We'll find out soon. Wow. Time flies when you are doing the same thing over and over again. Why did... An application disappeared from my watch face. That's new. Is the application still on my phone? I would hope so, because it is... Yep, nope, Overcast is still there. Great. Oh, hey! Good. Friend of mine found the mindful nut. Just different from the most proteinful nut, but... Here we are. Nuts to us all. Except for those who are unable to be in a facility where nuts are processed, in which case, nuts for most. Nuts for those who want it. In fact, I'm not even going to assume, just please ask for nut. I am having a wonderful time, Applesauce. It's always good to be on this particular track. Daytona, USA for everyone else. Sure, yep. Oh man, would love to have a Tiny Desk concert with Yuji Naka, and I think I got that wrong before too. Whomst ever was the one who composed and sang the Daytona, USA theme song. Don't, Tona! I want to watch these guys go all the way to the stratosphere. Oh yeah, that green guy is gonna go. Keep your eyes open, everyone. Launch is go! Poo! Takenobu Mitsuyoshi is what's on the track on archive.org. Okay. I'll take it. But yeah, we are in fact all over the track. It is seasoned enough, and there is a crash coming out of turn 3. One must watch themselves. Hey, are we all right? Somebody coming up behind me. We're gonna get new tires, baby. Yeah, I think what I need is a cover of the Daytona theme, appropriately Le Mans themed. There's an egg coming out of turn 3. You better watch yourself. Hey, are you alright? There's Lego coming up behind you. Watch out for the bathtubs, baby. Jackfruit. Again, I appreciate the bathtub racers exist. I do feel like that bathtub itself is a bit shallow for me. And the braking seems a bit slippery. You know, maybe I should at one point just, not today, not tonight, pop into the, some of those Lego racers and see if they are in fact also Lego on the interior. Ah, applesauce, you say I would have the cleanest laps, but I definitely would treat those the same way I would a Japanese tub, which is to stay clean myself off before I get into the soaking water. Or the racing water, I guess. Driver is a minifig inserted into a large fig. Inserted into a normal human body, or as we call them, large figs. Macrofig. But yeah, I've got a live performance of the Daytona theme, both singing and piano, sitting on my hard drive, and it's one of those, you know, need a pick me up videos. Listen to that for a while. A-Dub, you know what? The minute I said the words inserted into the macrofig, I realized I'm going to need to probably clarify where, and I think the correct answer is into the navel, as far as possible. I mean, it doesn't have to go all the way in, but it should like connect to the little dot you've got in there. You know, much like a Guault is implanted into a Jafar. This is how the Lego minifig takes control of its host and does again continue to be a false god. The Mega Bloks is a false god. A false block. Okay, now I'm curious as to which one that is. Track 44. Oh, too far. Oh, too far. Oh. 4 minutes. That is not the one I'm thinking of at all, but that's still a good one. Still a good do. That may be the in-game track. I don't want to play any more of it for fear of muting things, and this video is going to be already enough for Heather to deal with, I'm sure. I think last year we broke it up into 8 segments just because YouTube did not like dealing with a 24-hour video. You know, just sticking in fifth gear isn't all that bad all the time. We're on track for a PB, and the lap is clean. What the hell? Oh man, Maridite, I should look around because I'm pretty sure someone's done a, at the very least, a skin for a Toyota. But if we could get a full-on Toyota Cedric or another one of those Japanese taxi cabs, the classic Japanese taxi cabs too, not these new ones that look like London cabs. That's distasteful to my sense of aesthetics. And brake. Well, no, I just certainly like a certain style of car, and not a fan of rounded cars in general. I like them square and bare, and generally when I'm not there. No, not. This is potentially going to get me into trouble. I don't like the Cybertruck itself, but I do respect trying to make a car that doesn't look like every other blob on the road currently. I think it is a bad vehicle in every way. But I would like to see more companies attempt designs that daring. You know, maybe ones that actually worked is the key. Like I kind of liked the Pontiac Aztec. Let's be honest. Whee! That's how you do that. Or one of the ways to do that. That's... Shoot! I was so happy with that lap. Dang it. Okay, we can pick it up again. I mean, we can't make it better, but we can pick ourselves up and try again. Oh yeah, Rockpusher. This is one of the times I actually went about writing my my member of Parliament. Was okay. That's an aggressive egg. One might say that's a bad egg. Yeah, one of the reasons I felt strongly enough to write my member of Parliament was over the issue of tax incentives and rebates for new electric cars. Plenty for new electric cars, but nothing out there for electric car conversion. And then I realized, oh wait, that's right. It's not about actually, getting people to buy electric cars. It's about subsidizing money to the auto industries within our country. And we'd much rather subsidize the large automakers than, independent garages designing and building as small businesses supporting their local community and their extended community of the fans of the type of cars that they could convert into electric. No, we can't do that. That would be sustainable. And down. TXC2, yes, Canada has a number of factories where large corporations that are not necessarily based in Canada build automobiles. Actually, I hadn't been made aware of the Edison debacle until my brother brought it up to me a couple weeks back. And he doesn't even live in the country. But yeah, between myself, I've also been seeing a large number of Rivians here in Victoria. Glad that company is seems to be sticking around. And I don't have a problem with large factories existing to make large mass-produced objects that need to be mass-produced. I just have a problem with mass-produced things being the only thing that's produced. Oh no, I actually like the Rivian oval headlights. But my argument being, of course, when I, not of course, but when I made the argument to, in the letter of writ, that it makes a lot of sense environmentally as well. Them being one of the shadow members of the environment for the Shadow Cabinet, I believe. Converting an already existing car means that, well, theoretically, another brand new car doesn't need to be produced with all of the associated environmental damage that goes along with that. But yeah, I'm with Mark. Yeah, just ban cars, trains all the way, all day, every day. Make transit free. Nationalize it. Make sure that if I miss a train between cities, I only need to wait at maximum 15 minutes for the next one. Or appropriately, 3 for local service. Oh yeah, Hawk Creek, we've still got all sorts of old stupid traditions. Many of them imported from your country. I love telling people who don't know about Westminster parliamentarianism about the gentleman usher of the Black Rod. Who's haha, yeah, both on same brain cell. I for a while did want to be Black Stick Dude. Open the parliament. Stop having it be closed. Bye. Every time. Will never not be funny because they keep doing it. How large should a town be to have a train station? I would say that if it's classified as a town, it should probably have 2 or 3, if not more. I'm of the opinion that there should be train stations, not in the middle of nowhere, but absolutely rural train stations with, you know, nothing around for a couple of kilometers. Just, you know, people who live there. Oh yeah, no, Victoria is a capital city of British Columbia, of the province. And we tore out our train stations. And then our intercity bus stations. Would you like to go to another city? I hope you have a car. Or you could go by plane, but then you'll need a car to get to airport. Yeah, you could take the bus to a couple kilometers away from the airport and then walk there. Like the question of whether or not there is a transit stop somewhere should have nothing to do with the economic viability of, I'm sorry, not even the economic viability, just the business sense of having a transit stop there. It should be based around the fact of whether or not there are people in the vicinity who need the transit options to go places. Yep, Mark, we do not have a bus that goes to the airport. I think we have 1 or 2 that go to the ferry, but they are also local service stops. So you're doing a milk run to the ferry before you get on to a large ferry. Then again, at least then you have decent bus service to the SkyTrain in Vancouver. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in BC with regards to the rideshare systems too, and the delivery, because we've instituted a new new legislation creating a minimum wage for time worked for gig companies like Uber and Uber Eats, Skip the Dishes, etc. In addition to a per kilometer compensation for personal vehicle use. And it was my favorite part of the reporting around the announcement of this legislation was from our premier responding to comments from these large gig working company executives. The article just simply states, okay, well they've made complaints. These are the CEO's salaries of these various companies. When asked for comment, Premier David Eby said, "These companies will be fine. They can suck it up." And that's some good electioneering right there. There is decent passenger ferry service between Vancouver and Victoria, and from Seattle to Victoria as well. But I would not. I would still classify it as in terms of cost, as a luxury form of transport, and not a mass public transport. Again, it should just be one of those things that you walk onto and you walk off of when you're done. And you don't have to, have a ticket or a gate or show that, because that's just how you get places. And if that were the case, I'd probably take a lot more trips down to Seattle. Oh, yes, no, walk on, walk off absolutely should include... sorry, I don't feel like I don't feel like I should have to say that every time, because it should be a default. At least Americans have the ADA. Not that it's always properly followed or enforced, but... people's mobility should be constantly honored, no matter what form of transport you're taking. Let's not get into airplanes. Let's all zoop around on hovercraft. Sure, yep, that seems fine. Oh, Gilnox, just the airline industry has been chock-a-block recently with stories of horror stories, honestly, of how disabled people have been, mobility specifically, treated on airlines, damaging their personal wheelchairs, being forced into humiliating situations, being put into these broken airline wheelchairs and manhandled about. It is not a dignified experience the way it should be. And planes, okay. Still train better. Train can't fall out of the sky. Train not made by Boeing, thank goodness. Now, the way I come down on accessibility and accessibility technology and devices is that people tend to forget how, especially able-bodied people, tend to forget how much of an aberration in terms of your total life youth is. You are not going to be young forever. You're not even going to be young for very long. And you are absolutely going to need accessibility options as you age and the parts of your body stop working the way they used to when you were young. Then think about the people that do need to use those technologies and assistive devices and services all through their life. Oh, Thirsty Kitty. You say train not great at ocean. Well, let me introduce you to one of my favorite works of fiction, ? Osamu Tezuka's Marine Express, which admittedly is about a potential disaster on an undersea train. But the undersea train seems pretty cool. And it's got a great song. See, I've heard podcasts about the train to Cuba. It's great. Yeah, being underwater is kind of like being in a its own special enclosed space, but unfortunately, we do have to find a good way of intercontinental travel, because I would still like to be able to do that occasionally. With some amount of alacrity. I mean, if I'm living in a society where it's okay to take 4 weeks off vacation and use 2 of those weeks to travel by boat from the coast to Japan, I wouldn't mind doing that as well. Oh, e-bike tech is fantastic, and I'm a huge proponent of it, but I do not feel like it is a replacement to good public mass transit options. Now, I still live in a place where it gets cold sometimes and definitely gets wet a lot of the time. And I feel like, as a human being living in the 21st century, I am entitled to the idea of not having to be wet when I get to work if I have to commute. Oh yeah, last mile to a train stop is fantastic, especially if you have a high trust society where you can leave your e-bike parked in such a way that you know that it won't be stolen, or if it is, it will be mostly recoverable. And none of this has to take away from luxury transportation options as well. I mean, but it should probably, let's be honest. There was an interesting statement that I was made privy to earlier this week that was talking about one of the reasons we can't have nice things is because there's this two-tiered system where the wealthy are always able to buy themselves out of the systems that the rest of us have to deal with, and so therefore there is no pressure from the moneyed and powered class to actually make things better at the base level. And so if we take away that ability to buy their way out, maybe we can put the pressure where it's needed to make things nicer. Oh! Good. Toast Monster, this year's vehicle is, let me get it right, ND, the ND MX-5 from Mazda Cup Edition, stripped down for racing and with added straps. Yep, there's the inside of those sushi, and there are people, and I hate it. This is not going to be a good lap. But we can at least keep things nice and clean. Hawkrig, I also appreciate the constant desire to dismantle capitalism in our chats. I worry sometimes that we talk about it too much, but then again, it is a legitimate problem in my mind in the society we live in, and the one of the first steps in achieving change is whoa, jeez. How did that not fuck up my transmission completely, going directly into reverse? I guess because I used the clutch properly? I guess? But as I was saying, the first step is to create awareness and create normalization of the thing that you are trying to bring normalization to. And Texan says it also doesn't come up too often by any stretch. That's good to know. Good. I don't watch all of our streams here on the channel, but glad to know there is welcomed and engaged with. Also, speaking earlier to the concept of the fine being paid for a crime versus other forms of justice, I think the biggest problem is not necessarily just that that the wealthy are able to just pay a fine to get out of justice or out of the justice system. It's that it's that we say that everyone gets their own fair day in court, but a lot of things never get to court in the way that that they're brought by the state as a crime. A lot of it is done through civil lawsuit, which requires access to a team of lawyers, which costs huge amounts of money that the common person can in no way affect the same sort of change that those with the access to wealth have. It's the lawyers that do the negotiation and give the plea bargains to bring it down to a fine. And yes, as TCX says, a huge number of suits settle out of court as well. But if the court system is going to be our only release valve, in forms of because we can't trust our lawmakers to make the kind of laws that are going to bring good to us, then we need to democratize that court system as well. Maybe there aren't anything. It comes back to what I was saying earlier about the ability to buy yourself out of bad situations. Maybe the answer is no more private lawyers. Everyone is a public prosecutor or defender. And they are assigned randomly when you file for your court appearances. Also keeps you from jumping the queue, too. Oh, thank you, Art. I need to check out John Rogers' stuff. TBH. Hey, this is going to be a good lap, I think. 2 seconds ahead by the time we're out of the first turns. Feels real good. Yo. Don't lose too much. Whee! No! Outside the lines! Coloring outside the lines. But that is correct. What Merrick says. Yes, folks do need to still vote. It may seem hopeless and like the options are not options, but you still need to vote and make that choice heard. And not just nationally, but locally, and even within your own parties if you have the opportunity. Remember, these candidates get chosen somehow, and if you have the option to be a part of that, probably good to. Yep. I may take you up on that at some point, Texan. I'll let you know if we want to bring people in at some point. I'm enjoying my textual work at the moment here. It's a quick poll there for people who are in the chat right now. And I already got my answer from JPS Lindbergh. How many people are tuning in from the not Western Hemisphere right now? Just curious as to where it's light right now. Oh boy! 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 Boy! No. Suspension's still fine though, which is amazing. You got Germany, the UK, Sweden, Scotland, Hungary, Denmark, Australia, which is a bit of both, yeah. UK, Australia, Scotland, UK, more Aussies, Netherlands. Ooh, New Zealand. Eastern USA, no light yet. I think you're a few, couple hours away here. Hideki, I find that Western Hemisphere is generally usually, it's North America and South America, let's be honest. We got Tokyo. Tune in. L4 point. Oh yeah, some electoral reform would probably make choices a lot easier too. But that's a tough one to push through. So we've had, I am currently operating under two separate governments who both promised electoral reform and have reneged on both for various reasons. We had Trudeau elected under a promise that that election would have been the first, would have been the last election held under first past the post. And then, well, you know, there was a citizens' assembly. There was some studies done, and it turns out that his favored form of I think it was ranked ballots was what he wanted. Wasn't what the people wanted. So he decided that the Canadian public isn't ready for electoral reform yet. British Columbia just decided to put together a terrible referendum that kept people from properly being able to understand the choices and make them. So, you know, maybe in 20 years we'll try again once people have all forgotten, I guess. And two of the parties in Canada would love to have a two-party system. And Quebec is also there. Okay. Why is it that these vans are so able to clump up like this? Is it just their inherent good driviness and good cariness? Yeah, I guess with all of these points that are being made in the chat here, it's someone used the word system, and that brings to mind that yes, a system is what it does. And so if the result you're getting out of the system is not what you want, then that means you need to change the system. Because otherwise, the system is working as intended. Let's curl around the edge there. Back in. See, I was thinking maybe I do want to drive one of these vans, but if they're not able to take these curves at speed the way I like to, then what is the point? Oh man, vote by mail is such a good thing for accessibility in general. At least here in British Columbia, we do a good job of it. One of my favorite things that I got to do when I was working with Elections BC was during the election was actually working on the Braille ballot and getting to lay that out, and then working with the template to make the plastic template for placing your X or your mark, and making sure that that all properly lined up exactly. Felt very like being very close to the metal in terms of the democratic process. But yeah, we got to, that was the first year I think we opened up vote by mail to basically anyone who wanted to do it, and it was such a good system. No! Oh, this car really likes to. Well, I mean, do what you tell it to do, which is my problem. It only does what I tell it to. More transmission abuse. You. Difficult trying to keep up on all the conversation, but doing my best. Wonder what the steps I would need to go through would be to install Twitch chat onto that vertical monitor in the middle of Tesla Model S's. Wasn't there recently a YouTuber who ran for European Parliament as a joke and got in? That seems like something that's not a good idea. I hope they do well. Or good. No, I hope they do good. I also hope they do well, but I, most importantly, do good. TXC, that's the problem. They didn't have, and apparently still do not have a platform. I don't know, maybe you should construct a platform based upon access to local fresh drinking water, and then he can do well. Hopefully competently. If you do well contemplatively, competently, then you end up with good well. If you program well, goodly, then you end up with down well. I think I'm getting this, this is how logic works, right? This is what Aristotle wanted. Not a fan of the flashing lights that occur, but I think that's probably due to the nighttime track. Oh man, speaking of water, do we have any current viewers in Calgary, Alberta? Because my heart goes out to you right now. Wow, that is a bad situation. For those of you not aware, one of the main, and by main I mean main, water lines in Calgary burst. I think it was last week. It might have been 2 weeks ago, and it's been a problem for the city. They're looking at 3 to 5 weeks at least before repairs are complete, and the mayor has just instituted a state of emergency because people are not doing enough to ration their water. There's greater irony to this as well, because my brother's coming over from Japan to visit my mother and family out in Alberta, and they'll be stopping in Calgary first for a layover, because my brother definitely wanted to take my niece to some of the splash parks and water parks in the area there, because she likes playing with the water, playing and doing the swimming stuff. And he was concerned that drought conditions this year might be an issue, and I told him, it's fine if there are drought conditions. They'll have the recreational things still tend to stay open. There's just outdoor lawn watering restrictions and car washing. Generally they start to ramp these things up as time goes on, and by September you should be fine. It should be okay to come. I'm not so sure that that's going to be the case anymore. Yeah, at this point, I can understand why you're probably putting a complete ban on water parks and all non-drinking and hospitalization uses of water. He's got no pants. Yes, we are going. Well, I mean, we're going cup race car fast. So, whoa, shit, that's reverse. That was not 6th gear again. Shouldn't have done that. Unfortunately, those vans, according to the information on them, have about around 350 horsepower in them, which is more, I believe, than even this racing Miata has. And I'm not sure if you were around for the last lap through the Porsche curves, but what we discovered is that those vans, while being plenty fast in the straightaways, cannot handle the curves with the same finesse and the same speed that the Mazda is able to deal with. .181 brake horsepower. I used to think the B stood for British, but it doesn't. So don't be like Ian. Oh, Kristen, you missed one Gant. There will be plenty more Gants. Yeah, Calgary's situation is not like, say, Texas, which is having apparently some real issues with old oil wells springing leaks of salty, polluted water. And just coming up constantly and ruining the farmlands that they tend to be placed on, because can't get salt out of the ground easily. Good job, Bathtub. Although I think my favorite part of that article was the whiplash that I got from reading the Texas Oil Regulator, comma, Texas Railway Corporation. That seems like there may have been some collusion there at some point. I don't think I trust the oil company with the railway. Although I guess, you know, they if you're not pipelining, then you're absolutely going to be shipping your oil via rail. And if you're running trains, in America, you're probably running diesel rather than, or diesel electric rather than proper good electric. So I guess maybe it makes sense to sell your or control your railways. Love it. Love to tint that transmission right out of the gate. Yes, overhead electrification good. Third rail less good out in, you know, the open, but also gotta say, do miss being able to punk, 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 punk those guideposts off their bottom. My Lanta. Urgh. A Red Nightmare, that was not a cake, that was a car covered in a Kirby. As one will. I was just thinking about whether it would be possible to put enough solar panels on a one of those long trains to run the locomotives, but I think that's probably not a good idea for a number of reasons, not least of which the maintenance on the cars and the way car ownership exists for rail transportation. Like, private people can just buy rail cars and rent them out to people who need to move freight. Not enough surface area. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like by the time you actually get enough surface area to make the necessary power, the train's going to be long enough with just the freight itself that it's going to need another locomotive. And then you're into the rocket problem, where every bit of fuel you want to carry up into the sky needs additional fuel to lift that fuel up. And you get an amazing set of diminishing returns. Just yet another example of why space doesn't want us there. Don't get me wrong. Love the space program, love human spaceflight. Don't think we should go about colonizing other planets. Especially not at this time. So. The thing is, they're even, like, not even just fixing home first. There's plenty of inhospitable areas on Earth, just right here in our own backyard, that don't want us there, that we haven't been to enough yet. Yeah, the Titanic keeps taking its share. Yeah, good night, Strebbins. Thanks for hanging out. Daniel Naruto with the Sequest DSV reference. Is beneath the waves lies the future. I think Sequest DSV is really the reason I hold the movie version of 2010 in such high regard in my head. Because that had Roy Schneider with an Apple IIc with the battery pack out on a beach. I love both those things. Not beaches. They're full of sand, etc., etc. Gets everywhere and also into your computer. Really, like if you got a computer with a 5.25 floppy drive, you probably don't want to expose that to an area with a lot of loose sand, loose non-thinking sand. And all these worlds are yours. Including Europa. Just dump your trucks there, boys. Capsule goes wild. Europa Truck Simulator. God, like that's one of the dumbest things I keep hearing is when we hear people saying, like, yes, we need to make a highway on the moon for the movement of goods and resources. Please. Train. Or not go there. This is shaping up to be a burner of a lap. Yeah, we used to be a powerful culture. We used to talk about things like mass drivers on the moon for the movement of resources across the moon and away from it. But no, now I guess we need to ruin the moon with cars too. And also automobiles. I don't know. We're probably gonna have cars too on the moon at some point. Ka-chow. Okay, whoop. And coming down. Gotta maintain the speed, but also stay within the colored lines. Oh, yeah, no, Saint Nick's. I don't want to disparage any of the work that scientists have done in terms of human exploration in space. It's sometimes I might have made different decisions, but some amazing engineering has taken place to make sure that we've been able to send people to places they shouldn't be and return them safely. Some might have thought that Tang was just a dream, the idea of an orange-flavored powdered beverage that could be mixed with water to produce something that would provide necessary vitamins to a crew. Ah, that was me ruining that lap. Damn it. Just cutting that corner a bit too much. That DQ'd it. Oh well. We'll get back there. Can you imagine if we'd had, during the Age of Discovery, Tang available to all ocean-going explorers? Why, the Alexander Keith's Brewing Company would have to come up with a completely different set of advertising campaigns to promote their India Pale Ales. Yeah, and that'll disqualify that lap too. Curses. Sorry, St. Nick's. Tang pies used to be a thing. Were they creamy, or was it more of a did it come out more like a Jell-O in that respect? Because I wouldn't say no to a Tang pie if it was like a key lime but orange. creamy. Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I'm talking about. And I think with Tang rum, you'd probably want to ferment it first and then distill it. So I think technically it would probably come out more of a brandy. Ooh, there's a recipe. Thank you. Oh, it's the spruce. Huh. Don't know why there's strawberries on top. I would have expected a big old mound of whipped cream. But you know, I've got jeez, that's sushi. I've got a very specific platonic form of pie in my head that very much shaped by American television featuring diners. Oh, it uses Cool Whip. Great, good. It's this is one of my problems. Is my my particular lactose sensitivity keeps me from being able to enjoy buttercream icing. Like buttercream icing in the especially in the amounts that tends to be reserved for things specifically with buttercream icing. You know, thick old dollops on top, is a really good way for me to vomit. So no, I do not like the buttercream icing. I like the kind that forms that crispy crust on the outside. I keep forgetting what it's called. Or Cool Whip. Big fan of Cool Whip. I think Cool Whip and Clodhoppers, those graham crackers covered in chocolate or toffee covered chocolate. I used to say that those were the two things we should be like putting on space probes that we send out into the universe to prove to other intelligences that we have reached a technological level where we are now able to be admitted into the greater galactic community. Yeah, I think royal icing is the one I'm thinking of because it's also not the one that's based with fondant. It's not hard. It's just it's soft on the inside, but it's got a crisp outer coating. I think it's also oil based is the issue, but non-dairy oil. Have I tried coconut milk based whipped cream? I believe that I have, and I think it might have been during that time before they figured out a way to get all of the coconut flavor out of it. Coconut's one of those flavors that... Okay, other fact about Ian. I don't like coconut that is not fresh. I find it gets stuck in the teeth. It's got a cloying, dusty flavor to it normally. Unless you've got yourself a green coconut that's just been pulled off a tree and hacked open with a machete, and the meat is just tender and gelatinous, and the milk is sweet and not at all stale. That's good coconut. Everything else can I'm trying to dial in the appropriate amount of ire here. Other types of coconut, not for Ian. Like I even get coconut oil is something I won't use unless it's in a dish that I find goes well with the coconut. So, you know, some Thai curries occasionally. Honestly, it's been a long time since I've had any coconut oil in the house, so. Yes, I wouldn't say I'm a picky eater, but I know what I like. And what I like is suspension damage. lot of people don't like fondant, or rather don't like eating fondant in the chat. That's interesting. I mean, I do like a good marzipan brownie points, but I will also chow down on some fondant if I'm feeling like I want more sweetness in me. It's textural, that one, I think. And as someone who has discovered the joy of Italian parsley in certain dishes in the past 10 years or so, one of those things, you know, I wondered why I never got into it. That and cilantro. Love cilantro. What was the last thing I had? I've been blending a lot of cilantro into some curries recently, because I think Iris turned me on to a particular recipe blog, Glib Kitchen. I am absolutely not pronouncing that correctly. But I went ahead and started looking at their restaurant curry-based recipes. And all of them call for a curry base. That is basically just a 2 pounds of onions cut up with some spices and a handful of cilantro. That's then boiled down and, well, not even boiled down so much, but just boiled until soft, and then immersion blendered until smooth. And you use this along as a base for the curry sauce that you're making, whether it's, you know, a Rogan Josh or a Vindaloo or a dal. And you basically boil that completely down until these liquefied onions begin to caramelize themselves, providing a deliciously deep oniony curry base. And then you add your other spice mixes on top of that. You know, you'll add in your spices, cook them until they're nicely fragrant. Add your ginger and garlic again until that's fragrant. And then add your final pieces of pre-cooked meat or cheese or whatnot, and they have been some startlingly good curries. So now I've got 2 forms of soup stock that I'm going to be keeping in my freezer in the pint containers. It's curry stock, and then my chicken stock that I make from all of my vegetable trimmings and chicken wing bones. The freezer is now half full of bones and trimmings, so time to make stock again. Wrong gear. A nice smooth throttle on that particular turn makes for a nice... And that's enough to disqualify us. Damn it! Yeah, we've seen the Tamago Sushi in smoke mode. We've also seen the ikura, the salmon eggs smoke show, and that was good and hot. Haven't seen the Hamburg smoke yet, though. We haven't seen Hamburg much since reset. I think I recall seeing it, but just all over the track. But yeah, not recently. You won't see Hamburg in Le Mans. It's in Germany after all. Ich bin ein Streamer. Hello, that was unfortunately not edamame. That was life-size. While we do have giant sushi, we have life-size jackfruit and banana. I think the bananas may have fully retired at this point, but we did have banana. Bananas squished early. Real question is, what varietal of banana were they riding? And what did it taste like? Question I ask about every vehicle. What does it taste like? What's the best tasting car, do you think? I feel like it's gotta be the Toyota Century. I feel like there's gotta be something in that special paint that, like, at the very least, a good amount of lead. That's got to give that a good lick response. I don't want to contemplate too many cars' mouth feels because I don't think I can get them all the way in, unless we're going with Hot Wheels, in which case, you know, maybe that's. Griffin stopped doing his amiibo mouth reviews, so I think maybe it's time to time for someone to pick up the torch and put it in their mouth, so to say. You could do that with a car. Let's go to the pits. Let's all go to the pits now. Let's all go to the pits now. Let's all go to the pits now and get our engine fixed. And maybe I'll stand up and bend over a bit for stretch reasons. These bathtubs just having a time. Oh, it always feels bad to have to drive through the buses, but such is life. Okay. Oh, and then I'll put the other microphone over here so you can hear me talk while I stretch. Yo, there we go. Can you put together a Hot Wheels track that accelerates the car into your mouth for tasting? No, I mean, we could do that, yeah. I wouldn't say no to that, but what I'd prefer... Does anyone remember the toy from the, I want to say, early 80s, potentially very, very late 70s? It was a Marvel-based toy. It was a gun, and it was a breech-loading rifle. I think it was made of yellow plastic, but it could have been made of other things. But the way it was a breech-loading rifle that angled such that the barrel would come even with the floor down a ramp, and you would load these Spider-Man and other Marvel superheroes. I think my cousin had a Spider-Man and a Captain America with little wheels under them, and they'd be shot out of the gun at tremendous speed. And I think it would have been a great way to break some teeth if I was to fire cast iron Spider-Man directly into my mouth. Which is a phrase that I am proud to have been able to say. Do not fire Captain America directly into the mouth. Avoid contact with the eyes, nose, and mouth of Captain America. You may listen, but do not look at, smell, or taste the cap. Spider-Man not to be taken internally. Your friendly neighborhood drug data sheet. I mean, they might have been cast tin, but they were definitely some form of cast heavy metal. And again, generally you don't want to be, you don't want heavy metals near your mouth. I'll ask, talking about plastic guns, if you consider doing a 3D printed Nerf guns. I haven't considered doing full 3D printed Nerf guns, but I have considered doing a Tinker Tailor Nerf mod. I think the issue has always been, finding access to moddable Nerf weapons. It's not all of them are primed for moddability, I think. But yeah, I would love to swap out some springs, maybe change out some internal parts with some printed stuff. It seems like a fun time. But I think in general, my time with Nerf is now at a close. We just don't have those big office Nerf battles like we used to that one time, and only that one time. See, we keep talking about everything's moddable, but we do need to have a goal in mind when we're modding something. Cedar House, if we're talking reinforcing a barrel and a pin with a galvanized seal over center cam to pull back a triple stacked spring, I think that's when we need to engage Alex and get his lathe engaged for us. Apparently, he's been doing research on how to wind his own springs, so that will be super handy actually, if we want to mod some Nerf guns with dangerous amounts of force. Oh. Cool. Okay, we're starting to get a bit of the. Oh boy, there goes the voice. The overnight loopiness is creeping in. What is that? We're at 4 plus 2 is 6. We're at 18 hours, so 6 hours from... Yes. That's how it works. 16 minus 38. Oh no. Expect more of that. Beer Fest, then kill team till 2 a.m. post Beer Fest sounds ambitious. That said, I might suggest a quick kill team game or a few after our own Beer Fest up here. Might be fun to play a few games real loose. Kilo Romeo asks, do the Le Mans drivers stay up for 24 hours? No. Well, I don't know. They might stay up for the full 24 hours, but that seems like a bad idea if you're not actually required to drive. So yeah, they're required to have a team of 4 so that they swap off. So we've somewhat replicated that with the idea of letting Corey come by and asking Corey to come by and graciously take over for a bit while I go back to rest. Two drivers get to do an intro when the shift changes. You know what? That would probably add a bit more pageantry to the 24 hours at Le Mans. As we can see, there are skyjacks just like lying around here everywhere. I'm sure they wouldn't mind if one of the drivers borrowed one to make a wrestling entrance. I think I'd personally hire a small group of second pit team to carry me directly in sitting position from inside the covered pit area and install me into the car, possibly with nuts. The highest protein nuts. Oh man, that's a heck of a log jam right there. I like it when that happens. So Le Mans has the Le Mans being broadcast on Max this year. Interesting. Interesting that, yes, streaming services like that are starting to pick up the more of the live sports. What was the last bastion of broadcast and cable networking? Even the NHL this year in I apparently, I don't know, I will never watch to find out, but apparently the NHL in Canada shall be broadcast over Rogers streaming, I think. Amazon has the Cricket World Cup. Yeah, that's bizarre. Ooh, 24 hours of Nürburgring would be grueling. But then again, there was a point at some point in the past when I thought this track was overly difficult. Remember way back in the day when I was completely unable to take a chicane at any speed. Those were not the days. Ah! Oh god. What I hate most about it is that I can't see for so long. Those buses are so big. Your exhaust is all wet. So there's a question. SaintX mentions that DAZN has a bunch of sports programming in Canada, but they are focused on sports, so it makes sense. What does DAZN mean? Is that a reference to something? Is it an acronym? Is it just, you know, an internet word because they needed something to put on the form when they registered? What's a DAZN? Well, poop. That's nuts. Thank you, Diderot. Wormbrow tab. I don't know. Didn't build this computer. I think it's a 460. I think. I feel like there's a. Oh, it's apparently supposed to be pronounced DAZN. No. You have to use your vowels, people. And if you don't use your vowels, you need to have some other form of error correction for me to know that it's supposed to be DAZN. We talked about this earlier. I mean, to be honest, Merrick, The fact that the YTV had the zone might be the reason that it is Dazen. Pre-existing art and trademark searches and all that. Yeah, I'm still upset about the share zone. MANS update for real. Hypercar. Cadillac in first. Ferrari in second. With best lap time of 3 minutes 29 seconds. I don't think I can beat that. Yeah, there was a there was a transfer of ownership of dubious nature from the original owner operator of the share zone with I think is it Drew Toothpaste? But it's a shame because they really were the voice of a generation for a good 8 months. But oh well, we'll always have the good and perfect and finished work of horse ebooks. Everything happens so much. I think what it really comes down to is, you know, we embrace and extend the idea of don't meet your heroes. Just don't have heroes. See also Toru Furuya, the voice actor for Amuro Ray in Mobile Suit Gundam. Big content warnings about him and that current scandal and just general unfortunateness. Yeah, look that up for yourself if you would like, but we in the Gundam community are a little bit upset by his previous actions right now. That said, did get to meet a couple people while I was in Japan, out bar hopping with my brother, who got to meet Yasuhiko Yoshikazu, the original mechanical designer for Mobile Suit Gundam. He at least still seems like a real stand-up cool dude. Ooh! Texan asks, thoughts on corduroy? I used to be, as an actual kid, I used to hate corduroy, but that was the time in my life when I hated anything other than a jogging pant. So, yeah, they were terrible back then, but nowadays I'm a big fan of a good chunky corduroy. Getting they're not easy to find, I've found. I still have a, used to wear a corduroy blazer as an outdoor jacket for the longest time, just after returning from Japan, actually, when I was living there. And I still keep it around as a good barbecuing jacket. What about a long sleeve shirt? That, I don't know how I feel about a corduroy shirt. Because that's, well, one of the things you think of corduroy is a perfect, well, a key, what's the word? Not quality. Yeah, quality. A key quality of corduroy is the sound it makes when it rubs up against each other. Usually, you know, legs, not so much arms. And I think it might be difficult in the arms, or even if you were to get that whoop 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 sound, feel odd on the side of the body there. Usually very fine texture as opposed to a chunky one. Okay. Would have to be the right color too. I am a fan of good texture in my clothing, but I don't know. I think I place it. I think I place the material corduroy in the same place I put denim. It is possible to wear a shirt made of it, and for some people, in fact, it might even be good for them. But, yeah, not for me. I mean, cotton is good. Linen, I've come to like a lot more recently. Bought a linen hat for my trip to Japan because I had lost my, not wool, and it is wool, but, why can't I remember the name of the Scottish woven wool with the patterns and the whatnot? Anyway, that stuff. Wow, I'm glad I did. It was hot in Japan, and having a linen hat that breathes helped a bit, but not enough. That was still a sweaty band many of those days. Tweed, thank you. That's the previous stuff. Volus Dude asked, what about a cape? So the office has, I'm gonna say has, a fine-grained corduroy cloak. It's the Jedi cloak that we often use for various things. Is a fine corduroy knit or weave or whichever method of fabric making is used for corduroy. Can't find out where it is. Need to find it. I'm actually looking more right now into some wool shirts. There's a company out there that makes some wool shirts, and they do apparently they're very breathable, very cool, but also naturally odor resistant. So they have a 100-day challenge that if you're willing to wear their shirts for 100 days and then post on social media, you know, proving that you've been wearing this shirt for 100 days in a row, they'll give you a free shirt. And I'm kind of, you know, I'm down for some stupid antics sometimes. I think the biggest problem with that is the possibility of getting soup splashback on my shirt, which does not seem good for a dry clean only fabric like wool, or I guess gentle sink cleaning too is the other option. But I'm starting to run low on shirts. What tends to go out on me these days more than anything else is the collar starts to wear from the 5 o'clock shadow coming in, and that rubs up against the neck, and it just abrades the collar to the point where it blows out, and that's no good. Don't say wear shirts without a collar, because I like to protect my neck. So I've been looking at wool and some linen things. I want to buy some clothing that's gonna last for a while. Drillsynth, I am a button-up shirt boy, long and short sleeve. Short sleeve for the summer, long sleeve for the winter. Used to do polo shirts more often, but I don't think I've publicly worn a polo shirt in quite some time. How about a leather turtleneck? Ghost Eye, I've already made my own gorget. I don't think I need a second one. Oh, and then Daniel Jenna Gross comes here with a metal gorget. Oh, fancy, fancy. Your lord must certainly love you. Peach is the designated polosman. He has definitely claimed that as his shirt of choice, and it works for him. Yeah, so I've been looking at these merino wool button-down shirts, and I think that'll be an interesting thing to try. Wow, look at that time. Crawl up. Oh, I might be Mikey. Navy slacks have always held a. I've always had a problem with those because back when I was having clothing purchased for me by family members, I needed some black slacks for I think band rehearsals or something like that, and was provided with pants that were clearly navy. I knew that. So did everyone else who was a terrible bully in elementary school. Oh, last question. Do I need a breast pocket? That's not something I've thought of. But you know what? I just now thinking about it importantly. Yeah, I think I do need it. I have one shirt that doesn't have a breast pocket, and I use them too often to not have them anymore, I think. Like, I will go to put my my sunglasses in the pocket, and then they will just drop to the floor. I'm like, oh, right, this shirt does not have that feature. And I know you're not supposed to use your pockets because they'll pucker out. It'll all look bad, and you should never use things that are nice because you should keep them nice forever. Put all of your couches underneath plastic wrap. Never eat the candies until they're just one candy in a jar. Save all of your china in a fancy cabinet that takes up too much floor space and never gets opened. No, use the nice things. Have the nice things and use them up until they're gone, because that's what you have them for. To enjoy them. Unless you just enjoy looking at them, in which case that's fine, you do you, but... Using nice things is the reason we have nice things. Oh! big ol' strotch. Ooh, need to get my orders in with the hamburger men at the pit. And I want a nice big sandwich of body suspension engine. 2 all beef suspension arms, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, more beef inside my car. Oh, okay, here we go. Looking over the chat here more. Oh god, good gosh, many more questions of thing. Do you wear cotton undershirt, or is the material feel super important? I never got into wearing undershirts. That might be something I want to change if I want to start wearing more shirts that I don't wash as often. But I like the lightness of a shirt without anything under it. I also tend to run pretty hot in terms of metabolism, so it's keeping things cool in the hot times is preferred. Eggplant colored slacks and bright orange ones are a bit awkward. I could go with eggplant pants and an orange shirt. That sounds good. Texan, I tend to wear a large tall, usually, not standard size. My arms are super long, and that's one of the big problems. Less so in the torso, more so in the, my height is in my limbs, my legs and my arms. I can tell you that I do need a 17.5 neck, though. That's, at least according to Kirkland shirts. So if I want to get the top button up, I still keep ties around. I should wear them more often. I keep trying to remember to, and then just not doing it in the morning. Frankenstein, it should indeed be night right now, but we had to start another race because the sushi is too fast. Ooh. Dress suggests proper, which I guess is a proper noun. Tactical shirt, 65-35 poly cotton ripstop. That could be okay. I've had good luck with tactical clothing in the past. I bought an entire. This is years ago, back in 2008. I bought an entire online retailer out of their 5.11 tactical khaki pants because they were. God, I love those pants. Preferred the original version with the slightly thicker khaki material, but I still have a pair of the later ones. Never really necessarily had a use for the extra magazine pockets separated within the secondary zippered in pocket, but having double sets of pockets was kind of nice. And brake. Charles Tierwit, custom cut shirts, fabrics from linen, poplin, Egyptian cotton flannel. Very nice, and costly, but damn good. I mean, that's what I understand about good clothing, is that you're gonna be paying for it one way or another. Mirnus, if you're into Gore-Tex, I would suggest that you head on over to a rival. I mean, they're not a rival, they're again in a different industry, but a different YouTube channel called Fort9. They're out of Vancouver. They do mostly motorcycle and motorcycle accessory reviews, but They definitely hit that feel of mid good Top Gear in terms of production quality, good writing, entertaining, and he's done a really good teardown of who you call? Oh, you were already subbed to them, so you've probably already seen their Gore-Tex shirt, or their not Gore-Tex shirt, but their Gore-Tex teardown of the brand and how they've really been trying to make money off of their name, when in fact their patented technology is no longer patented and is available to all sorts of other waterproof, breathable materials. Yeah, he's kind of like the technology connections of motorcycles, but with better production values. The other thing I like to find in shirts is a wrinkle resistance in some form or another, by chemical or fabric blend. But I'm very lazy. I don't like to iron. So if I can get a shirt that's gonna look reasonable after a decent sharp shake out of the dryer and a hang on a wire hanger, that's preferable. I am at this point actually, Tristan, not looking for well, first of all, not looking for anything cargo based in my pants, and not really looking for khakis as much these days. I've still got a couple pairs lying around, but ever since my experiment with jeans during the Road Quest time, I've actually found those two. I found they look relatively decent on me, and yeah, I don't hate them the way I used to hate jeans as a child. So now I just am on the hunt for some good heavy wearing denim that can last a bit longer than the 511, I want to say, stretch stuff from the good Kirkland Corporation. Donk. Oh, I am about to start air drying more of my laundry. Mostly as a protest against the terrible laundry service that that our building is contracted with, Coinstar, who, for the second time in 2 years, in the midst of one of the greatest inflationary times of our lives, has decided now is the time to raise both the laundry and the drying cost by 25 cents, as I've said twice in the past 2 years. And judging from the the notes written on the price increase notice, very few people in the building are happy about this. No, Dress, I do not mean waxed double ply for the jean. I just mean I guess, properly non-stretch woven denim. I mean, presumably, yeah, the Coinstar executives are going to be happy about this. I was trying to actually track down information about the company for a possible letter to the Strata Council, but Coinstar is one of those wonderful companies that says we have our annual earnings and other investor information available upon request to qualified investors. So yeah, they don't fit my bill for a pleasant company. Marinus, no, electrical costs in thankfully, electricity is one of those things that is still a public utility in BC. It is done through a crown corporation, arm's length, etc., blah blah blah. But they've been very good about keeping the rates low for consumers in terms of electricity. Which is good because most of the lower mainland here is heated by electric baseboard heater, which is quite possibly one of the worst forms of heating ever invented by human hands, but not great. So it's good to have good cheap power for that reason. What we did just recently do is we've introduced time-based pricing models for on the residential scale. I think they were always in place for commercial power, but yeah, you can now choose to join up on a time-based system and be billed that way if you prefer. Also, gotta be you gotta give props where they're due to the BC government for their current program of giving, and I don't mean like grants or rebates or subsidies. No, giving heat pumps and small air conditioning units to people in need of them in BC, be they renters or, I mean, focused on renters because they are the ones that need it generally. But it's one of those things that's going to not just vastly increase quality of life for a number of people in this province who need it desperately, but it's also going to save some fucking lives. When it gets hot, that's no bueno for a lot of people. You know, we're just gonna go get some new suspension, and don't need any leaders. I want my good suspension back. Oh, what the hell? Okay. I guess we just busted up a transmission there immediately anyway. So, oh, only 85 seconds? That's not so bad. Oh. Yeah, no, Texan, I've seen some of those over-the-window heat pumps. It's such a great system for that. And yeah, at least we're doing good work here in BC in terms of maintaining our hydro systems for electricity. Not that, you know, building an entire new dam system is good for the environment in any way, but at least it only has to happen the one time every now and then for forever. Hey, if you're gonna if you have to build a power plant, it's probably best to build one that's not going to increase emissions over time. But yeah, I do miss my good. I do miss my window-mounted air conditioner back in Edmonton when I was still using it there back before heat pumps were in any way a going concern. It was a window mount, and those suckers are extremely efficient at what they do. And it was exactly what I needed to cool down the one single room I slept in. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm still a big nuclear proponent, and it's only expensive if you're not willing to pay for if you think that money is a real thing, and not just completely made up by economists and governments. But what's really interesting is just how explosive the growth in terms of efficiency and price is for renewable energy tech, and that's the sort of thing that's going to really kickstart a newer, greener economy, is just that level of access to that much cheap energy. I don't know. I don't know if I'm working on fusion. Would love to have a tiny tokamak, but I mean, and Image, the trouble with political parties trying to kick the coal gas plant 20 to 40 years down the road is that we just haven't built the damn plants yet. And we do need to spend a little bit of work as a species trying to learn how to make solar panels a bit more recyclable to get them, back into the system. Oh yeah, you're right, Treon. The wind, especially because of the materials used in the blades, I believe. Again, carbon fiber, not exactly the most. Well, I mean, it's. Oh yeah, no, it's not exactly recycled. I was gonna say, well, it is carbon. We can just turn it back into carbon again, but I keep forgetting how much resin there is involved in making anything out of carbon fiber. And uranium doesn't really have so much of a recyclability problem as it does have a paranoia by the American government problem. There's still plenty of energy available in uranium that we call nuclear waste. It just so happens to be that the power generation process is also somewhat akin to the refinement process, and that's apparently not allowed. Oops, there we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Like, I do like the idea, Texan, of a distributed system where each individual home can be self-sufficient, but we absolutely still do need to have a network available for power distribution and surges in use. It's I worry when anything turns towards individualism and individual action, and rather than collective group action that can be forced, distributed, and made easier to bear. Oh, shoot. Too busy trying to find things about recycling systems. But yeah, absolutely having a some form of renewable generation on site, and a battery available to cover deficits and whatnot. Real good. Would love to live in a place with a stream, because I've seen some pretty amazing micro hydro generators built out there on YouTube. Myrnus, yeah, so orbital solar panels, are they viable? This is, again, one of those wonderful, shoot, what was the name? Oh, God. The XKCD guy and his wife wrote a book about, specifically about space colonialism, and gave it a fair shot, and did their research on it, and eventually came the Wienersmiths. Thank you, at Randall Monroe. Yes, and eventually came to the conclusion. This is where I come spouting off about the reasons why we should reconsider the ideas of trying to set up colonies in space. And one of the aspects they did touch on as well was power generation via orbital solar arrays and microwave transmission. And while it is, both of these things are possible, they're just, the scale just doesn't work out. The amount of energy trying to get the number of solar panels necessary into orbit is going to be so prohibitive. And the options of trying to we can talk all we want about manufacturing the panels up in space, but that involves getting the materials either from elsewhere in space, which is going to be, again, also extremely expensive, because, well, maybe you can get the raw materials from asteroids, but we also don't have any infrastructure in space for refining the materials and then using those refined materials to build the panels, and so on and so on. And so, and once you've gotten to that stage where you actually can start producing some panels in space, again, the amount of panels you can produce on the ground for that same amount of money is going to be orders of magnitude higher. So even once you've got that infrastructure in space to generate the power, the transmission of, you know, using microwave transmission is such a inefficient system as well, and plagued with all sorts of safety issues that it just doesn't make sense. It's a cool idea. It's absolutely a technological and a sci-fi dream, but yeah, it's no it's not the way forward. And there are other aspects too that I can't. Just thinking about off. No, trying to put back in my head. I breezed past them as I was saying words, and now I'm attempting to drive and say and think at the same time too. And you know how hard that can be, especially at 3 in the morning. Oh yeah, so that's the other issue too. Is that once you've got the panels in space, you still need to maintain them, which then means launching people into space who are going to be doing what are essentially garbage jobs, and we're not used to sending those types of people into space yet. But it's something that we would have to do in order to maintain these things, and then even then. All of these panels have a limited lifespan to them, via just, you know, wear and tear over time, or micrometeoroid damage, or just failing panels. So many things can go wrong, and then what do you do when these things fail? We still don't know what to do with the trash that we bring into space, because we can't, in good conscience, just let it go, because it's going to take a long time to deorbit. And if it does deorbit, can you guarantee it's all going to burn up in the atmosphere? And should it? Because otherwise, it's out there, and you don't want that. Unless you're like me and you want to start a Kessler event to keep people from focusing too much on space, because we have too many satellites up there already. I'm looking at you, Elon Musk. So yeah, that's space. You know, even talking about other forms of manufacturing and research for commercial purposes, we don't have a lot that's we do not have anything that is manufactured at scale in space for us to use on Earth, let alone anywhere. Oh, thinking about the failure modes for a space elevator too are also horrifying in their repercussions. For a good example of that, I would like to point you at the Mars trilogy by Kim Stanley Robinson, which does outline a terrorist attack on an orbital elevator, blissfully on Mars. But the amount of damage it wreaks across the planet is just mind-blowing. Because for something to be strong enough to carry anything of note up up even the smallest cord that we might want for a space elevator, that cord's got to be pretty substantial. You know, carbon fiber is light, but it's not infinitesimally light. And if you need to be hauling tons of stuff up into orbit at a time, which is what you would use a space elevator for, it's going to be a thick boy. And what happens when miles of thick boy suddenly start falling down across the planet at terminal velocity, crushing everything in their path as it basically makes what could end up being several circuitous routes around the planet? Surely you'd use a pneumatic tube. Yes, that would solve all the problems, wouldn't it? Miranus, the cargo catapults, like what from Armored Core 6, I think that's a really cool form. I think those are generally referred to as mass drivers. And, yeah, like anything that can assist in the getting over the energy hump of the gravity well is going to be very useful, but you're still going to need some form of propellant to actually make that final burn to space. This is why I like those ideas of the orbital slingshots. But even that's dangerous, fail state, and difficult to use properly. Yeah, what we need to do is you're right. Teleport rings from Stargate or any other form of disintegration and reconstruction-based transportation. Let's just all get used to the idea that we're going to have to die to travel somewhere, but it's okay because an exact copy of us will live on the other side, and that's the same as being alive the whole way. I think you know where I come down on that one. I like science fiction. I really do like science fiction. But, gotta be realistic sometimes when you're talking about solving actual Earth problems. That was probably too late to break by quite a bit. Yeah, I'm really still super surprised at how well the mini trikes have been doing. I mean, Trent, the realistic long-term situation is curtailing our energy use and abandoning a philosophy of constant growth. Once we get over that, then we find that things like renewables a lot easier to use within our means. Again, fusion absolutely a great goal to have, but I think it's not I don't think it's necessary. Again, I think curtailing our energy use is easier if we have the will to do it. Like I've always been a proponent of redistribution, based on the idea that if done properly, it's going to be a rising tide situation. I don't feel like I would end up having a lower quality of life than I do now, and I think that most people would be uplifted. But again, we're also desperately aware of how little we have sometimes, and trying to, claw and hang on to that keeps us from imagining other options, at least in a serious manner. Fantastic. Sorry, you might never get your antimatter-powered, dolphin-piloted starship, but there's a good chance within your lifetime you might be able to talk to a whale. So there's that. Hooray! Invisible rain shower. It's back. Oh yeah, corvids are absolutely also my top choice for uplifting animal. I think they'd also probably be more amenable to coexistence with humans in urban environments, so that would probably help with the uplifting procedure. Got to see a little crow on the way into the office this morning too, which was a nice surprise. It's been a while since I've had any good peanut-based interactions, but not one of my regulars either, too. It was I haven't spent much time with the corvids around the office area here, so it was nice to have someone who was either curious enough about me or maybe had heard about me from one of their friends. Whoop, 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 whoop. I mean, R. Lopez, I did pay, I think, $250 for the prorated month. So, I mean, even if I don't get a refund, I don't feel like I'm being cut out. And honestly, I'll give him a $250 tip. Just because, it's a refund would just eat up any sort of revenue they might be able to get out of that. And I do use their software quite a bit. The content manager software is vital, I would say, to enjoying Assetto Corsa to its fullest right now. That said, if I hate a business, damn straight I'm gonna pay for that $2 piece of ginger, or even a 46-cent piece of ginger on my credit card. Eat fees, assholes. Becca Tingles asks, do you have any beginner bird befriending tips? I've always wanted to make crow friends. Yes. First of all, you need to find out where the crows are. And because they'll usually be in the same sorts of place around the same times of day every day. You want to match their consistency. Do try to get their attention. Like, I like to feed them. So first of all, I like to feed them peanuts in the shell, without salt. They don't need the salt. That's not great for their little birdie bodies. But they do enjoy the fun of bashing open a peanut shell. So it's a little bit of an enrichment activity for them as well. Probably dawn and dusk. You might want. I don't know if you want to try feeding them around. Then they're generally a little bit more crow focused at those times. But don't not try. It could end up working out for you. When you do offer them peanuts, do try to. I like to try to make eye contact with them. Even before I toss them the peanut. And it gets to the point where I've been able to, I've actually started signaling to some of them as I'll get their attention, look them directly in the eye, and then point to where I'm going to throw the peanuts. And that gives them, they will pick up on that. That means you don't accidentally hit them. I have accidentally hit a couple of crows with peanuts, and it's always a little sad. They do understand, though. But yeah, mainly consistency. Give them the space until they come up to you, and once they know that you are a good and trustworthy source of food, they will come up a lot closer to you. Later on, I would start to kneel down to get closer to their level, as I would, and maybe just place a peanut just out of my reach. It also helps if if they're feeling a little bit skittish and don't want to get close enough, you can take a step back. They will recognize that what you're doing there, and it also helps them understand that the treat is in fact for them and not just something that you dropped and don't want, that they can snap up. I am not training my crows to attack. All I'm training them on is who I am and why I'm so great. None of them have joined my Patreon nor my Twitch channel yet, but I'm going to keep trying. Crows for defense, not for attack. Drayon, it could be quite a while before I take over as Crow Lord of Victoria. There are a number of people out there who are also avid feeders of crows, even in my immediate vicinity of where I'm living. And so I do try to avoid too much cross feedings, but I don't know. This year, I did have to compete with one of the other gentlemen in the area, but he's a regular smoker, so he's outside a lot more often than I am. People I don't really enjoy are the ones who say to me, "Oh, well, they've got you really trained, don't they?" But then again, I don't like hearing from people on the street in general, so there we go. What if I fed the other crow feeders? I believe that's just known as a potluck at that point, I think. Also, yeah, if you don't want to use peanuts, apparently cat food is also a good, the kibble or dog food acceptable to the crows. I like that. Oh yeah, no, I forgot. Later on this this summer, when the plums come in, I'm gonna have to fight the crows for some of those. Because when they're good and ripe, they absolutely devoured a tree full of them. Break. I do love in these games being able to see the rubber get laid down in the road where acceleration occurs. Ooh, unbuttered popcorn I think would also be well accepted. Apparently mealworms also good, but I've only seen that in a couple of videos by some people who make some interesting little activity boxes for the crows. Ooh, and finally, don't be afraid of making noises at them or talking to them. In fact, that's a very good idea because it gets them used to hearing your voice, and then if you've got a signature call of some sort, then you can start using that to summon them to your presence if you know that they're about or nearby. That was a cool experience this year, being able to summon a couple of crows from across the street by just making the noise and having them fly up to the tree across from the balcony, and then, you know, placing the peanut down on the balcony, and they eat the peanut, and then they leave, or some of them just leave with the peanut. But I haven't seen that couple since we headed off for Japan, so I don't know if they're in the process of just weaning their little one, or if they had a unsuccessful nesting and decided to move on and try again elsewhere. But apparently there was a fledgling crow today, according to a post on Reddit. Fell out of a tree and hit a dude's car on Cook Street, and the little guy is doing well. He's currently swaddled up in a box, ready to be taken to the local wildlife center when they open tomorrow if they're not doing well. Otherwise, they'll just be released out into the wild, which they probably should be anyway. But if it's nighttime, that might not be good for them. Predators about and all. But generally, at this time of year, if you find a bird on the ground, especially if it's near a tree, they're probably fine. They're just figuring out their whole fly thing, and the parents are probably very nearby as well, keeping a watchful eye out, ready for extreme harassment should they need it. Trying to think if I want a next pit stop. We'll take a little bit of an extended pit stop. I didn't put any fuel in. So we got one lap left. Good. Then I'll take myself a quick break, swap the fluids, get some new soda stream out, and we'll be good to go. Aw, a blind owl sounds like a great little office companion there. Oh, heck. Let's repair everything else as well, then. I think we can stop with the swapping of tires constantly, too. It seems unnecessary. But you should, to paraphrase Red Shoes Jeff a bit there, you should absolutely be careful when you're interacting with crows, because they do have a long memory and the ability to communicate information about people amongst themselves. So be on their good side. Aw, Becca, that's sweet. I'm jealous if you got to befriend a African Grey. One of my most memorable afternoons when I was living in Japan back in 2007 was going out to just walking into a pet shop to see what they had in there, and making friends with a oh god, what a Corella, I think? A Corella cockatoo? But yeah, it was late molting season, and so their head was just covered in unbroken pin feathers, and so they were very happy to receive scritches and get all of those pin feathers taken care of. The area underneath the post where they were sitting was just covered in those little keratin cracked casings. Ooh, yeah, Treon, dog found the owl less cute, wanted to chase it the first time they saw it. Yeah, boy, you sure can get some cute-looking images with some interactions between mammals and birds, but boy, does it make me nervous every time I see people put them in those situations, because there's a world of difference between those animals, and they do not know the difference. I mean, shedding, I can, I guess, understand kind of how that works. That's just, that's just more or less hair depending on the season. And we evolved out of that by creating clothing and living in buildings. And I don't see, I don't see many other mammals trying that out. So sounds like we're still number one. But when it comes to molting, if you've got a better method of pushing a fully formed feather through skin in a way that it can then emerge and be useful as protection in flight, I'm sure there are a number of avians who would like to hear it. Really, everything in nature is violent and disgusting. We should all just encase ourselves in lucite. So here's the plan, as we mentioned. Oh God, yes, no, Myrnus, no birds should have caffeine, and there's actually a lot of common foods are quite toxic to birds as well. The biggest one I think we can talk about right now is avocado. That's one that not a lot of people are aware of. Hey, we'll be right back. Don't go away. Quick commercial break. Swap your fluids, stretch your legs. Here we go. Oh, we're back. I should quickly deal with this water before we DQ ourselves. Get in there. That cup is filled to the Ramba rim. All right. There's my headphones. Back on the roads. Multiple hands. What are we drinking today? I'm drinking carbonated water, and then in almost exactly 4 hours, some champagne. And by champagne, I mean just the cheapest, smallest bottle of Prosecco I could find. I think it might even just be Brut brand Brut. Jones Sour Mango Melon Soda sounds real good. Coke with a little bit of lemonade. I could see how that would be kind of nice, actually. What would that be called? I mean, like, I don't know the Arnold Palmer is what is that? Iced tea and lemonade. Chinoto, I am not familiar with pimiento. I'm wondering if I might be a little low on caffeine. Cabin crew. As I had that big coffee at 8 a.m. yesterday. Yes, that was yesterday. And I had a nice little green tea at Tonk. Now! At 10:30 before I came in for second shift here. Iced tea lemonade, always called it the choppa. I enjoy saying the word choppa. Choppa. I don't know why my Arnold Schwarzenegger suddenly turned Australian for half a second there. I'm the muscles from Cannes. Chinoto is a dark soda made from oranges. Yeah, that sounds real good, actually. I may have a wee bit of nightcap whiskey at 8 a.m. in the morning when I get home before we sleep for a good portion of the day. I mean, real talk, I'm probably just gonna sleep till about noon or 1. Power through for the rest of the day. I took Monday off so that I can recover from this. It always takes more time than I think. So that's why we had to cancel the Friday stream. So thank you, members of the Tilty Gumi, for for letting me take that Friday off from streams to get things set up here. As I said, as promised, I'll have a little bit of a picture show for you next Friday at 6 p.m. Pacific, or thereabouts, for more fun Japanese trip story and picture time. Lopez, I did not dream of sushi as much as I wanted to. I also did not dream of the of the 6 backwards D that I thought I was going to in the windshield right there. I don't think I actually had any dreams at all. Had a little trouble actually getting to sleep, and that was due to that, as I mentioned earlier, big old party that was happening on the roof of the hotel next to where I live, and that was. Don't be creepy. Yeah, they were very kind though, and they shut it down just as I was leaving. So that was about 10:30 p.m., which I think is definitely the time you need to shut down big bassy beats. But it was not useful for me in my resting. Was restful though. Was very restful. I don't know why the cadence of that kind of came out like a certain previous president. Not much sleep, very restful. Everyone's saying it was very restful. I know I like my rest. They call it a cat nap, and yet not much feline about it at all. Oh, speaking of former presidents, that was probably not a highlight, but I was very happy to get to see a Daihatsu Taft in person. It is a car that looks like it would enjoy a good bath. Daihatsu Taft is a K vehicle in Japan, much not unlike a van, but slightly smaller. I love the discussion goes from what's a Daihatsu Taft to oh my god, it's adorable. Yeah, and it's called Taft. Describe the Daihatsu Taft in the cadence of the Shaft meme. Ugh. It's an underpowered car. Nobody loves it but Daihatsu. New Taft. Ooh. Don't think I've seen the Honda S6600, but... But yeah, apparently instead of SUVs, Japan and other areas of Asia are moving towards luxury vans as their chosen method of executive transport now. Ooh, good sound. Oh no, now I need to pick a pick. Oh, that's a new car? Cars aren't allowed to look that good anymore. It looks like an old Toyota Land Cruiser. The good kind. Ah! Ah! It has a hat. I need to speak. Okay, no. In this, I think in the same way of the that the Mini has a hat when you give it a different colored roof. That's the one disappointment with my The one disappointment with my current Mini is that it being all white doesn't get that two-tone look. I don't get that red bottom, white top. Red bottom, white top. That's a weird power balance, actually. Oh yeah, the slight overhang on the roof lip is the rain rail, I believe they call it. Is real good. Brim. Some might call it a brim. But those people would also say that it has a hat, so they're not wrong. Subaru Sambar might be the best looking Japanese pickup truck. I don't know. I'm also a big fan of the Mitsubishi Fuso. I mean, maybe that's like the name. And of course, the Hi-Jet is just such a good name for a K truck. Just so many good names for cars in Japan. There's a new version of I can't remember who produces the Lapine, but I don't like it as much as the old Lapine from the earlier 2000s. What was that? It sounded fast. Ah, yes, and the Nissan Figaro Escargot, and I always forget the third one in that series. Ah! Crescia. Gonna say the names of cars as they come to me. It's gonna be a while. Ooh, Pow! That was the one. Thank you, Drusen. That was my favorite of the Escargot, Figaro, and Pow trio. The POW had real, despite being a much boxier design, which, in my opinion, never a problem. But the POW felt like it had real Mini Cooper energy. concerned by the bendy lines in the road. But I guess they're bendy for a reason. I guess that's where the road goes. This late night deep thought brought to you by me? Sure. I'm in control of everything. I'm in control of this car. Good look at the POW. In my town, there was a POW in khaki brown, and it was gorgeous. More cars in khaki brown, please. Yo. Oh, come on down. Nope. There we go. Terracotta red. That sounds real nice, third floor draft. I think we're due for another trip down the bright car paint line. Probably pretty soon in terms of tastes. I think we're starting to wane on the putty colors and the deep saturated tones. Although thinking about we're not completely oversaturated with the putty look, so that's probably got another couple of years on it. Misheard POW is PAL and wondered if they were also NTSC cars. Sorry, that reminded me of the other really interesting and surprising thing I got to do in Akita in Japan, way up north there. Turns out TDK is headquartered there. And yes, that TDK, the makers of magnetic tape and inventor of some very important magnetic data storage technology. But they have a lovely museum that goes through a bunch of their inventions and their process through the company. And they've got a lovely wall of all their different types of media that they've released through blank recording media through history, from reel-to-reel tapes up at the top to cassettes to mini discs and then CDs down at the bottom. It's gorgeous. But very interesting. Lots of good English information there too. And some interactive stuff too. We got to see the Japanese robot Pepper, who's very cute and did a dance for us about Osaka and how it's having an expo next year. Apparently, Pepper's pretty rare in Japan these days. Yes, Corey had the wall of media on her Instagram. It was good. And one of the few good gachas that I took place in, or took part in, which was a little gacha machine for a miniature TDK audio recording tape of some kind. I got the one from the 80s. Gotta start doing something about that that snapback on my butt. I think I need just a bit more gas. Love that sound. Ah, that was the sound that I heard earlier. It's the sound of a whiz-bang bus. No, not bus. Bathtub. Ooh. Hear me out, chat. Public bath on a bus. So not only do you get to get to ride the public transit in an accessible and sustainable manner, but you get to get where you're going in the comfort of being in a natural hot spring. Now, this would mean that we'd probably want to have segregated buses, so we'll have to double the frequency at least. And yeah, then you can just get it. Now the question is, do you get washed before you get on the bus, or does the washing occur on the bus itself? And I think there are good answers for both of them. But I think because we're going to need to have a place to put the clothing anyway that's on the bus, because you're going to want that when you get off the bus. Probably have the washing area at the front of the bus. And then the nice relaxing in the back. Maybe put a sauna right in the back. You can heat it up with the diesel. You generally need to be more clear in your description of the segregated bus. Yeah, you know what? Actually, specifically for buses, you're probably right there. I was speaking about gender segregation, but that's a tough one too. Which is why I suggest maybe we're going to need to double, maybe triple the. There's a lot there. But I don't think. What I'm saying is, I don't think we want mixed bathing on the bus. And no suits either. This is a bus. Or sorry, this is a bus. This is a bath, not a pool. Oh, you mean put a divider in the bendy bus? I mean, it might need to be that we have the cleanliness up in the front of the bendy bus, and the back of the bendy bus is the bath. Again, yeah, you're right. Probably better Thirsty Kitty as a train, but we need to get those last mile baths in. What if it was a trolley, like a bath bus running off of a pantograph? I think we can keep things nicely grounded so that we're not going to electrocute customers. That said, electric baths are relatively common and quite pleasant in low dosages and voltages. And amperages, let's not forget amperage. It's okay, we'll have a little bit of electric bath on the bus. I guess the rest can just be natural hot spring water. We probably want a cold plunge as well. We're starting to run out of room. Maybe you get a transit yukata that you're allowed to wear off the bus, so you don't have to get fully dressed to leave. And you can just, I guess, return those to depots at maybe at the bus stop. There's a little hamper where you can drop off your bus bath yukata. I want this now. Oh, dang it. I need to go back and look that up, too. One of the things that apparently we just missed out on by a couple of days in Japan was the tiny, the K-Truck garden competition, where people build tiny gardens, including bonsai trees or full-size trees, flowers, rocks, moss, etc., in the back of a K-Truck. And then you bring your garden to the festival, and it gets judged, and the best garden wins, and everyone gets to see a bunch of nice gardens in the back of trucks. And yeah, I think that was 3 days before we arrived, so. But I think Spoon and Tamago probably have some photos from a few weeks back when that happened, so I can look it up then. Spoon and Tamago, in fact, a fantastic little blog for if you're interested in artsy stuff from Japan, contemporary art. There we go. Mirnus has a photo in the chat for those curious. Oh. Okay, so the heat, the cooling is definitely turned off on the air conditioner in this room, but I think just the heat's off for the night, and it has become cool again. As it is currently 8 degrees outside. I'm glad I brought my thicker coat with me on the way in. Treyon, yes, it is in fact June. Victoria is experiencing some... want to harmonize for a second. Some unseasonably cool temperatures right now, which I am absolutely not upset with. I will always contend that it is better to have a cooler ambient temperature than a warm one, because you can always put on a sweater, or another sweater, or more sweaters, and more shirts and whatnot. Once you've taken off all of your layers, you cannot remove skin, or you should not remove skin. Certainly not as a method of trying to keep cool. Sorry, Red Shoe Stiff, you are correct. You can once. It's also not very effective. Yeah, no, I'm absolutely down for the 16 degrees Celsius and cloudy all the time. I think I've told, I think I've mentioned this many times before, but one of my prime reasons for moving to Victoria is that I wanted to be able to live somewhere where, you know, I could wear a long sleeve shirt every day of the year, and still be comfortable. And my options, apparently, when I looked around for weather, were Glasgow, Scotland, and Victoria, BC. And one of those had a comedy group that I've had work with before, so the choice was obvious. That said, the difference between average temperature and actual day-to-day temperature are not the same things, so be aware should you try to do this yourself. It do get pretty unpleasantly hot here in Victoria sometimes. But so far, not this year, and I'm extremely happy about that. Also gotta go for the pits, because forgot that too. What the? No! Why does this happen? Or rather, why does it keep happening? God damn it. Okay, well, back to the pits for a little cheeky penalty. 69 seconds. Nice! Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't often hear about the Scotland heat domes. Is it really $17,000 in transmission? That's... If you piece it out, that's a third of the cost of the car, which seems about right, actually. No, not a big fan of the drunken bar fight. I don't know if I'm a lover, but I'm not a fighter, that's for sure. I'm a gamer, not a fighter. I'm not even a gamer. And it's just the idea of a bar fight that I think I have opposition to. Because a fight you can lose. A drunken preemptive strike is much more up my alley. Did Glasgow have the deep fried Mars bars? I think that's one of the places in Scotland that did. I mean, you can get those at just about any county fair in the US now these days, right? Y'all still have county fairs? Oh, Thirsty Kitty, that's interesting. Yeah, that's apparently Edmonton as well is only getting nautical twilight this time right now in Canada as well. Darn them northern climes. Wow, yeah, 11,000 euros for that transmission. And homecoming fairs and state fairs. Okay, well that's too much, is what that is. Now, this is another question I always get mixed up Edinburgh rock candy, is that the chalky kind that's good to crunch and chew on, or is it the other one that's hard candy on the outside and hard candy on the inside and is only really good for sucking? Chalky, cracks when you crunch it. Good, that's the one I like. Haven't had that in a while, but that's my favorite. You know, definitely agreed. Definitely dissolves nicely in your mouth, especially if you give it that suck action. It just cavitates. Like a submersible approaching the Titanic. But much sweeter. There we go. Mirnus, yes, another billionaire absolutely planted a flag in the ground with their intention to go down in another mini sub to prove that they're safe. And by God, I don't know if I've met a billionaire that knows the meaning of the word hubris, but we're about to have a very instructive time, I think. Nice and smooth. I know what happened to the people who initially went down on that sub. They became crabs. They didn't transform magically into crabs. They just, through the process of digestion, they have become crabs. Carcinization comes for us all one way or another. Now, if you're willing to look far enough back, and a little forgiving in the history, you'll find that Napoleon was in fact also a crab. I think if I were 10 crabs in a skin suit, A, those would be some pretty damn big crabs, and B, you'd probably hear a lot more clicking. Everything I know about Corsica comes from Asterix, which is to then say I don't know very much about Corsica at all. Trey, and if I start foaming at one of my many mouths, then you'll know that the crabs The crab is loose. Becca Tingles asks if you could drive any F1 racetrack, which would you choose? I honestly don't know enough about F1 to say for sure. Is Laguna Seca an F1? I don't think it is. There's way too much elevation distance for that to be the case. But of tracks that I am familiar with, I enjoy a good Bathurst. I enjoy the Red Bull Ring's a good one too. But Laguna Seca is absolutely probably my second favorite track after this one. Ooh, Monaco is real good too, yeah. Love the streets of Monaco. Well, Daniel Genagros, you are in luck because next year, MANS will be introducing cars with after images with MAS. Oh, welcome, Dandy Geek. We're holding up-ish. We've had some very, we've had some interesting ideas about a bath bus. And, I have been accused of being 10 crabs in a skin suit. So, useful. Yeah, oh, watch out for the wall. Trian, Wolfstrike, what happened to restart the race was that the sushi was too fast, and so we had to do a new one. I think that happened while I was away attempting to sleep to the dulcet tones of the Yeah song by Usher. Which I think I know only from mashups, but... Look, if I hadn't been trying to sleep and literally laid down just as the bass started booming, I would have less hostility towards this party. Ooh, so Quixotic Scrivener. Like I said, I tried a number of cars. I haven't seen the Mach 5. Maybe I have. Maybe I didn't download it. I don't know why, if that was the case. But one of the cars that didn't end up was Ultraman the Great's spaceship turned into car. Unfortunately, it also was one of those cars that wouldn't survive the first 2 laps of the race, so we're okay. That's me going over the curbs. Shaq style. That's me yelling. Ooh, this'll shave some time here. stayed clean. Okay. This is one for the books then. Yang yang. Straighten out. Take a sip. Or a big gulp, as it were. What's chat's feeling on the on the big gulp goon bag that's currently on offer in the US for your Slurpee and big drink needs? Hey, it's Hamburg Steak. We haven't seen them in a while. We were all worried. How are you doing, Hamburg? Ooh, that was not the best of chicanes, but we had traffic, so. Yes, the big gulp goon bag. It's a 3.8 gallon bag at 7-Eleven that you can fill up with your favorite beverage. No, they do not call it the goon bag. I believe that's goon bag is Australian slang for bagged wine. And it's really just honestly the best name for it. And Halentag asks, but why? And that's an answer that I don't have. I'm afraid that's a that's a question that you'll have to ask yourself as you purchase the 3.8 gallon bag of what I assume is going to be Mountain Dew and then quickly piss. Oh yeah, we got the Grimace Shake here in Canada. I don't know what that means either, but sure is here. I don't think I want it. Yeah, what is the big gulp these days? Is it still in the 1 liter class, or is it big boy? Like, I'm pretty sure that well, let's be honest. The true reason for the biggest gulp bag is probably for parties, is what they suggest. I'm guessing. I think it's for road trips, and I think it's dual purpose, and I think there's a built-in like emergent gameplay going on there. And the question is, can you finish 3.8 gallons of liquid before you need to start peeing on this road trip directly back into that bag? And the answer will surprise you and challenge you. It's gonna be a real late night of the soul situation. So that was not the best lap, but No, I am not peeing in a goon bag right now. I've been very, very forward about the breaks that I've been taking, usually involving a penalty of some kind in-game. That was unnecessary. The shift. Everything I've been saying is completely valid and correct. The half-gallon mega jug. I don't like it. I don't like it all that much. And yes, Canada does, or rather, the part of Canada that thinks it's all of Canada, yes, does still produce milk in bags. It is an Eastern Canada thing, and I think we used to have some out this way, but we definitely transitioned over to the 4-liter plastic jug pretty quickly after those became available. Like, I'm willing to give 2 liters of soda a pass, just because that's something that you can purchase in bottle form in that size. I don't recommend taking it in all at once, even if you are in your teens, which is when I did that a lot more than I should have. But yeah, at least that at least you can consider that to be maybe 1 serving's worth. I think the winning move is you take the 3.8 gallon bag and you fill it with the nacho cheese, and if you can't fill it all with the nacho cheese, you add some chili to the mix as well. You get chili cheese that you can just extrude out onto, I don't know, a baguette. Either that or you hollow out the baguette and use it as a straw. I've seen people drinking beer with hot dogs as straws recently, so I feel like I have legs to stand on here. And if they're, you know what? And if they're gonna keep taking away our plastic straws, then by God, I want all beef straws back. Maybe some Polish pork straws. It's the only way. Do we take it down to 4th, or we keep it in 5th? I think we keep it in 5th. This feels okay. Just gotta feather that throttle the right way. By feathered, I mean jam it directly into the firewall. Yep, it should not have gone into 4th. Yep. Dang, we ruined it. What a great way to ruin a lap. With this one neat trick. almost at 9 hours. Sorry, 2100. 21 hours is actually 21 hours, not 9 hours in metric time? No. The good time. 24-hour time. Oh yeah, no, I love the Costco zeal that they have over their $1.50 hot dogs. I mean, considering that, Phyllis did ask, would the 3 seashells be better for environment compared to regular TP? And I think the answer is yes, almost always. You're looking at a bidet situation there, right? I'm assuming that the seashells themselves are not meant to be used to do the wiping, Roman bath style. But that there is, in fact, a nozzle. Cabin crew. Uh-oh, I did a bussio. Did you know that if you double-click a tab in Chrome, sometimes it'll just close? Found that out. No, the chat is back, folks. You're here. And yes, I do agree with the Scrapyard Ghost Train's assessment. Don't use Chrome. It's the workplace. I can't, unfortunately, arbitrarily change as many things as I'd like. I think it might just be that the window is too full of tabs to be able to have a tab be anything but the close button. So you click it once to focus the tab, and you actually click it a second time, and that closes the tab. Oh yeah, Firefox is absolutely my my secondary browser of choice. I will, as long as I'm on the Mac, and as long as they keep making it, and as long as it continues to be a really damn good browser, I'm Safari all the way. It keeps my shields up, amongst a lot of other things I do to keep my my privacy and ad blocking shields up. We should probably go to wet tires for the invisible rain next time we make a stop here. I don't think we need to make a stop for another 2.6 laps, so we're good. We're good. Yeah, I'm working ad block home at the DNS level for ad blocking wiper in the browser. And stop the madness for various other scripting tweaks and whatnot. Yeah, no actual DQs this year so far. I'm rather proud of us all. Yeah, the Pi-hole is another good option. I don't run Pi-hole because I don't want to run another x86 emulation for Linux on my main server. I like FreeBSD and the jails that it provides. Why emulate an entire system when you can just have a no-root style directory that runs like its own system? There are a number of good DNS-based ad blocking solutions. Pi-hole, of course, being probably the most well-known, but might not be the best for your needs, depending on how you like to have things set up. That said, there were some people out there. If you are already doing a lot of emulation, or you have a good amount of spare cycles on your main box, go ahead and yeah, try Proxmox out as a way. So there was talk earlier of the scripts to install things like the Pi-hole and whatnot on there. Just make sure you got enough RAM to handle every system that you've actually got running simultaneously on your box there. Yeah, I think the extent of my home lab setup is the old Cisco router I found at a Value Village that I'm currently using as a as the home switch, and only because it had the 2 extra SFP ports available so that I could yank out of my ISP provided Wi-Fi point and plug directly into the Cisco switch. Made some virtual subnets so that the only thing that's going to be pulling an IP address from that fiber connection is my actual router, and then all the other ports just are used for the home internal network. Also, hey, K-Prins, welcome yourself to the chat. Welcome to you yourself, and also welcome yourself and your members. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for coming by. It's late. I've been doing this for quite a while. And it's just about time for us to hit the hit. So this time we're in 4th coming around these curves. Let's see if that's any better for our health and bad for our education. It's one or the other, Canada. Make up your mind. I have not been driving all 21 hours, thankfully. This has been... I took a 4-hour break near the middle to get a little bit of sleep in and have a meal, and that was good for me on both accounts, so... Hey, good clean lap. Ah, account made for ants. Yes, Adgard Home is what I am also running. There we go. We're still good. We can still do another lap. Adgard Home is what I'm using for my DNS ad blocking, and it's great. It's great. But the difference there is I'm currently running, I'm running TrueNAS as my host, and have a virtual machine running in it that runs my Home Assistant, and that contains the Adgard Home as well. Again, just to keep the amount of RAM being drained by VMs to a minimum. I have just realized how hungry I feel, so I think it's time for a pepperette. Didn't get the one with the reseal package this time on the... Oh, wait, no, I did. Or did I? Ants, it's been working out quite well for me so far. Yeah, well, we had to stop anyway to get gas, so it'll be fine. It's been working out quite well. I've been running in this configuration, and aside from the issue I had with the shingled magnetic resonance drives, which partially hosed my entire disk pack, it's been great. Those pieces of software that we've been discussing interacting together have been rock solid for at least 2 years now, I think. And I've been quite happy with it and can recommend to anyone. Man, I'm usually much better at this. By this, I mean opening packages. This one just seems... Okay, one sec. I want my pepperette. Give me my pepperette. Open. Aha. I have a slight opening. Come on. Get... Wow. Why is this package the worst? Why is this package the absolute worst? There's no place to get purchase for either of my fingers here. Open here? I beseech thee, how? Okay, fine. No refrigeration required. Great. It occurs to me I could have done this in the pit, but you know what? Here we are. All right. Let's MacArthur this with a beef stogie. Ow. The wipers, Dandy Geet, indicate that rain is occurring. I did pay for rain this year. However, the rain has not been showing up. But it does affect the physics. So, the wipers being on means it's time for you to swap to the wet tires. I should clarify, Dax Strife. It's not the game that gates the rain. The rain in game is gated mainly by the mod system. That's where you're wrong, Account Made France. You can't turn the wipers off. They're automatic. But yes, the rain is part of a couple different plugins that are in use for the game. Custom shader patch, which does a lot more than just shaders these days. It also includes the weather effects and the rain, and Soul, which renders the rain. And I think there might be a configuration mismatch between what I've got turned on and what is necessary. Well, that is a dry sausage. I do like that. It's no Landjäger, though. It's been a while since I've had a good Landjäger. They're harder to find now. One second here. Oopsie. There we go. Let me just do this too. There we go. Hey.
Hello.
It works. I can.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay, I think. I'm feeling a little bit loopy. It's a little bit sore, is actually more than anything else. But
No, that makes sense. You've been sitting in that chair for a long time.
I have been trying to get up and have little stretch breaks whenever we get a penalty. So
Yeah.
I guess that's not really incentivizing me to take the appropriate stretch breaks.
No, not quite. I mean, long lads like us, we develop some joint issues, so stretching is pretty important.
Yeah, no, yeah, I can definitely feel that. So I'm just going to poke you with a stick here to make you a little bit louder. There we go.
Hopefully that's okay. And good morning, chat.
Yes, I should introduce to the chat. No, this is not G. This is D. We got the Dandy Geek on the line here.
Please don't introduce me as D.
I'm sorry. Look, I've had a history with words this morning. There we go. Yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, I can understand why people might have take umbrage with me suggesting that we resegregate buses, but it really is for the bathing, nothing else.
What?
We need.
Sorry, I don't. There's not enough coffee just for me to hear you talk about resegregating buses out of context. Oh
Yeah,
my.
no, that's yeah, that was the problem.
Oh.
We're making buses into baths right now, so that you can have a nice relaxing time when you take the bus.
Oh, so Roman baths? Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah. Japanese style. You need to get people clean first. We have to decide: do you want the cleanliness portion to happen on the bus or at the station? We figure it's on the bus. Makes sense.
Oh God. So this is what happens when you can't sleep, huh?
A little bit, yeah. Well, also, when I am in a situation where I guess I could do this silently. I've never tried.
Oh, I mean, that party timing seemed like it was perfect and or the worst, depending on one's perspective.
It was, you know what? It sounded like people were having a lot of fun. There were some very big cheers happening. But I was not a part of that. Ooh, hey, textures are all messed up again. Great.
Oh yeah, that's. Ooh, that was a fun little snap. Yeah, I don't envy you trying to sleep through a significant amount of bass frequency transfer.
Yeah, no, it was a surprising amount of bass for such a small patio.
Oh yeah. Well, I used to. Do you remember way back in the day? I guess. I mean, it wasn't for that long. It was for maybe a couple years tops. But I used to live in Belltown, which, for those of you who don't know, Seattle is one of the downtown neighborhoods that is primarily bars and restaurants, and mostly bars, and kind of like nightlife. And so I was in a little studio apartment that was across the alley from a place that I think doesn't exist anymore, but was called Tia Lou's. They had a patio deck on the upstairs of their building. So you would kind of get so on like weekend nights, it was loud, but you would get in the same way that you kind of, people do the wave at like sports stadiums. You would get a wave of drunk white ladies wooing.
Oh.
If you know what I mean. So
Yep.
like, somebody would start with the like, "Wah!" and then it would just sort of like crest in a wave across all the other drunk people on the my favorite was they renovated that outdoors balcony. And again, I cannot emphasize enough, this was directly opposite the one like window and access portal to the outside on this studio, so it got very loud. My favorite though was there was a Thursday night that they had a 12-piece mariachi band on that upstairs deck.
Oh, that sounds lovely for the first 20 minutes of the first time.
Yeah, well, turns out they only have one volume.
Mariachi.
Yeah, and it was so loud that like closed up in the bathroom, it was still like they were right next to you.
Oh no.
Yeah. So I don't envy you trying to sleep through a big party across the way, especially when I know the place you're talking about, and I know how open air projection that is directly at your sleeping area.
On the level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The surprise for me was just the amount of as you say, bass transference. I'm no stranger to sleeping with earplugs, thanks to a wonderful trip to France with some very loud sleepers who are also veterans of World War II, so you can't really get too upset.
No, you can't really. Yeah, you just have to cope at that point. That's very true. Yeah, no, I know. I'm definitely a snorer. I think it's actually dependent on if I'm on my back versus like my side.
Mm-hmm.
But still, I know that I'm a nuisance, and I have shared hotel rooms with folks before, cons, who are even louder, like the kind of cartoon snore that I literally had to cover my mouth because I burst into laughter at hearing it the first time. Like, it was really truly like that platonic ideal of the loud snoring that is the, like, that, like, in the cartoons they would illustrate with like the hand saw in the log.
Yeah, we're looking at like a size 13 honk shoe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Good times.
I'm lucky enough that I will not be woken up by snoring.
Mm-hmm.
But if I can't get to sleep before it starts happening, then I've got a problem. That's when you need to jam those earplugs down until you're touching drum.
Yeah. I know what you mean. The like once you're down, it's fine, but in the liminal space, it's just a constant distraction.
Yeah, exactly. And then you start thinking about it too much, and then everything's all out the window.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The last thing you want is an unquiet mind when you're trying to sleep.
Mhm.
Hi Kirby. Bye Kirby.
Yeah, they've been a fairly stable addition to this particular race paddock.
I've noticed that. I'm trying to remember everybody that washed out, but yeah, I mean, I've seen the jackfruit, I've seen the tuk-tuks, I've seen the Lego cars, I saw the trio of vans that kept trying to murder you.
Yeah, no, those are also real kind of spooky.
Yeah, they're terrifying. And then yeah, the sushi hauling all of the ass.
Oh, that was, the first sushi test was, I think, we got to corner 3 before I saw the sushi approaching in the rear view mirror, just kind of sliding in from the side, and thought, yes, no, this needs to be here more than once.
Yeah. Well, it's also because when they're overtaking you, seeing just this white mass in the rear view mirror is horrifying. I know somebody in chat mentioned it at least once, but it's true. They do look like Rover when they're coming up on you.
Exactly. Yes. I really.
Which makes me think surely there's a mod that is just Rover, right?
I mean, you'd think it wouldn't be difficult to do, but
Yeah, I would assume that they would. I don't know. I mean, I feel like if you're gonna put Rover in this, then it also needs to make the uncomfortable like roaring noises.
Oh, of course.
That Rover makes in the show.
custom sound packs are necessary for that sort of a novelty car.
Yeah. But yeah, it's been a good batch from what I've seen as far as the novelty vehicles.
I think that's what I wanted to highlight this year. We had our fun last year with the third person view, but
Oh yeah, and the trikes. I forgot about that.
Drina
Yes.
yes,
Sent that, and Chat just mentioned that. Yeah.
the space
the
trikes.
trikes like flipping on that turn.
I'm just so glad that I've seen it enough times that I can predict exactly when they're going to tip too.
It's very good.
A lot of good clips this year. It'll be one for
Yeah.
the books.
Good stuff. So Ian, are you? Do you have any projects that are chewing up a lot of brain space right now? Any tinkering? I mean that you can talk about.
Yeah,
let's
no,
say.
that's the big thing here. I mean, we've got a couple that I've had brewing recently. We've got coming up this Thursday on Tinker Tailor. I'll need to change the schedule, but we've met a fan of the show when I was in Akita. Kumagai San, who is a friend of Todd's, my brother, was introduced to me, and he had a gift for me. A series of 2 model kits of Japanese sushi.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is what's the scale of the sushi? Can
Oh.
you kind of ballpark about how big they are when they're assembled?
Yeah, when they're assembled, they'll be 1-to-1 scale, so real size
excellent.
sushi.
Great.
That's
love that.
important because the way one builds the sushi is by clipping each individual grain of rice off of the runner, fixing, sanding down the nub, and then gluing those grains of rice together until you've formed a bed of rice, upon which you can then.
So how many grains of rice for one piece of sushi?
I
Tell it.
don't know off the top of my head, but I'm certain that I will remember forever once I am done.
Yeah, probably.
I don't think we're going to be getting the full the full thing done in one episode, and
There's no way. It does. It did make me think of what we do in the shadows, the television show, because there is a bit in that. If for folks who don't know, it's a mockumentary TV series about vampires living in New York, specifically. Oh God. not Coney Island. It's like Long Beach, I think. Anyway, but so there's a bit where they're talking about kind of vampire myths. Staten Island. Thank you. I knew I was getting it wrong, but my brain refused. It's early for me, late for you. We're about the same level of articulate.
We're crossing over there.
Yeah, but so where they're talking about, and one of the things that they're testing is the myth that if you spill a bunch of rice grains on the floor, a vampire will be compelled to count them all.
Yes.
Yeah, and that bit cracks me up, but it's immediately what I think of when you say you have to do every single individual grain.
It's definitely a curse. I had when I was presented with the models, I had run into them earlier in the trip, because I'm aware of certain things when memories show up. But thought to myself, you know what? I don't actually need these. And so yeah, the best kind of gift is a curse you give someone else.
Oh yeah,
And that's definitely what's occurred here.
Yeah, believe me, I know. I'm sure you've noticed. I do like to do that to friends at times. Well, that's exciting. That's going to be a fun Tinker Tailor. I'm really looking forward to you cutting out all those grains of rice.
Yeah, I hopefully it'll be entertaining to watch in addition to
Oh, I'm sure it will be.
entertaining to make. But
So you got anything else on the docket?
yeah, well,
Again, that you can talk about.
oh yes,
That you
no,
can talk about.
absolutely. This what was originally going to be this week, because we had to postpone last fortnight ago. We'll be working on kintsugi. Way back in the depths of the pandemic, I ordered a kintsugi kit from Japan. For those not aware, kintsugi is the art of mending pottery or porcelain, drinkware, vases, and whatnot, by gluing them together and then hiding the seams with gold. They usually paint on gold dust. And so this kit includes all the important food-safe glues and resins that are used in the traditional practice of doing kintsugi, as well as a small amount of powdered gold for finishing.
Food safe seems a key thing.
Yes.
When you're talking about doing kintsugi with any sort of dishware. Yeah, it's gorgeous. I really love what kintsugi looks like. In fact, it's literally like the one thing that I really liked about Asuka, the Star Wars TV show that came and went recently.
Oh yes, yes.
Is there the spoilers for folks who haven't seen it? Apologies, I guess. I don't know. It's been out long enough. I would assume people have gotten to it. But anyway, General Thrawn is a part of it, and the soldiers, the troopers that he has in it, are kintsugi style, and they are one of the most striking visual designs I've seen in Star Wars in a while. I think they're gorgeous, and it bums me out a little that they were in that show because it really was unsatisfying. Is how I would put it.
I mean, there's always a chance they'll come back, but there's always a chance that there will be no more Star Wars again forever.
If I have a lot of feelings about Star Wars, but I mean, the short version is there are a lot of versions of Star Wars, and Star Wars has been a lot of things to a lot of people depending on how old they are when they've been exposed to it and what decade they were that age. So like, there's lots to find and enjoy out there. Asuka is like a lot of the TV stuff for me, which is just felt like the Marvel TV stuff in a lot of ways, where it's like, oh, you had something that like could have been a good show, and then you sort of cut its hamstrings because you wanted to integrate it into some grand design that led to like a mashup movie or something like that. So yeah,
that's one I've been. It was an interesting one for me because I was not a fan of the television series that it drew from, the early animated ones. But I did end up reading a manga adaptation of I think Rebels, which was cut very short. So I did have a little bit of affection for some of the characters they were referencing and talking about, and I think that that did change my approach to that particular program.
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, I've heard good things about that Clone Wars has a lot of good stuff in it, and especially that like Rebels does. And I know that obviously Asuka like is most of those characters, or many of those characters from that series kind of being brought into live action for the first time.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it just was one of those things of it felt like it was a show that kind of didn't stay remotely self-contained.
No.
But anyway,
This is interesting because I've been listening to a podcast just recently, just today in fact, on Furiosa, and no spoilers whatsoever for it or Fury Road. But one of the things they're talking about is how close George Miller has been keeping the Fury Road. I don't want to say the word franchise because it is technically 2 movies at this point, a video game and a series of comic books that no one really liked. But that's it. You know, he hasn't allowed people to play in his sandbox without his involvement.
yeah.
And I think that can result in a certain kind of, unified vision.
It can. I mean, that's always so dicey, right? Because you've got we so often fall into this idea of like the auteur, which is just not really how things get made. It's certainly not how big budget stuff really gets made. Like, you can have someone who's genuinely, got their hands in a bunch of different parts of the thing, but it's still such a huge process that
there's
you
so
can't
many people that
really
need
be
to
like,
be
oh, this one
involved.
person is the only reason that all of this happened. Yeah, I mean, Rock Pusher's right. Like, Miller's generally focused on like, I'm gonna make the movie that I want to make, and I don't give a fuck about anything else. And that's a thing that I always respect. I might not always like somebody's material, but like, I do appreciate when people have a vision and they're chasing it. I mean, at the same time, I am always grateful when something gets adapted for film and television, and the folks who adapt it take a look at it and go, maybe we should take a serious critical look at this and consider whether or not we want to continue propagating some of the ideas in this, like say all of Frank Herbert's uncomfortable shittiness towards queer folks, specifically gay men.
Yeah.
That's a thing where it's like, yeah, let's maybe not continue those horrible stereotypes and myths. Like, yeah, it's okay sometimes when other people get their hands on someone's work, as I guess what I'm trying to say. But also, like, it's a case by case. You can't, it's never all of one or the other.
No, and any adaptation in any direction needs to be approached as its own work, because there are going to be different choices made by different people, even just down to the fact that it is a different medium.
Right. When you change mediums, you change art forms, and you have to consider, when you're taking a novel to, a visual form, that like you have to convey information, visually, obviously. I mean, I realize this is a very, very basic thing that I'm saying, but it is true. It's like, it's easy to get swept up in, I mean, because I've done this so often when it's like a book that I love and it's getting adapted, and I'm like, and as I get older, I've gotten a little more mellow about that, mostly. I still have hard edges here and there, but just in that allowing me like space for someone else's ideas to kind of show up in that, rather than like what I have formed in my imagination after reading the book over and over.
Well, especially when it's something that comes from from a book to a film, where in a book, when we talk about authorial intent, it's everything that's on a page or on a screen is a choice as to whether or not it's there.
Yeah.
When you're dealing with a book, though, there's a certain economy of information. Like, you cannot have a satisfying book that says, Paul entered the room, and then proceeds to describe in excruciating detail, everything that is in that room before moving on to the plot. But that is kind of what happens when you set an establishing shot in a film. Because you're saying, okay, here is the scene. It might not have been all described that way, but I had to make a decision as a member of a production team of what is going to be presented to the viewer and how.
Mm-hmm.
And that
Yeah.
and you've got to make sure that that fits with everything else that wasn't described in the book.
Yeah. Yeah, like one of the adaptations, or not. I mean, you know that I like this adaptation, but I was just thinking of a specific part of it. But the Villeneuve's Dune films.
Mm-hmm.
In the first one, I know that I gushed at you and Beej about this before, but the bit where the way that they integrate Paul's grandfather and kind of the information about the old Duke into the visuals was something that I really love, because there's such heavy description in the novel about the trophy, the bull trophy and all of those details, and it's like, and the way that they manage to sort of convey the position that takes sort of mentally for Duke Leto and everything else. The way that it's framed in there, and obviously he talks to Paul about it at the family crypt in the film. But again, all of these adaptations to convey that information to the audience without
outright
just resorting to
saying
kind of the classic trap of the sort of
well, as you know,
the
Paul,
novel to film. Yeah, right. The narration, the like internal monologuing forever, which is like, it works to a point, but also it's one of those things of, it always feels like, well, yeah, if you can't convey this information visually in a film, then why did it need to be a film?
Or does that information need to be there? Again, there can be adaptations we don't necessarily like.
Oh yeah.
But
and good morning, Molly. Molly's right. Adaptation is very much exactly about this.
yes.
Wasn't there another adaptation of adaptation recently attempted?
No.
Like a stage production or something?
Oh,
I swear I just read about
that
this.
makes sense. But I also like to examine the other direction, because fans can be fans, and fans do love a what they consider to be a perfect adaptation. And what happens then is you get something like Watchmen.
Right, where it's like a visually shot for shot, this kind of lush representation of the comic frame, but doesn't necessarily bring anything else to. I mean, I will say it is a gorgeous film, and I do still, I have certainly enjoyed watching it. But I recognize that like it doesn't bring a lot of its own sauce to the story, I guess I would say. Yeah, no, it's funny because I think about I think one of the weirdest adaptation stories I enjoy telling, mostly about myself, is that I was so stoked. I think I was maybe in high school at the time, but I was so stoked about the Schwarzenegger Total Recall film coming out.
Ooh.
And I had been, and specifically because the novelization of the film released before the film was even in theaters. And the film is based on a short story already. Is it We Can Remember It For You Wholesale, I think?
That sounds right, yeah.
and which is I think a Philip K. Dick, and hilariously, the novelization of the film was written by Pierce Anthony, who I had been reading for a while. So I literally like read it over the course of like a single evening. You know, I was so excited about the fact that it was like a Pierce Anthony novel that I had access to, and then it was going to be a film that I was going to walk in and see Schwarzenegger in. And yeah, that's definitely one way to do it, because there's a lot of meat on the bones in the novelization that, you know, isn't quite the way that it comes across on screen, I'll say. But it is funny going back to that because, you know, it's yeah, because it's still Verhoeven.
I was gonna say that was a Verhoeven, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's still something that I just adore that movie. But also in that way of like, where I was growing up and kind of, I mean, spoilers, Florida. You know, I don't. Yeah. I was definitely steeped in a very different kind of culture, let's say. But yeah, going back to Verhoeven's films of the era, like Total Recall and specifically Starship Troopers, yeah, it was enlightening to go back to those things in the last like 10, 15 years and be like, oh yeah, no, I missed all that as a kid. That is not the, yeah, it's kind of, I mean, in the case of Starship Troopers, a little chilling to be like, oh no, I missed all that context.
Oh, for me, it was listening to the Verhoeven series on the Blank Check podcast.
Ooh.
About those, and their discussion around RoboCop.
Oh, sure.
That
yeah,
really,
yeah.
that film has a lot more going on than one realizes.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, I mean, funny thing is, you know, I mean, somebody clearly realized it because I don't understand. I still kind of don't understand that it happened, but it did happen. They made a RoboCop TV show.
Yes, they did.
And that TV show has a lot of like satirical advertisements and stuff that are real, that are sharper than I expected going back to that. And it's like, no, somebody seemed to understand that RoboCop knew what it was taking the piss out of. But yeah, I've had a soft spot for that one for a long time, and probably because it got a Criterion release, and specifically it got an unrated Criterion release because you know, it's definitely more graphically violent in that unrated version. But like, yeah.
They make a great case for RoboCop being the American Jesus. He literally walks on water at the end.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I definitely like. There's a bunch of jokes about Verhoeven. Yeah. But damn, if there's not a lot of meat on those bones when you go back.
Again, another director with not an auteur, but someone who definitely has a vision and is working to fulfill that particular vision.
Yeah. Well, I think you also get the fun stuff of, you know, it's not you know, not an American director.
Oh no.
I mean, you know, obviously directs, you know, films in the States and, you know, Hollywood and all that. But I just mean in terms of like his prior work before he started doing big budget stuff is not, it's not the normal sort of Hollywood
Not
slog,
the Hollywood
I'll say.
studio stuff, no.
Yeah.
But that actually brings me to the next work. I mean, we should definitely talk about some projects as well if we want to continue that. But the three body problem.
Oh yeah,
Because
I've heard the Netflix show is worth watching, but also is quite an adaptation.
Yeah, and they are. What I like about it is that we're able to. I have not enough fuel. I should have filled up at the last lap.
Shit.
Well, maybe.
I distracted you.
Yeah, we're gonna
get a nice
ease
break
off
on
the gas
timeout.
here, and have a nice slow lap this time. But what I liked about Three Body is that it's everything happens so quickly. relatively from going from book to television series to television series, and it means that it's a lot easier to compare with fresh eyes the various different adaptations, because you have the book to draw from initially, and then you have the Chinese Tencent production.
Right, the Tencent, which is like 20 or 30 episodes,
Yeah,
something like that.
it's got time to breathe, that's for sure. And then you've got this Netflix 8-episode thing.
Right.
And but again, also you have to approach them from their production location. Netflix absolutely making primarily for an American
Western
audience,
yeah.
and then Western globalized elsewhere, whereas the Chinese adaptation is unabashedly Chinese.
Yeah.
And again, the interesting choices about changes that they make to the to the plot, character-wise. They went with in the Netflix version a lot more internationalized and internationalized from a Western perspective cast and gender diverse cast.
Right.
And splitting up some characters into different ways. And from a if you're coming from the perspective of we have to change the nationality of our lead characters to appeal to our intended audience anyway, I say yeah, fantastic. Let's go. Let's be a bit more diverse in that respect. But if you come at it from the aspect of this is a foreign work, then I think keeping an all Chinese cast is kind of important in that respect. For that perspective.
I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean this is exactly the whole challenge of adaptation, right? Is the how close do you hew the original versus sort of the medium you're producing it for, and your audience's expectations, because as you say, it's a very different audience that Tencent show is made for than the Netflix audience. And the Netflix audience, this is I'm real sorry, but if we're going to talk about adaptations, we have to talk about, pardon, Ian, is it okay if I swear?
Absolutely, yes. We are well past the watershed.
Yeah, I just wanted to check as far as what you consider the watershed for LRR, but I mean, we have to talk about the big elephant in the room when it comes to adaptations and fuckiness and weird stuff, and that's Foundation.
Okay, I was afraid you were going to mention Super Mario Brothers, but yes, absolutely Foundation.
The film or the TV series?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, don't make me get out that title song from the TV show.
Well,
I
then
do have that sample somewhere.
And then in that respect, do you mean the film or the film?
Mm-hmm. Oh boy.
Oh, I forgot to drive slow. Never mind.
But yeah, that's the thing is I'm fascinated by the Foundation adaptation because the original work is largely perceived as unfilmable, but also because at least when the series was initially rolling through pre-pro and getting made and all for Apple TV, the showrunner had kind of plotted out a 10-season arc to actually manage it. And it's that's a lot of planning in a very volatile era of television.
Mm-hmm.
And I know their budget's been cut, and I think even the showrunner might have changed at this point, so who knows how season 3 will be, but it's one of those weird things where it's a mad expensive and crazy ambitious show, and you've seen season 2, right?
I have.
Okay. So you know how I feel like it's very obvious in season 2 when there is action that exists in the show that serves no purpose other than faux tension.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
No, that completely.
Just the where all of a sudden there's some action sequence that is It feels shoehorned in, and then as you look at it, it doesn't make sense in the conflicts happening in the show. It's like you just feel like they led you around a blind corner into surprise. Now we're doing this action sequence that is disconnected from what's happening in the show. But clearly somebody felt like, no, we can only go this long without having people shoot guns at each other or stuff blow up because people won't be interested.
And that's not for me what Foundation was as a
Oh,
book.
no, I know it's not. I know it's not what Foundation means to you at all. We've had that conversation. But yeah, it's that thing where like you start to feel, you can feel a thing being shaped, if not by the medium, then by the industry around that medium.
And there's only so much planning you can do that that incorporates or defends against that sort of in production change.
Well, and that's the thing that that is always you know, I mean, again, one of our friends, it's always like, it's a miracle any film gets made, period.
Yes.
And that's the truth, you know. But it's like, but this is definitely one of those things where it's like, it's a miracle this stuff gets made. And the more you know about how chaotic and unpredictable it can be for a show to survive and continue to make, you know, a couple of seasons, it's remarkable anything happens and manages to get anything right from the source material. The more that you know about it, the more it really is kind of awe-inspiring that somebody manages to get it done
Completely.
But yeah, it's such a it's wild though, because to me with Foundation, like, it's so, you know, they deviate so wildly, and some of those things start to make sense in the structure of the show maybe halfway through the first season, or not until you get to the second season, and you start to see more, say, fracturing of like the Emperor's aspects, and they start to, you know, and it's like, it's that craziness of like, you'll get like 1 or 2 episodes that are absolute bangers, like some of the best, you know, most suspenseful kind of TV episodes I'd seen in a while, and then immediately roll into like the biggest turd, you know. And it's just that inconsistency. It's wild, but yeah, adaptation.
I also really want to just quickly put a pin in what you were saying about the announcement of the 10-year plan, and a lot of talking about, and it's kind of unfortunate that thanks to the way that the internet has invaded and become part of that discussion, that like, thanks to Lost and Battlestar Galactica and the nerds' reaction to those things, and Game of Thrones as well, that productions need to feel like they need to reassure the audience that yes, we do actually have a plan this time. When it's not the planning that necessarily makes the show good, and in fact, having a little bit of wiggle room to move things around is probably for the best especially when you're dealing with people who are reacting in real time.
Yeah. Well, I think so. It's. I mean, there's a lot to it, right? Like, I understand the approach of like when somebody might want to make a show and try to make it appeal to the broadest audience, and I think that's part of the nature of something being big budget, is that, you know, that in theory somebody wants to at least break even on that.
I mean, that is the end goal usually.
Right. So you do kind of like, so that is just inherently part of the process, unless you have something that is really truly going the indie route, where it is, you know, it is unabashedly getting made by the people who are making it without any real, you know, without, you know, a lot of other external hands on the finished product.
Importantly, also doesn't have a tremendous marketing budget, which feels like it needs to lay as much out ahead of time.
Yeah, I keep thinking this isn't film stuff, but I keep thinking about when friends will mention the size of the marketing budget for mobile games and how it dwarfs the budget for actual like AAA games in some cases. But yeah, I mean, I think so with Game of Thrones. I do think that there's like an extra complication of those guys had ample source material to pull from for the majority of the show, and then brick-walled because old George hadn't put out the next book, and they were kind of expecting it to be there as reference material. So like there's some adaptations where it's beneficial that, say, the source material is exceptionally verbose because it makes it easier to, pick and choose stuff from. But
shall we just for personal enjoyment's sake, shall we just from now on say that the final season of Game of Thrones actually was Elden Ring? And
I mean, it's a little more, I don't know.
And
Would
then
you say it's
Bran
a little more
told
ham-fisted than Elden Ring. Sometimes I feel like Elden Ring's very much in your face about what it's trying to say about a character.
And then
other
Bran
times I feel
told a
like
story about how a Tarnished grew to become Elden Lord.
But yeah, fun stuff.
Yeah.
Speaking of adaptations, there's an older one that I've started watching finally, which I've heard friends talk about a lot before, but I'd never sat down with The Expanse.
Oh, you are in for a treat, my friend, no matter where you are in that series.
I'm like 2 episodes into the 2nd season, and I started this past week. I just have not been able to stop. It's really just hooked me. It's been very much the kind of show I enjoy.
No, that's
I
can
in no
see
small
why.
part, those space battles, the rail guns and kind of things like actually being sort of, a little closer to how space works.
I loved the show to begin with, but the first time they depressurized the hull before going into combat, it's like, this, you get it.
Yep.
You absolutely get it.
Yeah. Navy political thrillers in space. Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yep.
I guess that's true, Lonely.
With a stacked cast, let's say, too.
Yeah, that cast is amazing. Like, I genuinely mostly knew Tom Jane for his appearances on Arrested Development. Like, genuinely. And so it was kind of a delight to not only be like, oh, he's in this. Oh, he's a major character from this.
Oh, he's good.
Yeah. No, he's fun. Yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot.
No, I usually, just because of the crowds I roll in, we generally end up referring to the Expanse as, quite frankly, the closest thing we'll ever get to Universal Century Mobile Suit Gundam. Again, in terms of Navy political thrillers.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Yeah. You might one day get that, but
I don't think we're gonna get that.
No.
We'll get a big army shoot.
yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Depends on where it gets made, I guess. I see you've managed to get fuel.
Yes, thankfully it was only a nice penalty of 69 seconds, and we're back on the road.
Nice. Very good. Yeah. Oh. Ooh. Think of what?
Yeah, just looking over at the side here, just remembering what that final project was that I was going to mention. Still need to get final approval for it for costing purposes, but on the other hand, I don't think that'll be a problem to get that. Planning to make an insertable top for some of these joystick pedestals, which so kindly supplied the office with.
Oh yeah, those things. They need. The design's okay, but I realize that I'm real finicky about how stable a control panel is.
One should
so
be.
They definitely need some bracing and weighting, I would say.
But in the meantime, I remember we didn't screw down those top panels, which is a good thing, because I have a plan to grab some more MDF, cut it to fit that area, and then put some holes in it for some very large arcade buttons that will light up and will be in such a pattern such that it will be playable as a pop-in music machine.
Oh, fantastic.
And-
See, this is the business right there. Yep.
And also Hyper Bishibashi Champ, which I'd completely forgotten about.
Very good. Yeah, I mean that's the thing is it's control panel height. So like if you, I mean, so how familiar are you with Japanese style candy cabinets?
A little bit. I'm not going to say hugely, but I've been to Super Potato and I've sat down at the
Yeah. Okay. So
The
so
Gallium
you know generally what those control panels look like. And,
Yeah.
and for folks in chat who don't know, a candy cab or a Japanese sit-down cabinet, they're usually made out of some kind of, you know, molded plastic material or whatever, rather than like the particle board MDF that
with
North
the
American
plastic wood veneer.
arcade machines are made out of most of the time, or were back in the day, I should say. But so the control panels are pretty small and they're metal. Inside that, like they're screwed into basically the plastic encasing, so it's very easy in most of those designs to remove the metal button and joystick layout and then just put a completely different one in there. So for example, in a candy cab, you have machines that just have controls for one player, and then you have machines that can have like 2 sets of controls on them. And that part of that is obviously single player games, and then also so those are very easy to swap out. And I have seen sometimes I've seen American style cabinets that will be the MDF and stuff, but then have like metal plates that are framed into the top of the control panel so they can be swapped out for different configurations. Yeah.
Easily and quickly, as quickly as you'd swap the board.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I've been in this rabbit hole again. I think I've mentioned it to you before, but yeah, I've really been chasing this sort of, I don't know, I guess you would call it preservationist. I think I'm being a little too obsessive about it. So what else is new?
I wouldn't worry too much about it. They are, they're a hard thing to preserve.
Sure. Well, the Capcom ones certainly, because of all of the sort of encryption and suicide battery issues and stuff. But yeah, I've been poking at this, and there's turns out there's a importer who is local to the Seattle area who imports Japanese cabinets.
Ooh.
And that includes like rather nice ones. So the Vuelich style, I think. Taito, I think. It's their... I don't know if they're all made by Taito. I just know that that's the style, and so that's what they get called, is like Vuelich style.
But these are vintage cabinets, right?
These are, well, of a vintage. They're not the vintage. I do know that on the Instagram for this guy, he did in the last few months get his hands on a big shipment of Sega Astro Cities.
Ooh.
But those, as far as I know, have to be refurbed, and that's its own process, because those are all CRTs. Those are 25 or 29 inch CRTs, I think. And the Vuelich ones that are more modern are like the flat screen style arcade machines.
Okay.
So like starting with say Street Fighter 4 and moving on from that style of sit down, where it's kind of a very flat, kind of shallow cabinet.
Right, I know the style
design.
now,
Yeah, rather than sort of the more bulbous style that the CRT candy cabs have. I used to have a Capcom Impress, which is a 29-inch sit-down, and that's when I lived in Florida, and that's really great. I'd love to have one of those, but I don't love to move them, because a 29-inch tube is heavy.
I mean, large-scale owners of these things don't like to move them around.
Yeah. Nobody I mean, they're easier to move around than a dynamo cabinet, I'll tell you that much. Oof, man. And I've moved those things up like apartment stairs.
Oh, no.
Yeah, not fun. But yeah, so I'm probably going to end up chasing down one of those more modern style cabinets. And part of that is also because you can get tweaky and replace the monitor if you want with like a higher refresh rate monitor if you're chasing lower latency, etc. Tex and Reverend Trinitron.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so anyway, pardon my CRT lust. But yeah, so you can swap out the monitors if you want. But the other part is that I like having the cabinet experience for a fighting game, and these modern cabinets also, because they're widescreen televisions and etc., they're very easy to just drop a PS5 into.
Oh. And then
so
you're
then
ready
it
to
just
go.
comes down to, oh, do you want to actually like play this against other people on the internet? Here you go. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh my God, free.
Oh,
free.
that's very
They're worth
nice.
so much money now. It's insane. I looked because once I started on this, I mean, the short version is I got the wild hair and started chasing, trying to get a Third Strike board again because that's my baby. And I mean, the other baby is MVC2, and you know, there's a Naomi 2 sitting near you right now that's basically ready to roll for this stuff. But so I started chasing that down, and then I fell down the rabbit hole of learning that there are multi-game kits for some of these old arcade systems, and so I've been learning more about that and getting myself into trouble, specifically with the Capcom ones. Yeah, Tex and Reverend, that's another thing that I was drilling down for. I mean, less for the vintage game consoles and more for obviously like the arcade experience of, you know, less latency on a direct to the, you know, to the tube kind of setup. But unfortunately, yeah, the like consumer versions of those tubes aren't set up to take the like CGA resolution or whatever it is. I think arcade, it's like 240p maybe something. Yeah. It's a weird resolution and frequency, I know, because it's the kind of thing that like sorry, do people say SCART or SCART when they talk about that adapter?
I go SCART, but I don't. It doesn't come up often in speech. So
yeah, well, I know it's more of a Euro standard, but yeah, it's but so SCART. Okay, thank you.
Great.
Thanks for that clarification. I'm used to it being one of the possible resolutions that like SCART cable will run and things like that. I did actually recently get. Did you just beef something?
No. I've been waiting to talk about a television I owned fairly recently, but go on. It did have a SCART port.
Oh.
And that upsets me now that I know about that.
Now that you know that SCART ports are useful.
Well, or that they could have been useful to people I knew.
Oh yeah, don't sweat it too much. I stumbled across a thing on a site that is really dangerous for my Corvid brain. Unclaimed baggage.
Oh, love me an unclaimed baggage.
It's a fun place to trawl when you're bored, I'll say.
And you kind of have to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, for folks who don't know in chat, Unclaimed Baggage is basically an online shop that is licensed in the U.S. to resell luggage that has not just been lost but cannot be reconnected with its owners.
They've gone through the
usually
work.
There's at least there's like a 6-month plus period that stuff sits in track, basically where they try to reconnect things with the owners, and when it's sat too long, this is the place that gets to liquidate it. So sometimes weird shit comes up. Well, weird shit came up, and that was a Retro Tink Upscaler.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. So I got my hands on one of those, and holy shit, it's quite good, and it's quite good with the arcade stuff and like a little, a compact super gun, basically. So I've been using that to test boards because there are these multi-game kits that you can install. So to back up, Capcom's arcade hardware that they manufactured up through the CPS3 system all have some fashion of live code suspended by a lithium battery. So if the battery dies, the injected code dies, you have to get it reflashed by Capcom. It's a huge pain, but it was a security thing. Anyway, those have all been cracked now. It's incredible what even a decade has done to arcade preservation.
Oh yeah.
So there are many projects that where you can just kill the battery and replace stuff so that you never have a battery in it again. And so I'd been chasing down like mods like that, and then also there are like multi-game mods set up. So like for the CPS2, there's a system where you kind of re-rig the daughter board, a daughter board or two on the game board, and then you have a multi-loader for any CPS2 game, in much the same way that you've set up on that Naomi kit, right? I actually saw, speaking of, I saw somebody sells a modded net cartridge thing for that kit that has the net port, but also has a compact flash card slot. So you can just load games on a CF card and just plug it in.
Like its own little cartridge.
Yeah, which is cool. I like the ones that are just the multi, like you just select and just dump, which is pretty neat.
That's how the arcade system worked.
Yeah, well, I mean, so in the case of the CPS2 system, they're basically a glorified cartridge. You pop one off and pop the other one on, and you've converted the game. With the CPS2, you had a security cartridge that plugged in, and then you had a SCSI CD-ROM drive, which is, let me just say, a real pain in the ass.
Oh, yeah.
Because one, if you wanted to load a new game, it would take upwards of 40 minutes for it to reflash the SIM modules with the new game data from that CD-ROM, and then you still had to leave the CD-ROM in because it was a security verification.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have the CD in the drive? I'm not going to start the game. It's loaded, but not going to start the game.
Well, I mean, you just get arcades that would move that CD-ROM drive between multiple different machines, right?
To load it on the set. Well, you'd still have to own the CPS3 board, and you'd still have to own the security card for each of those. But yeah. But so there are obviously, these days there have been so many iterations of SD card image mounting devices for SCSI. Part of that, so I've seen them put to use on a CPS3. They're obviously used a lot because those old SCSI drives, hard drives specifically, were notorious for failure in a lot of arcade games that use them. So like Killer Instinct has critical data on I think it might be a 2.5-inch SCSI hard drive, and those drives were like really shitty drives.
Yeah, no, they were not good.
Yeah, but so the SCSI to SD solutions basically remove all those issues.
Blue SCSI, I believe, is the one that's really popular amongst Apple nerds. bringing their things up. I was going to mention that too because when you first forwarded me that link to the SCSI 2 SD card reader, I wanted to follow up with a piece of hardware I found, but couldn't find the link. It's again for use with these Mac users who like to replace their hard drives, but miss the clicking sound.
Oh,
So it's
my
literally
God.
just a SCSI inline device that with
That clicks.
just makes the click sounds whenever the drive is accessed.
I mean, that's kind of great. I definitely like the soft clicking of an old Mac. I do know exactly what you're talking about. But yeah, that's very funny. I love that we've found ways to recreate the sort of vestigial noises from old hardware.
Important.
Yeah, but yeah, so I've been, I've actually, I have so many things going on, but I've cleared off part of my desk to reconvert it into a test bench so that I can work on these boards, because not only do I have to hook them up to the scaler so that I can display them on like a normal screen, but then I just needed space to lay them out somewhere that I wouldn't constantly inject static electricity into them.
Yeah. I'm so happy to hear you're doing this too. You've been talking about this stuff for quite a while, and so hearing it
Yeah,
coming together is real good.
Oh, I mean, it's a problem. And I mean, I know what's funny is I know that there are excellent ports of pretty much all the CPS3 games that, mean anything on Dreamcast, which means technically they should run on a Naomi. Whether or not anybody's converted them to do that with the kind of sideloading setup that you've got, I don't know. But the thing that I always go back to that is secondary to Third Strike is JoJo's Venture. Because the CPS3 JoJo's Venture is just a ton of ridiculous fun. Because it's very absurd.
Oh yeah, well,
it's
it's
a very,
right
very
there in
silly
the
game.
right there in the title.
Yeah. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Yeah.
Or just I've always liked the brevity of JoJo's Venture, but
Too many JoJos. But
So
but
many.
it's what you were saying earlier about the S-cart connection and that particular resolution. That's part of why video games from an arcade have a distinctive look to them.
Yeah. Well, the tube, I mean, this is anybody who's been deep in the retro knows this, that sprites for games, when the predominant television technology was cathode ray tube, sprites and such were designed with the pixel blurring in mind.
With the image,
Knowing that they would blend and create, and so old pixel art doesn't look the same on modern screens without some sort of CRT masking. And that's actually one of the things that's exciting about the retro tink stuff, is that it's already got 4 or 5 different ones in it, and I haven't updated the firmware on it yet. And it's something that's constantly kind of in development on that front. But those CRT masks do make a big difference in what the image looks like. So the CPS2 board that I got my hands on is a Phoenixed board, which means the battery's been removed.
Okay. Reborn again.
Exactly. And it's a Marvel versus Capcom board. So MVC1. And yeah, the other day I was testing that, and I've got to mod that anyway because the 60mm fans on those are like jet engines. They're so loud.
And that's why the SCSI clicker wouldn't necessarily be such a great thing for a cabinet that.
So the CPS2 doesn't have an external CD drive. Those are those sort of large cartridge sort of things. Truthfully, what they are is they're encased in a big plastic container. But so when I put on the tube masking, it really makes a difference. Any of them, it makes such a substantial difference to how colors and things blend on the sprites, and kind of how soft they look versus how sort of blocky they look.
And that's thanks again to advances in chip technology, specifically in field programmable gate arrays, being able to put together
Yep.
a chip that's going to be fast enough to apply that sort of masking and that image enhancement without sacrificing much latency.
Yeah, that's it exactly. And really, that's the thing that I've been noticing is in the last decade and kind of the serious rise of FPGA tech being put to use efficiently, I guess I would say. I mean, really, like, affordably is
Yeah,
what it
that
comes
too
down
is
to.
a very important part of it.
Yeah. Like, it's so accessible now that it's just kind of everywhere. Like, you actually see this in a tremendous fashion. I mean, it's not just FPGA, but because of FPGA and everything else and sort of the increase in computing power on a personal computing level, it really is true that it's music hardware. You know, there are a lot of folks that are real purists about that because of analog hardware and voltage controlled oscillators as opposed to, say, digitally controlled oscillators and things that, you know, can have like pitch drift as they warm up and things like that. Like, all of that is now something that you can recreate in software. And the differences are at this point are imperceptible to most humans, especially in a mix. They're imperceptible now. But yeah, it's been such a huge leap forward on that front, and FPGA has certainly been a big part. I can get in the weeds about that stuff. I'll just say there's a Eurorack module designer down in Portland, Oregon, Schlappy Engineering, and he's done some really kind of cool things with FPGAs. There's a like through zero modulating. I think it's literally called 3-body, but it's like a triple oscillator set. But it's 3 FPGAs. And he's using those so that you can toggle between an analog behavior and a through zero behavior where it's just all sweet spots. So rather than having like all the kind of noise, like chaotic, like horribly sounding stuff as you're trying to kind of dial in this instead it's just it's all sweet spots on the dial.
We found them all. We put them right in.
That's the kind of thing you can get away with PGA. It's essentially you can think of it roughly like save states in a good emulator, like a Mister. Is that's
the good
one?
Thinking
of? Yeah. But it's the same kind of idea that it's like because you can kind of freeze these states, and it's digital, you can configure to do all that.
And that's the sort of thing that really does help democratize the media too.
Oh yeah, in a big way.
It makes the instrument less about fiddling with it and more about getting directly into the let's make the music. Yeah. I mean, one of my favorite instruments, like I know that I like weird synth instruments, but one of my favorites that's been developed in the last couple of years is the Soma Terra, which is just a big slab of wood with a bunch of kind of brass touch points on it. Yes, you've brought that up at some point.
Yeah, and it's just a digital synth engine in it, but it's so immediate and pleasing and accessible to play.
Mm-hmm. On the outside, it feels like the most analog thing you can possibly be touching to do.
Yeah. I know they've actually made special editions of it where they just have a slice of an oak trunk that they make it out of. Yeah, which I think is amazing. But I love that it has this sort of like true, sort of earthy, analog-y vibe, but
under the hood,
the heart of it is like a polyphonic digital engine, which is like, that's the cheapest, most effective. Like, it still sounds incredible. It's still deeply satisfying to play with.
Yeah.
Oh, good. You still got fuel. Okay.
Yes. No, we've got, I think, 2 more laps before I need to get another round of fuel here. But yes, I also did notice the little fuel indicator in the upper right.
Well, it's not red, I'll say that.
Yes, it will be very soon, though. Did want to mention though, quickly, while we were talking about CRTs, I deeply regret not taking more time to fix it, because when I first moved to Japan in 2006, I obviously did not have a television, because they provided one to us that was, I think, a 14-inch big roundy front CRT.
Yeah.
And you know me, that's not gonna do.
Yeah, it's not quite your speed.
But it was also 2006, and flat panels weren't great. Most of them were LCDs. Anything that was good was going to be a plasma, and those were still all new at the time.
And quite expensive.
But
And also very hot running.
oh yes. I did move to plasma later on. Very happy with that decision because, well, I didn't have the television I had at the time, which went to the Hard Off, this used goods shop in Japan that's all for hardware, be it, TVs, musical instruments, video games, all that sort of thing, and browsed through the television. Stumbled upon a model from Toshiba that was an 1080i widescreen 36-inch, I want to say, flat front Trinitron style CRT with component and S-card inputs in the back.
The S card. Yeah. See, doing it again.
Yeah,
the
it's
SCART. Yeah.
But,
I just want to say cart is what it is. I just want to say the word cart. That's why I keep doing that. But yeah, the SCART port in the back. Yeah, the stuff that we never got here in the States.
No,
for sure.
So I ran that on. I ran my original Xbox at 1080i, watching the first HD TV stuff I ever got access to on that thing.
Oh,
And
nice.
took the work to ship it back to Canada via sea shipping. But
Jesus, Ian.
well,
those things are like. It was like what, 350 pounds?
oh, and it was probably in the 200s because I could lift it by myself, but not wisely.
What?
Yeah. You don't do that more once or twice.
I know how big those 36 inches are. I helped a friend move one of those once when I lived in Florida, and then it was like, never again.
Yeah.
You throw it out. I won't move it out of this apartment. But that also is because it was very heavy,
Yes.
and we almost dropped it several times going up the switchback stairs.
Well, and that's kind of what happened. So the shipping wasn't a problem because thankfully I was doing the sea shipping where they don't charge you by weight, only by volume. So I had a meter square or a cubic meter worth of space to fill up with my various junk stuff from home and this television. And when they were unloading it at the airport, because it had to be shipped to the airport because that's where customs was, and I'm, I think, 100 feet away from the forklift that is lifting up my pallet, turning, moving forward, makes a stop, and it tips.
Of course.
Forward.
Of course it tips. 'Cause
Falls.
They're all front heavy.
Yep, and falls 3 feet to the pavement
Ugh.
and survived and worked for, I think, 5 more years. I was living in my place in Edmonton, and eventually, after a while, it just started, take too long to power on, and eventually just wouldn't power on at all. But in retrospect, I should have hung on to that and maybe taken it to a guy who specialized in CRT repair. 'Cause,
Look, hindsight, it's 2020 and all that. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's just like, that's also at the era when, like you said, you eventually got a plasma TV. And TV tech, we weren't thinking CRTs are going to be worth thousands and, in a decade, I should hold on to this and make sure I repair it because they're going to discontinue making.
And
I wasn't thinking about that until the last handful of months when suddenly I was interested in a vintage arcade machine again. And yeah, needless to say, it's a deep dark well now. If you want the best kind of tube picture, you are going to pay way too much for it.
Yes.
Or you really need to be able to scour places like, old government setups that are getting liquidated, things like that. It does remind me I should troll the Washington State one to see if anything pops up. But
There's still good stuff in Washington.
yeah. Well, there are lots of places where there's still good stuff. It's just, when you live in Seattle, you're not the only tech geek
No,
in the
by
house, so to speak.
any means.
Yeah.
But there's still an absolute treasure trove of stuff that old Boeing engineers, I'm sure, have sitting in their houses just waiting to be liquidated.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Well, that guy, the shipping container thing, again, made me think of the fellow who imports the Japanese cabinets because, that's, I guess, a bigger thing these days because thousands of arcades closed in Japan in the last handful of years.
Thanks to,
like,
a number of
pandemic,
reasons.
etc. But yeah, multiple pressures led to that. But that also means a lot of supply of those newer machines.
And now we get a lot of all the North American tech, not necessarily tech bros, but North American tech money coming in to scoop them up and preserve them over here.
Yeah.
It was something I was actually thinking about when I was talking about the cells that I picked up in Japan earlier when I was there on the trip. The idea of this depatriation of cultural artifacts, pop cultural artifacts, I guess. When you get these North American otaku coming over to Japan and picking up all of these pop cultural items like arcade cabinets, arcade boards, and cells, and moving them off continent to a different country, into private collections.
Yeah. Well, I certainly. There's an old importer that I believe used back in the day to buy the Capcom Impress, just called CoinOp Express, and they're still operating. I think they're a Hong Kong-based company, but they still import stuff. That's the thing actually I should look at. Let me go find let me find this guy's site again, so I can look at, because he's sold out of that. Because some of the stuff that he sells, in addition to the kind of classic sort of arcade style cabinets, are rhythm games.
Oh my.
Yeah, but I don't know any of the rhythm games that he sells. It's sold out, but one of the old listings that he had was for a Project Diva Hatsune Miku.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of those things have become more accessible
I was surprised to find out
foreign enthusiasts.
The local arcade here in Victoria just got in a couple copies of a rhythm game I had not heard about until I'd played it in Japan with Corey. Can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but
Oh, I love a good arcade. That reminds me I need to go to, there's one, why am I blanking on the name? I'll look it up, but it's in Fremont in the Seattle area, and I cannot remember what it is called for the life of me. Addable, that's it. Yeah. Also, I just heard Molly yell it from a couple of rooms over. I heard! Yeah, they don't exactly have much of a web presence, but Addable is the local place that I need to go check out. It is a barcade, basically.
yeah, keep me posted on that.
Yeah. There's one down in Tacoma called Dorky's that is great. Or was great the last time I went there, and they had current pinballs, and they also had a lot of old pinballs. Like they had one of the old original Star Wars pinball machines.
Ooh.
You know, so like Death Star and Luke era pinball, as opposed to like the Bally Midway Phantom Menace one that has like the
3D modeled.
yeah, it
Anakin.
has the has the screen that is the sort of reflection projected on the back that you could
Oh.
quote unquote hit with the pinball to cause effects on. Yeah, that was Phantom Menace, and then Mars Attacks were the two machines that I remember being the last ones out of, I think, Bally Midway before they discontinued pinball as a company. Yeah.
Mars Attacks definitely feels like more of a pinball game to me than.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was the same tech, you know, they were functionally about the same machine, you know, as far as like, they both had that backplane screen, and that was the big feature point, but like, yeah. Yeah, Mars Attacks, I agree, seems like more of the pinball than the Phantom Menace one. But, I mean, you never know. I got a soft spot for the old Street Fighter 2 pinball machine, but that's also because it would do the bonus round thing, you know, where the car would come up.
Oh,
and
really?
the car would deform when you'd hit the sort of box that it would.
Oh, that's rad.
Yeah, it was a very cool machine.
I've-
Attack, Star Wars, Doctor Who. Oh, yeah, the Doctor Who games. Addams Family, yeah, that's serious. But yeah, Dorky's is a great arcade that's got a lot of pinball space down in Tacoma.
I love a good pinball. There's, again, nothing quite like it due to that physicality.
They're so neat. There is, yeah, that reminds me of a thing that's pretty fresh. Yeah, sorry. I'll talk about it off screen. I don't want to spoil it for a bunch of people.
Sounds good.
But yeah, pinball is really neat. I've never owned a pinball machine, and in no small part, that's like a mixture of, like I said, Bally ceased making them right as I was getting into arcade stuff the first time, and so I think Stern was the only game in town, and so everything pinball like immediately tripled in price.
Oof.
At auctions anyway. But like, yeah, I also know that like those old mechanical, you know, surfaces are a lot of maintenance.
Yes.
And I was not quite prepared for that at the time. But yeah, I do love a pinball machine. I wouldn't mind having one, but yeah, I think that's one of those like you trawl for one of those for ages, and then eventually.
Yeah, that's I think you have to have something in mind, and you are.
Yeah.
Unless of
Well,
course you've
you
got
have
a
to be-
very empty basement.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, flexibility is always key with that stuff. But part of that is also because the first auction I went to, the folks that I ran into there who actually gave me good advice about the auctions and everything, that was a guy who spent $50 to $100 when he would go. And it was because he didn't care what upright machine he got as long as it was working. And there were always working machines that people didn't want because they weren't big ticket, you know, whether it was sort of affluent folks coming in to buy the arcade game of their childhood, or whether it was route runners, like they didn't want these old things. So he had a basement full of machines that he picked up on the cheap. And it's like, yeah. It's
Always goes home with something.
That's the way to approach it. And it turns out, I mean, especially with like JAMA machines, like once you understand, oh, anything that's JAMA will basically fit into the same cabinet. You might have to rewire for any buttons past number 3, but it's doable and it's really not that hard. So yeah, that's still always the best of the best if you're close to arcade auctions or can scoop up a JAMA cabinet on its own. You know, you can always put a different board in it. You can always get an adapter to, you know, wire Raspberry Pi into it or whatever.
Yep, it's never been easier to do that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing that I wonder about now. Like, how far away are we genuinely from it being like sorry, I saw Last Babylon talking about 70s pinball tables and having trouble getting parts, and it makes me wonder like how, you know, like how much between like 3D printing and PCB fabrication on demand, you know, like how far away are we at this point from being able to repair and refit those things easily? Because I know that you can do some of that. On a similar frame, like people have done reproductions of the SIM modules that the Capcom CPS3 board uses.
Oh.
Because they made them in 32 megabit, 64 megabit, and 128 megabit sizes, and you need a certain complement of each for specific games.
And
like
they need
the
to be
later games, like
specific.
Third Strike, required the most amount of, you know, SIM RAM memory in the game board because it had all that character data.
But you also need a specific design, or would have
Right.
previously needed a specific number of
Right.
of that.
And now,
module.
like, it's possible to like do a production run of replicas of those, for example, or the multi-game mods that I've been poking around at are called Darksoft. Is kind of the name that those are all under, and the dev who has created those. But so there is an Ultra Sim mod for the CPS3, and the Ultra Sim mod basically is like a riser of way too much RAM with dip switches, so you can just keep because there's only like 6 CPS3 games, so it's just like a set of like 3 dip switches, so you can switch between them
Right between the
you know,
banks.
when the machine is
Oh my
off
gosh.
without having to load them from the CD, but they're all just live in memory.
Right.
Yeah.
That is
But
amazing.
but those kinds of retrofits are now possible. You know, again, much like the CPS2 multi-game kits, which like I know I'd mentioned to you before briefly at one point, and I mean I don't know when. I have so much going on. I don't know when I'd be up there, but I know this is the kind of thing you'd enjoy on Tinker Tailor, because it's opening up a board and modding it by socketing some different stuff into it, and worst case maybe like 4 wires to solder.
Yeah, that's sort of easy but very satisfying.
Yeah, yeah, with a like little, I think it's a little LCD or OLED screen for navigating to like select and load up games. Yeah.
Love
But,
that
but
system.
very neat, kind of modern sort of retrofitting. I want to say there's a ton. So there's like CPS 2 mods. There's where is my stuff? There it is. I'm just looking. Yeah. So like, there's an old Taito system that there's a multi-game kit for. There's like, if you remember the. There's an old system, the STV. I keep forgetting.
yeah.
Yeah. Everything that runs on that, but you know that's a multi-game system that they did stuff for. The one I really wish I could get my grubby mitts on. I think I missed the gate. I missed the window for which is the Neo Geo multi-cart.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a very cheap one you can get on AliExpress, like the 120 in 1 or whatever. There's actually not too many games, and most of those extra ones are like ROM hack variants, because it's essentially using the same game assets and then just reworking them slightly,
Okay.
which is how it jams all that in. But the actual Darksoft mod is like, no, it's just everything in one cart. And they're apparently a huge pain to make. And so there's like one last production run that is happening this year.
And oh no.
And that released and sold through like long before I got anywhere near it. So I've missed that window, but that's also okay because I don't I don't have a ton of Neo Geo. Like, there's so many fighting games on the Neo Geo.
Oh, God,
you
yeah.
know, like I want access to more of those in kind of the arcade preservation format like that. But also, I'm okay if I wind up just having a handful of specifics. Really, it's the SNK versus Capcom and Mark of the Wolves. And no, see, I start talking and I'm like, no, okay, it's more than I thought. It's actually quite a few of them that I wrote, because like I have fond memories of all the Samurai Showdown games. Really love the Last Blade series. If you haven't played those, I think those speak more to you, because the Last Blade series had these sort of like insta-kill business.
Right. And that was one of those samurai fighters, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite Bushido Blade, but the sprites were sure prettier than the blocky 3D PlayStation 1.
Love a Neo Geo two-dimensional fighter for the art on those.
Gorgeous. But yeah, Last Blade, Samurai Showdown, the SNK versus Capcom stuff, and then Mark of the Wolf.
I think you'll be fine finding a different version of that cart if it's as legendary as it is now.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be some other method at some point, because I'm not the only weirdo kind of access to those things on original hardware. Press of a button.
Well, this feels very similar to the situation I was in with the Dreamcast when I first started modding, the modding process. And I think there was one guy who was building a device to do the GD-ROM emulation.
Oh yeah, but now, like I said, like there's just a straight up, you can buy, a modded network card.
It's just exploded in availability and affordability and ease of use too.
Yeah,
it's now just a drop-in module that takes no time or money.
I know Naomi's got a swath of fighters. I mean, 03 Upper is really high on that list, because or Alpha 3, what, I don't remember if they even called it anything funny. It's been so long, but like, so Street Fighter Alpha, that series was all on the Capcom CPS2 board, and then they did a release called 03 Upper, which was like, because it's Street Fighter 0 in Japan.
Okay.
Right, because it's prequel.
Right. Okay. Yes.
When it was released, yeah. So it was Street Fighter Alpha in the States, because we wouldn't get it.
We weren't used to 0 at that time.
Correct. We weren't adjusted to that as a sort of prequel idea. But yeah. So on the Naomi, they did a release of Street Fighter Alpha that just had a shitload more characters in it, and I think some more balance changes and stuff. In the same way that like Street Fighter 2 went through a bunch of iterations, and eventually their sort of finalized one is Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, is what I think they generally, the devs, considered to be the like kind of balanced sort of end game point for that.
Seems to be the one I remember last reading about in Nintendo Power. So
yep. Yeah, that would have been the last of the set, so to speak. But yeah, so 03 Upper anyway is a ton of fun, and has all the wild and ridiculous alpha characters that it could possibly have jammed into it. Right? Yeah.
I'm glad I went through the effort of further modding that Naomi then to get more RAM into it.
Yeah. I didn't realize it was short on RAM, honestly.
It wasn't, because there are very few games that require that extra RAM chip in order to have space to load onto the NetDIM. And one of them just happened to be Rhythm Heaven.
Of course, and
so,
that's why you had to get the extra RAM. Yeah,
exactly.
I get it.
And so that's why your mention of these sim runs of replica RAM modules really just hit a chord, because I was going through the process of let's crawl through the forums, let's find out which specific product numbers of which runs of DIMMs are known good.
Oh yeah.
And then crawl eBay and other used forums looking for those modules.
Yep. Yeah, that might be where I'm testing a couple things on this CPS3 board I got my hands on that, is allegedly working. And it's like, yeah, technically it works. That's true. But like the SCSI CD-ROM drive I got had a single screw in the chassis. And it's the wrong thread size anyway, so like that chassis is just loose. I don't know if the SCSI cable's bad. I have to test that. I also have to test, it may just be that it's not getting enough juice from the supergun I have for the CD-ROM drive, so I have to test it just powered off of a standard ATX power supply, which I don't have in the house at the moment. So yeah, so I have some testing to do, but it's one of those of I may also have a couple of faulty sim sticks, and if that's the case, that's a real irritation because I have to chase those down. But yeah, this whole sort of like remaking the old shit first got in my brain. I don't know, 2018, 2019, sometime when we went to the Living Computer Museum before it shut down and is now kind of in traction.
Miss that place.
Yeah, it's amazing. But the thing I remember, the thing that I was fascinated by was, those old mainframes in the cold room. And specifically, there was one of those that is Cray designed, before he started
Cray was Cray.
the company. Right. But, with all of the hand soldered module boards, plugged into all the different spaces. Well, what I remember was being shown on a tour by one of the engineers, the difference between the original modules that were these hand soldered, like big old, through hole deals, and the SMT manufactured replacement that they, circuit boards that they designed. It did the same thing, but just were then like on a newer printed wafer and just done.
Oh,
and like the size difference between them, but like they literally had to mount this very small circuit board replacement in a big lucite frame so that it would fit into the same space.
Slot, it literally be in the slot.
Yeah. And I feel like we're getting some of that increasingly with the kind of fabrication on demand stuff that has been available for years and years now.
Absolutely, and you're able to take advantage of better manufacturing techniques, so there are fewer faulty parts, fewer errors that are going to crop up. And of course, what makes this great is that it's true preservation in the sense that because you're taking the card out and replicating it with a new version, it's something that can be undone, which is the most important in any sort of restoration project.
Yeah, the fact that you don't have to have these specific dead stock parts to maintain it is kind of crucial, and I'm really excited about that with arcade preservation.
And that was my what do you call it? Impetus for doing the Dreamcast mod as well, is knowing that all these games are on burned.
You say Dreamcast, you mean Naomi mod,
No, I mean
right?
Dreamcast.
You modded a Dreamcast to multiplayer.
Yes, that was one of the first projects on Tinker Tailor over many years.
God, yeah, that's why I keep getting it confused with the Naomi, because I don't. It's been so long.
Two different
since
projects
you did
that went
that,
on so long.
And also, in fairness, when I think of Dreamcast modding, I always think of the 4-wire mod chip that came out for the Dreamcast shortly after the initial one came out. There were way too many wire, and then there was just no need for the chip because
we'll write our own bootloaders directly to these burned CDs. But
exactly,
but with a short stopgap situation of having a separate CD as a bootloader.
Yeah. Until they figured out to. I think largely they just re-encoded, they re-encoded music, I think, at lower bit rates. To fit it onto CD-ROMs instead of the larger GD-ROM size.
Oftentimes that would happen, and you'd sometimes get fun remixed games. My introduction to Exhibit came through I want to say not Need for Speed, but there was another racing game on the Dreamcast that
Oh,
was released
God.
under the hip hop edition, quote unquote.
And so was that just someone had put hip hop in for the music?
Yep, they'd replace the soundtrack with their own favorite hip hop songs, and yeah.
Oh, I love that. That's outstanding. Also, I just saw that
Oh, the launch.
Yep.
Great.
Yep, just
Good. They are the best.
perfect time.
But yeah, it was the idea that these GD ROMs, these drives themselves, are already super stressed from having a lifetime of disk swapping at inopportune times, and but they're moving parts. They're eventually going to fail. And
Yeah.
is there a way that I can continue to play the games on the original hardware, at least the parts of the hardware that matter, the CPU, the GPU, the RAM, the controllers?
Please tell me you saw that Lego racer behind you flying through the air.
Oh, I missed it.
Okay.
But I've seen some good things happen
Well, it
today.
definitely
So.
was in your rear view mirror, so it's there. But like you were talking, and I didn't hear any of it because I just looked back and saw this racer just tumbling through the air. Yeah,
And these are the ones that survived.
yeah, which is impressive. At lap 124 out of 185 this time around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Are we gonna get? No, I don't think we're going to get through 2 full races. Thank goodness.
No, but yeah, you're getting there. Ah. How are your legs doing now?
I can still feel them, which is what you want out of most of your body parts.
Yeah, that is important.
There are a few that you shouldn't feel, and if you do, contact a doctor. But
It's internal organs, I think.
generally, yeah,
Yeah.
you can feel your liver. You may be
That could
eligible for
be-
compensation.
That could be an issue.
Yeah, legs are. It's actually the butt that's it's dealing with the most issue right now.
Oh yeah, I imagine so, because you've been suffocating it for hours.
Well, it's mainly the added pressure of pushing against the pedals, and then that pushes back against the lumbar support in these chairs are great, to be honest.
Oh yeah,
But
that's
the
good.
yeah the seat, which would normally be, I guess, more of a bucket in a car like this, not really set up for car use. Though I think the
Yeah.
seat's a bit far forward.
So you're feeling it in your glutes a little.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
main place. But we'll be thankfully walking home this year rather than taking the car, so get it all stretched out on the way back.
Yeah. So you won't be doing a little bit more to get home.
There were some weird years when I drove home from the moon base after this that
I would imagine after 24 hours of this, or mostly 24 hours.
oh
of
those
this.
were the years where it was the full 24 hours.
Yeah, I imagine it did things to your brain and sensory function.
You don't know how slow 60 kilometers an hour feels when you've been driving at 190 for full
Yeah.
24 hours.
Yeah, that seems like it could be real dangerous. I think I don't have anything close to this level of sort of intense conditioning your whole system to expect, driving at, was it like 200 kilometers an hour, something like that.
Roughly.
Yeah.
Topping out there. I think I'm glad that I'm not having any arm issues this year. That was weirdly the biggest thing last year was I must
Or
have
do you have
slept
numbness
funny.
in your arm?
Yeah, I had a real numbness in the arm and was barely able to finish the race.
That's that's probably like positioning and pinching a nerve somewhere
Probably.
in like your extension of the arm, honestly. Yeah. Which is not great.
No.
No fun. No
But I
bueno.
think that was probably also partially to do with So, one thing I've learned this year is how to properly chalk my wheels off.
Oh yeah.
In previous years, I've used my bass guitar case propped up against the back of the Studio A wall to prop the chair wheels from going farther back. because again, as you're pushing on the pedals, especially when you're hitting the brake and you want to get right down to a full braking, that's a lot of force. And if you're in a wheeled office chair, you're not pushing those pedals, you're pushing yourself back.
Right.
I need to go, oops, speaking of which, I need to go back to the pits.
Uh-oh.
Not paying attention to my gas gauge.
What, you don't think you can make it through a lap on 2.5 liters?
The computer says no.
I'm pretty sure the computer's right in this case.
Yeah. I don't think I need to actually deal with my engine at all, which is nice. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
well, have you have you blown out that transmission again?
not since the last time. Not since you've been on call. So that's I think our baseline. But yeah,
Well,
pushing
that's
against
something.
these things. From previous years, I've been hanging onto the wheel, so pulling myself in to the wheel system while I'm pushing myself away with my feet, while I'm also trying to steer. That's a lot more muscle action than
Yeah.
just going side to side.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot more engagement for sure.
But what really just keeps crawling back into my brain is that I have spent 8 days of my life on this track.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the classic desert bus math though, isn't it? Like if you stop and do the math about like how much of my life have I actually spent doing this, when it's a thing that's now how many years now? I've lost count. Yeah.
After we stopped the numbers and moved to dates, I completely lost count.
Yeah. I just know that it's like 15 plus. But yeah. Point being, yeah, once you get kind of anywhere near the sort of decade marker of doing something like
Repeatedly.
that for consistently, then yeah, you start to math out like, oh, I've spent X amount of time of my life doing this. It's like, yeah, but over how many years now?
For this one over 8 years specifically.
Yeah. That's not too bad. A day a year for 8 years.
But this is where the math kind of hits home for me, because it's
Okay.
not just when we talk about I've done this for this number of days. Usually when we're talking about doing something for a number of days, it's a very small portion of that day. Like, oh yes, I went to the I went to the zoo. I've been to the zoo 18 times. Well, you usually spend 2 or 3 hours at the zoo
Right.
per time. Not a full 24-hour portion. So this is a full 8 days, not 8 days with sleep and breaks. This is 8 full days of my life.
Right, it's that extra bit of like, no, that's an actual whole ass day all in one go.
And
Yeah.
trying to think of the number of things that I've done voluntarily for 8 full days is not that many.
I mean, I'm just over here. I'm kind of with Scrapyard Ghost Training. Like, when you start doing the math on how much time you spent commuting to and from work.
Oh yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
that's a sad
Yeah.
one.
No, I mean that's one that I think about from because when I lived in Florida, largely I had a commute that was an hour each way,
Yep.
and that was like, I should be clear, that's like an hour each way, and that wasn't really sitting in traffic in either direction. Like that's just the nature of how.
It's the distance is necessary.
Yeah. I mean that also. I mean, funny enough that long commute is part of what eventually led me to running an arcade, because I was spending so much time in the import game shop as it was. After I got off work, because I was killing time rather than sitting in my car for like an extra 30 to 45 minutes in a standstill, versus like, oh, I stop halfway home, hang out with friends for a couple hours, and then
Enjoy
and then
myself.
head on. Yeah. Yeah.
Al-
Full workday just traveling. That's that is the truth. I had a point where I almost wound up in a position where the office manager I worked with was going to demand that I commute halfway across the state on a weekly basis, so that he could waddle his old over to harass me about stuff in person. This was a guy who didn't print his emails. He would waddle over to accountants who were busy working to make them print his emails out for him, who of course were, women, which is why he would do it. Right. But yeah, that kind of thing of like the math of like, it doesn't make sense for me to commute what is effectively like 3 hours in each direction and staying there, through most of the week. And yeah, it was just insane. Yeah.
On your time too. That's what I love.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, that was a salaried position, so I was screwed no matter what.
Yeah.
On that front, because it was, there's like, I don't even know these days. I mean, I feel like it's a pretty safe bet of like, if you're salaried, someone's going to treat you like you are expected to work 100+ hours because you are salaried rather than. But yeah, Texan Reverend, exactly. This commute could have been an email. Yep, it's very much that kind of environment.
I was not going to ask about whether or not you knew anything about their work from home policies over the past 4 years.
No, well, I mean, that stuff is all changed. I mean, yeah. I don't, yeah. I mean, I know some of that stuff, but yeah, I don't know the nitty gritty as far as like where I used to work and what that particular, if I were to guess, I would say, not a good one. Probably not a good policy on that.
Yeah. I'm with Wellbog on that. I cannot even consider the concept of printing an email to begin with, but I'm also of a different generation.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, these days, I kind of understand it a little bit, but it's because, my phone's a black box. And like, I don't want to, if I have a list I want to keep, I don't want to keep it on my phone because I'll distract myself elsewhere. I mean, salaries are supposed to generally specify hours, but it doesn't. I mean, here's what I'll say is outside of this job, like there was a point where I was at Full Sail for schooling for game dev, and I worked for them as a lab tech for a while, but I wound up like going to work in a different industry completely and just doing tech work, because what I was staring at getting out of school and going into game dev was friends who had left working as a tech to go work for, say, EA's Tiburon branch on Madden, and them bragging about how an 80-hour work week was for lightweights. And let's be clear, these are guys who were salaried.
Oh, yep. So they're not
early
overtiming.
aughts, I would say. Yeah, salaried, probably in the maybe 40K range, 40 to 50K. I mean, USD, sure, but like,
no,
but do the math. When it's not a 40-hour work week, it's not an 80-hour work. It's a 120-hour work week. So your salary is a third of what you think it is. So if your salary is 60K, then your salary is actually really 20K if you're talking your hourly rate. Yeah, I did that math and went, not for me. Yeah.
I've always been the opinion that if you're being worked constantly on a salary, something is wrong with the management there to begin with. Because the purpose of a salary in my mind has always been there as a premium for keeping you on call and hired, rather than them having to go through a hiring and firing process in between each process of when they need people.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was certainly how I approached it, was the understanding of this is because I will have to be on call. And when I was salaried, I was working for a place that supported retail locations across the contiguous U.S. So that meant that my sort of operating hours were, like stores could have someone in them from 8 a.m. Eastern until about 10, 11 at night Eastern.
Yeah, that is a long on-call time.
Right. And even if you are not constantly getting hit in those, it sort of changes, especially when your response expectation is going to be like, well, let me remote into this computer, or let me sit on the phone with someone to walk them through this process. It really sort of hems in how unavailable you can be.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, good times.
Yeah, that's
Not
It's-
the
it's
opposite
good-
of that.
good
No.
to now have a healthy attitude towards work.
Yeah, I think it's very useful to have that kind of perspective on it. I mean, I've certainly, my perspective has shifted a lot over the years as I have come, as I've had those experiences / looked at other people who I knew having those experiences and went, that seems bad.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to end up like that.
Yeah, or just straight up been burned by the experience.
Oof.
And not doing that again, if I can help it anyway. Well, I'm trying to think of if I have anything else to update you on, but really, I just, my head's in this whole arcade thing right now.
No, it's good to have a ongoing project right now.
Yeah, I'm waiting on. Yeah, basically, I have to test with a different SCSI cable and a couple of other things so that I can then narrow down to. Okay, it's definitely this, or it's definitely. But like the fact that every CD is returning, like, oh, this is an invalid CD, just makes me think it's a bum cable.
Oh yeah, that's
Possibly an underpowered drive, but I have. Again, I sent you that SCSI to SD card thing because I do have one of those, and I have loaded an image on it in what is allegedly the correct way, but I still get the same this is an invalid image.
Yeah, that does
That's
sound
what makes
okay.
me hope that it's just the ratty ass old cable that has clearly been with this board the entire time that it has been alive.
Oh, and the guarantees that the cable has not been kinked in some way, or even just sitting in the same direction for that many years could be enough to.
Yeah, I mean, the cable looks fine to me, but it's an ancient SCSI ribbon cable. That doesn't mean.
Nope.
Yeah. And Lord knows I have crimped and fucked up enough ribbon cables just cutting custom lengths of Eurorack power cables.
Yep. It's incredibly easy.
Yeah.
And when you're dealing with 50 wires, that's a lot that can go wrong.
Yeah, you do want those lined up properly when you
When you push things through.
Yep. Yep. Oh, I definitely did that at an angle. Yeah. But
I'm only dealing with IDE cables, but that's not even a story. It's just a terrible interface.
oh, God. Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to deal with those. Yeah, just this one SCSI drive is enough of a pain for me. And yep.
Wish I could help you out with spare cords, but a little bit
it's all right.
distant.
They're cheap enough as it
yeah.
is, so I'm not too worried about getting a SCSI cable replacement to test with. Yeah, honestly, it's the Sims. That's the part I'm just hoping for, is that no,
Hopefully
that's
that's
true.
easy
We
to
don't
fix.
need more cords. It's just one of those things. Yeah, I'm hoping that that's all it is, but it's one of those things where, Yeah, just the response is a little weird and maybe a little tweaky because I'm using a super gun rather than just a straight up arcade cabinet. But it is the one time that I got into the test menu to look at the sims, 2 of them just weren't showing, and so I'm just like, I really hope that just means they don't have data written in them, not those are bad sockets or these 2 chips are totally fried and I need replacement.
Oh, yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
that's a multi-step.
Yeah, it's a lot of variables to eliminate, and so I'm working on that now and trying to do it without completely beefing it. So we'll get there.
Thank you for those bits, not Gainer Able. It's happy to have you here while you're around. I'm gonna miss the ending apparently. I mean, I'm not. I'm here for the duration.
Yeah, you're gonna be around for the end. I don't think I'm gonna stay on voice for the entire thing. I'm actually gonna bounce off because I need to hydrate.
Nope.
I've been running my mouth for an hour.
That's fair, actually. That makes. I think I actually need to do a quick fluid swap myself. So, yeah, happy to have you on. Thank you for entertaining and joining and updating me with things going on. I honestly, I'm feeling pretty good about the conversation too. When we can have people commenting that this sounds like they're listening to a podcast here.
Yeah, I mean that does. Yeah, that seems like what happens when we start talking about these projects, doesn't it?
Not that you or I need any more projects to deal with to start
I think we
codifying
already
them.
have a backlog of our own projects, and I know we've got a backlog of projects we've bounced off of each other.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah, no, it actually reminds me there's another. I'll hit you up about it in a couple of days after you've had some sleep that doesn't involve dance music.
Thank you.
Yeah. But it does remind me there's something else I needed to hit you up. But that one's not I don't think that'll be a huge deal. But yeah. Anyway, swap your fluids, ideally, in a washlet where appropriate.
Oh yeah, an unhaunted one, yes.
Yeah. And I'm sure I will be around watching the tail end in some capacity.
Thank you.
But yeah, it's lovely to chat with you. I'm glad you're still coherent at the tail end of this for the most part.
Too.
Yeah. Lovely hanging with you all, chat. I'll be lurking around for a bit. But yeah, I will catch you later, Ian.
Cheers. Thanks again for dropping by.
Yeah, thanks for having me, everybody.
Anytime.
Boop-doop.
Sometimes just got to make sure that the the Badoop sound that I'm hearing is in fact the true Badoop, and not just mouth sounds. All right, like we said, folks, we're gonna do ourselves a short break here to swappy, fluidy, and maybe have a little bit commercial break. We're coming into the last few, not a few minutes, but last hour of the 24 hours of LRMANS. I am feeling here and good, and I cannot wait to polish this one off. This feels like it's been a real good run, so happy to polish it off. We'll be back in just a second. Don't go all the way away. I think these European pepperettes might just be a bit too dry. A bit more water in my cup here. Ooh, hey. Our hands sure are doing some interesting things. It's even more interesting on the high refresh screen that I'm getting here. Okay. Should we put this race to bed? I think so. Oh, here we go. One of my least favorite things about those pepperonis is it tends to get stuck in your teeth. Whoa, Demon Fire, thank you for blowing up the channel there with a bunch of subs for the crew. That is a lot and a big appreciation from us for your continued support of the channel. Ferrari won it. Well, that's... I mean... I don't want to give anything to Cadillac, so... Yes, here we are. This is, I'm assuming, the results of the actual Le Mans. What's... Ah, okay. It's just my, one of the bolts is loose on my racing rig, and it, there was a clicking sound, and I don't like clicking sounds when there are not, clickings to be done. But I can tell I'm definitely starting to get to the loops, the loops, brother. Because I thought I saw Corey just standing here in my peripheral vision. Which is, I mean, something I want, but not necessarily something you want if you're not expecting it. Nope, that's... Alright, we got super cold tires right now. And they may in fact be non-wet tires. Oh no, we want the wets because we're still in the wets. No, I don't know what it was, but there's something about the click of a micro switch that to me is one of the most pleasant sounds in the world and has been since my early youth. Oh god. Worst part is I'm gonna have to clean up this office before Wheeler gets in here too. Put away all my soda stream bottles and this table. Find a place to lean this this wheel up. Believe it's a Wheeler. I'm not a monster. He is just gonna have to deal with the smell of farts that I've I have not. Why am I? No, you know what? We're done. We're done there. How are you, chat? How are your farts? Yeah, it's a good point. He did leave his Mahjong application open for me to find and close before I started my race. Ooh, maybe what I'll do is I'll just set up a, what do you call those things? An etc/hosts file redirect and block his Mahjong Yaku table at the DNS level. It's a good point. Angel is in town, so I can be throttled for hiding the Yakuza. Wait a minute. Yakuza. Is anyone else seeing the connections here? Because I don't know if I am anymore. of sloppy here too. Nine, 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 nine. There we go. What if we just all made car noises for the next 15 minutes? 50 minutes is too doable, and I'm not doing it. Doesn't even have to be engine noises. Just could be like, why am I? Oh no! I need to stop this right away before I go full Smeagol. Yes, but what if we made car noises for the next 15 minutes? Oh, that's good. Yes. Does there have to be engine? No. Make locking noises, ding sounds. Ooh, yes. You've left your key in the ignition. Ding, ding, ding. Headlights are on. Headlights are on, precious. I don't know, just put Smeagol in more shows, let's be honest. I'm most disappointed that the Crazy Frog never did a cover of the Hamster Dance. Ding 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 ding. I'm a frog. Molly giving 391 bits to stop this madness. It's impossible. This is just where we are now. In my head and yours. Someone suggested 2.5 men for a Smeagol insert. A Smeagol insert. That doesn't sound wholesome. But honestly, what if we put him on Dragon's Den, right? What if we made Gollum an investor? Like my profits really sweet. Your idea can't be beat. I'm an investor. Alternatively, give him a nightly news show, like a Colbert. Give him a monologue at the beginning. Cooking with Smeagol will just be a very short show every time. Yes, that's right. We takes the fish, and then we eats it. Oh god, was I slipping into a Doofenshmirtz a little bit too much there? What? Of course I like. No, stop that right now, Ian. The doof would be very disappointed in you. My precious. Perry, my precious? I think that's the right direction, right? Man, I miss Phineas and Ferb. The only time I gonna simp is when there's a squirrel in my pants. They're making more? Oh, that's what a joyous day. This year, even. Wow. Who would have thought? That car is making some noises that are not normal for a Mini. At least not from the inside. I wonder if Tauntauns sound as bad on the inside as they do on the outside. We never really got to find out. They keep dying before we can do the experiments. Now, Texan, I do have this particular ring we've been on. Let me tell you, it ain't the Nuremberg. Yeah, no, those double hands are starting to mess with me. Ah, yes, Hockenheim. That'll do. Yeah, it's a little upsetting that Ethernet won the networking wars long before the Lord of the Rings became a movie franchise that other people could start making memes off of. No one really liked Token Ring, but we sure did make some jokes about it. Did they have TCP running on Token Ring? They must have. Yeah, no, that's the thing about Token Ring. We shouldn't be thinking about it. Oh. Oh. Okay, that's what I wanted to check, Jeannie, was whether or not it would be possible for the internet to run on Token Ring. Because then you could have the one ring to rule them all, but I guess not if they're non-addressable addresses. Oh, oh, that's actually kind of nice, but there's not enough back support now. Oh, if we're going back to the IBM documentation, we should pull up the page on Fiber Channel. I mean, honestly, a Tolkien ring would probably just be a listserv. Probably about fictional languages, I want to say. Rohan internet isn't a truck. It's a series of fires. As Texan. Yeah, I mean, in fact, that book I was talking about earlier, John Gleek's The Information, also talks about the concept of long-term or long-distance transmission of information, starting with signal fires as a thing. They work great. They can be real useful and real speedy, as long as you have definitely predetermined the one thing that you're going to try and say. And everyone agrees on what that one thing will be. There we go. Oh, hey, Sarah, welcome back. Thank you for coming by for the end. Condor calls for pizza. Sir, this is a Wendy's. I don't know, Lord Baconator does sound like a, I was going to say it sounds like a good Lord of the Rings or House of the Dragon name, but no, let's be real. Lord Baconator is a member of the Shrek universe. Lady Baconatrix, sir, this is Wendy's. I am no sir. I'll just go back in time and deliver a dozen Frosties to some Mongols on the steppes. Watch them murder us. From the future. Not that they'd murder us from the future, we would watch ourselves being murdered from the future. Adsy, I think you've just created something really delicious with that. In the French tradition, a baconatrix is just a baconator with an egg. And, but yeah, that actually sounds real good. Please sign me up. Eggs belong on burgers. Don't at me, because you can't. 'Cause I don't check that site anymore. So at me if you want, I guess. Rockpusher, I think that King Prince Charles should also be the Burger King. I think he deserves that extra title. He's waited long enough. Fine. Oh, shall we try for maybe 1 or 2 good laps here? Reduce the Joex and try for something real, because I think the best time that I've managed to record as a valid lap was 5 minutes 21 seconds and change. And that feels like a possibly doable, especially now that we've warmed up the tires. We're all over the track, it's seasoned enough. Nope. Ooh. Narrowly avoided disaster there. Nope. Let's try that again. Let's get a good head of steam going. Well, we're already off to a bad start. I'll miss you until next year, Bibendum. We'll get him. Bibendum 2012. Nope, that's off the track and out of my heart. Like a bit of calcified... But what's that stuff called? Columbo? Nope, not Columbo. It's... cholesterol, that's it, yes. Calcified cholesterol, get out of my heart. And not into my brain. Name a more iconic pair than Gunkan Sushi and Lego Roadster. I mean, the answer is van and van. But hey. I'm glad you've enjoyed it, Rod, sir. I've been happy to have this this particular little race block today. I think it's been fun. I think the Miata has been a decent competitor. Definitely easy enough to drive that it's not a complete and total slog the whole time through. If we're gonna keep Sushi, we may want to choose a slightly faster car, though. Look, I'm just working through transmissions until I can get to one that I actually enjoy. Maybe I need to be the Sushi. I should at least do one check of the sushi cars to see if I can see out of them later. Bonk, 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 bonk. Oh yeah, I should try out some of the buses too. For potential desert bus shenaniganery. Transmissions are basically like my shield chan or boots, says Daniel Ginnegross. I mean, certainly not a hanger, that's for sure. I mean, if I could get Char's little runabout thing from First Gundam, or sorry, no, it was Amuro who was in the little car when he got stuck in the mud and had to get helped out by his boyfriend. He got mud on his boots. But I also love all the cars that have been just really reliable and able to maintain their existence throughout this this drive. This is not often you get that. A lot of these performance cars, as we know, like to yeet themselves off in various directions for no good reason. But Carby's been in the right place. That is a faster car. Come on, hold on to it. Nope, that's gonna be bad. Oh, but our transmission is fine. Suspension's a little bit off. We're okay. I unfortunately don't know, Lord Sereno, as to which car the Carby is based on. I don't think it's been mentioned. But yeah, pinball bumpers would be hella fun on the track. Especially if you can hit them in the right way. Nope. And just for good measure, fuck you to your front bumper. Yeah, they're not red sparks though that are coming out of those. That's blood from the rice. Ooh. No, I don't think I want sushi today. I'll actually be able to finish my second pepperette, which is just enough to keep me from starving, which is nice. Then I can sleep. That's like eating, but for your brain. Kind of. Now the real question is, have the sushis been properly wasabi'd by the chef when they were constructed? At, I guess, some sort of shed in Kent. Hand assembled by boffins in Kent. Sushi! It's not just for dinner. Oh man, that was definitely one of the highlights of the omakase sushi experience I got to have while I was on vacation. It was not just getting to have fresh, real wasabi, but also getting to watch them grind it in front of you. A large amount for the entire restaurant for that tabling, sitting, I guess. We're talking about Munis. The jizz whaling is a legitimate form of musical expression across all of the Outer Rim. And it wasn't just, you know, Sly Snoodle and the Nodal Nodes, but it was also the Max Rebo Band, both of which accomplished and well-known jizz performers. Now that said, I'm not a big fan of Jedi Rocks, but I'll take Jedi Rocks. Would prefer Lapti Neck. Always prefer Lapti Neck. You gotta protect your Lapti Neck. Yeah, I think it's time music expanded within the Star Wars canon. I think it's time for someone to come up with droid rap. Holy moly, TXC2! I hadn't considered that it wasn't rocks in the sense of rock music, because why would rock music exist in a galaxy far, far away? It is absolutely a literal word. That's a song about kyber crystals. Jedi Rocks. You're right. What was his name? In Exhibit's titular song X, when he's talking about going up and down his member like a stock exchange, he also makes reference to a classic reporter / newscaster, and I can't... steps to the mic like Walter Cronkite, although maybe I made that up myself. I think maybe I have. It's very late. Oh, but Jesse, no, do not get that Star Wars rap stuck in my head. if you ever hear me saying "knock him out the box, Luke," which often comes out of my head for no reason, that's where that comes from. What is it, my master? It's a disaster. Skywalker were after. What if he could be turned to the dark side? Yes, he'd become a powerful ally. Another Dark Jedi. We got Death Stars. We got Death Stars. Etc., etc. So we're gonna have to pit. But that's alright, I think this might be our last pit. Oh man, I hadn't thought about doing it actually on the show, Darley Sam. God, I love the Han Solo song. I'm sure I've talked before about the person who re-scored the Solo Star Wars story trailer with the Han Solo song from the Kinect video game. Putting on my shades to cover up my eyes. I'm living Cloud City, heads in the skies. I'm Solo, I'm Han Solo, Han Solo, Han Solo, Solo. Yeah, I'm feeling good tonight. Lost. I'm so happy the carbonite is gone. I'm moving on. I think one of the best parts about that too was Lobot and the ones and twos in the background just jamming. Oh, this transmission will live. I was reading recently that they let mention that they went to go see Star Wars Episode 7 with I think their mother, and their mother went out to go on a bathroom break during the scene when Han Solo was, spoilers, removed from the film, and so she just had no idea why he wasn't showing up for the rest of it and why everyone was just mumbling around kind of sad. Yeah, I guess they don't really make use of Harrison Ford for the rest of this film, do they? And what a great way to take in a movie. All right, no body. Please don't fix my body. Leave it alone, my body. Don't dare touch my body. Okay, laps take just under 5 minutes. We have 10 minutes left. Can we get these 4 laps in? We will do it till the 4th lap. Let's do it. First gear is all right. Second gear, also all right. Third gear, hang on tight. Faster, it's all right. God, humanity got so much better at writing lyrics. 25 years of my time ago, trying to drive right through a big hole in that Dunlop tire. That's all I got for that one. If you'd like more, consider joining our Patreon at patreon.com/loadingreadyrun, where you can continue to support us in all the things we do, than some of the things that maybe we shouldn't do. Regardless, it's all thanks to you that this is happening. I'm sorry. God, I feel like I should really just use that as the method I use to start all the streams I'm on. Okay. Look, no matter how this turns out, I want you to understand that whatever happens from this point on is entirely your fault. Welcome to AFK! Oh no, I blame every Jackbox stream on Berkeley Systems. They know what they did. I'm not sure if you know this, but everything that happens in a Jackbox stream is fully predetermined. Planned out in advance, meticulously. Relatively clean, not clean enough. It seats about 20, so come on and bring your Jackbox monkey. The Jackbox is a series of games that you can play with monkeys. Play with monkeys, yeah. Don't play with monkeys. Hugging and a kissing, grinning and a biting, pulling out the parasites. All of it. Baking them in an oven. Those ticks are crispy. The ticks are crispy. Roman's getting stinky because every monkey's throwing their shit around and around and around. I woke up with not post nap, but this. Wow. Okay, there goes the voice. I woke up this morning with the B-52s in my head, as you do. Nothing more to do than say that. Just we're bringing it full circle with the Love Shack. Oof. All right. For real. I mean, I wouldn't mind being possessed by Doc Hammer for a while. Especially if it means we might get more Venture Brothers. That's probably not happening for a while, if ever. Let it go. Let it do what it wants. And what it wants to do is back it right up into the wall. Ooh. Can we flip? Nope, we cannot flip. And in fact, we have ruined our suspension. But that's okay. Because the time is fast approaching, faster than I thought when we would be done the stream, and we're gonna finish up the stream at 8 o'clock. Why does OBS say we've been streaming for 24 hours and 12 minutes? That seems incorrect. I started the stream early? Right, I started the stream 15 minutes early to talk with you, rather than start at 8 p.m. or 8 a.m. and be mid-driving when the old, what's the opposite of the checkered flag? The chess flag went down. Start by playing chess. End by playing checkers. Checkmate? No, I think you mean king me. Oh yeah, we've done some bad things to this car in the last 3 minutes. Yo! Yo. Very sad that the karaoke place didn't have that song in their repertoire. Dreamin', don't give it up, Carby. Dreamin', don't give it up, sushi. Give it up. This is a story all about how my life got flipped turned upside down. For some reason now I'm mixing them up. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and the Pirate Pup. Don't give it up, Willie. That's Big Willie style for you. Hey. Oh, no. I just couldn't go through it. Good, we're fine. Everybody get your last Gant out of your system. It's the Night Watch. Ah! Buses are always horrifying. But we can lose them in the curves. Oh, good vibrations through the curbs. The curby curves. Okay. Here we go. Just a couple more chicanes here on the Stark straightaway. Cleanly across there, and once more for charm. There we go! Transmission fully ruined, folks. That's gonna do it for this. What the hell is this? Years 24 hours of LRR. How does the fuck is going on? Thank you. It's a screw top. This is the worst ever. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching the 24 hours of LRR today. This has been a Loading Ready Run production brought to you, of course, by you. Big thank you to everyone who's dropped by to hang with us as we do this. Big thanks again to Corey for coming by to relieve me from driving duties for a while I rest up. Big thanks to Angel for coming in and keeping Corey entertained, and for doing such a good job with those curves as well. Thanks, of course, to Dandy Geek for coming in, hanging with me on air, and of course to all of you in the chat for all that you do here. Thanks again to once again, as always, to Tex and Reverend for providing a good amount of the material we have used in all of these 8 years of good God. Oh, and thank you to Adsy too. I did not realize that they were about as well on the things. We got to thank a bunch of people for their for their contributions and their time today. But what I would like to do is, if you want to check out what is coming up next on the stream, well, next is is this your card? It's going to be coming very soon, and I don't actually have the overlay here, so that's good. So thanks again for watching, everyone, and we will see you next year for more of this thing that we do on this track. Maybe the same game, maybe not, but it'll happen at least 2 more times. Goodbye.